morning, everyone. Is this on? Yeah, there we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the business meeting at the South Florida Water Management District to order. It's October 14th, 2021. I'd like to ask Mr. Butler, as our host, if he would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Let me start off today. I start sort of a solemn note. As you all probably heard, former governing board member, Chairman Mike Collins passed away yesterday, doing two things that he loved to do: flying his plane and traveling to this governing board meeting of the South Florida Water Management District. Many of you are going to remember that Mike was appointed to the board by Governor Bush back in 1999. He served a total of 11 years on this board, including 2 years as the chairman. True to his nature, he never stopped being involved. I can't remember a governing board meeting where Mike wasn't in attendance. He was in the back of the room when we were in COVID. He always called in. He spoke frequently. I always looked forward to his comments. He really never pulled punches, which I appreciated, and his comments were always taken in the constructive nature in which they were offered. He's going to be remembered for his love of the outdoors and his love of fishing and his work on Everglades issues. He's going to be missed. I understand Vice Chair Wagner has something he'd like to be read.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When I joined the board, I was fairly green compared to my esteemed colleagues. I wanted to learn, to listen, to meet those who were passionate about what we do, and to figure out how to help. Our meetings are where I meet the most interesting people with the best ideas and thoughts, and it was there that I met Mike Collins, always present, always engaged, always smiling, and a wealth of knowledge. It was as if every detail was the most important, meaningful detail of his life, and he wanted to pass it all on for the greater good. I came to learn he was a former chair of the governing board, and not just someone who cared about our projects, but someone who was a part of the soul of our efforts. He felt he and I had a special relationship. He loved a good conversation, great dialogue, and a passionate argument about issues most meaningful. I always looked forward to his comments, to him pulling me aside in the hallway and telling me what he really thought, and to encouraging emails he sent me every meeting. In the end, I just valued his words. I have the utmost respect for him and will always remember him as an integral part of my role as a board member. I wish his family and friends peace, and may his memory always be a blessing to those who knew him.
Well, thank you, Rosie, and thank you, Vice Chair Wagner. If you join me, please, I'd like to have a moment of silence to remember Mike Collins. Thank you. As you've noticed, we took the meeting on the road this month, and we're in Okeechobee, and I want to thank Okeechobee County for allowing us to hold our monthly meeting in this beautiful historic courthouse. It really is beautiful, and we're grateful. Also, I think they moved their county commission meeting, so it's not today. And that's really, I know how hard that is, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for accommodating us. Vice Chair Wagner is not going to be able to join us today, although we get to hear his words. Mr. Steinley will be joining us shortly, and the meeting is going to be live streamed today. When we hold board meetings off-site, we don't have the capability for virtual public comment. The district opened a public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting. We did receive e-comments, and they were posted or are posted with today's meeting materials on the district's website page. Those who are here in person may comment by filling out a comment card, and they're available at the reception desk, and if you could give those to staff, we'd appreciate it. We have some elected officials I'd love to recognize right now. We have Vice Chair David Hazelief from Okeechobee County. Good morning, Vice Chair. Thanks for letting us be here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members and staff. Thank you so much for being here in Okeechobee. We appreciate you coming out and seeing Okeechobee, because this is where the water starts and goes south. So we appreciate you taking all that into consideration, and we welcome been home, but also Mr. Bergeron tells me that we're welcoming him home also because he was from Okeechobee. So welcome back to Okeechobee. Also, we are preparing a lunch for you. When you take a break for lunch, we're preparing it outside and between the two courthouses. So please come out. Everyone's welcome. The entire audience is welcome, and we thank you so much.
Well, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hazeleaf is our cook for today. He lit the fire at 8 o'clock. He's heading back down to the tent of the meat. So
I've heard he's a tremendous cook. I look forward to it. Thank you, sir. Mayor Dowling, the city of Okeechobee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Dowling Watford, Mayor for the City of Okeechobee. I would like to echo Commissioner Hazeleaf's comments. Welcome to Okeechobee. I always tell people this is the real Florida, so welcome to Okeechobee. Thank you very much for taking the time to come out here, and to your staff. I know it's a challenge for them, but we really appreciate you being here. We also have our city administrator, Gary Ritter, is here also, way in the back. Some of you may know him. He was a former Water Management District employee. And I will just tell you, if you have any water questions, you ask Gary, because he's my go-to guy, and he probably knows more than many of us about the water issues. For those of you who were able to attend the reception last night, I hope you enjoyed that. It was a great event, and we appreciate the Economic Council hosting that, and I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you enjoy the lunch. As Mr. Butler said, Mr. David Hazeleaf is the chief cook, and if you have not had his cooking, you need to be there for that. So I hope you enjoy that. I want to echo Brandon Tucker's comments from last night. I want to thank you very much for your service on the South Florida Water Management District Board. As mayor for Okeechobee, for a small town of Okeechobee, I know how much time and effort I spend at that. I can't imagine what you go through, the technical information and the very controversial issues that you face every day or at every meeting. I really appreciate your service, and I think many times, I certainly don't say that when I've appeared before you before. I was probably combative, and so I apologize for that, but I thank you for your service. It's very fitting that you're here in Okeechobee today, and when Libby, I can't wait for Libby's story. I love history. I was born 100 years too late, but I love history, and I look forward to that, so it's very fitting that you're here in this beautiful building. I do have to make one comment. Every chance I get, I have to make a comment on water supply, and I know that's a very important issue to you, and probably and rightly so should be. I would just like to encourage you to give that your full attention. I know there are forces at work to probably take that responsibility from you, and I hope that does not happen. You have that responsibility, and I just ask that you take that responsibility and give it the attention that it deserves. Again, thank you for being in Okeechobee, and we look forward to seeing you here again. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you, Mayor Watford, very much. And we never thought of it as combative. We always thought it was passionate. Is there a representative from the Seminole tribe who would like to address us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Powers is present. I don't know if you want to say anything. A former governing board member. You certainly don't have to, but just recognizing you. Great. And we have Chairman Stanley from Glades County, I believe. Good morning, Chairman. Thank you for being here. Marty Milkey from the Chief Financial Officer's Office. Thanks for being here, Marty. And Katie Marks from Congressman Stubbe. Good morning.
Good morning. Very sorry Congressman could not be here. I'm going to be reading a letter. Dear Board of Directors, finding a lake management schedule that supports our robust agriculture industry while protecting our environment and Lake Okeechobee ecosystem is a top priority for me in Congress. I appreciate your collaboration as we work together to come to a solution. Agriculture is one of the largest economic drivers in Florida, and it's especially crucial to the economy of my district. Unfortunately, the agriculture industry is often wrongly blamed for many of the problems facing Lake Okeechobee and its tributaries. Farmers and ranchers have done their part to reduce the nitrogen and phosphate runoff by prioritizing conservation and executing best management practices. I want to address a few proposals being considered by the board and how we can best support our farmers and ranchers while protecting our environment and water quality. Making grazing permits widely available for those seeking access to public land is a great way to promote sustainable beef production and appease our environmental interests. Managed rotational grazing has proven to keep underbrush under control and has positive environmental impacts on water quality by encouraging greater regrowth of grasses and better nutrient sequestration. That's early to say that word. The nutrients in managed grazing areas lessens the total nutrient load for other stakeholders in the district and improves water quality. I appreciate the district and the Army Corps of Engineers updating and utilizing the best available technology to manage water flows in and out of Lake Okeechobee. Entering a contract with a private entity to retrofit and automate water control structures in Glades County will positively impact those utilizing the lake for commercial and recreational purposes and will positively impact fish, wildlife, and aquatic plant species. Thank you again for your hard work and service to our district. As we continue managing the water resources we have here in South Florida, it is important to find a balance that will be beneficial to all stakeholders involved in protecting and improving our water resources. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I'm glad to be in Okeechobee.
Thank you, Ms. Marks, and thank Congressman Stubbe for us. Any more? We'll move to the next item on the agenda, and that's the any changes to the agenda.
No, Mr. Chairman.
We're now going to look for abstentions by board members. If there are any, I'm going to poll the board, and I'll start to my left with Mr. Butler. Ms. Meads?
None.
Mr. Martinez? None. Colonel Roman?
None.
I have none. Mr. Olipich?
None.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes, I have one. I'm abstaining from voting on consent agenda item 24, C44, Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Project, S401 Pump Station Control System Completion Project, Change Order 1. My company, Bergeron Land Development, Inc., was selected prior to my appointment as the prime contractor for the C44 Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Area Project.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, and we'll ask Mr. Steinle when he comes back. So we're going to consider approval of the minutes for the September 9th meeting and the tentative millage and budget hearings and the September 21st final millage and budget public hearing. Are there any board member changes to the minutes for the September 9th meeting and tentative millage and budget hearing and the September 21st final millage and budget public hearing? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and call that question and ask for a motion. Actually, I'm going to ask for a motion first.
Move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. And second by Mr. Martinez. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Mr. Bartlett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board. It's a pleasure for me to address you today. I only have a couple of items. Give you an update on LOSUM and the Corps' efforts with respect to the new manual. As I talked about last time, they are in the optimization process, and they have 7 optimization goals, recognizing the Seminole Tribe as a unique water supply entity, reducing stress on the Caloosahatchee, addressing lake levels above 17 feet, doing good or better performance than CC for water supply, flexibility for management at the lower portions of the lake schedule, sending water south, and addressing algae. Those were their 7 goals that they are targeting for optimization. Just yesterday, they posted a lot of model efforts around those 7 goals, almost 240,000 kind of batch runs and model speak on, trying to achieve all those types of things, to see the pull and push and tugs, if you do this, what happens over here, those kind of things. And so that was posted for use of the PDT. They will be having a PDT meeting on October 26th. Well, they will focus on some of those runs that achieve those 7 goals the best, and possibly, really circle around one type run that seems to, be basically a draft starting point for starting the manual. And so they'll have that PDT meeting on the 26th, and then on November 2nd, they'll say, this is our LOSUM plan for use to start crafting the manual, the language of the manual. And so that'll come out November 2nd. We have made our recommendations at a couple board meetings ago. We understand, they understand where we are. I would say that model runs are what they are. They're based on a 51-year period that happened before. This LOSUM manual will apply for the next 8 years, hopefully, when we get northern and southern storage more online and we can revisit the manual. But that's the important part. We got these next years. We don't know what the climate's going to be. We don't know what the weather's going to be, but we got to have the manual words right in order to give the water managers the ability to make the right decisions, right? For the health of the estuaries, health of the lake, health of the estuaries, and for water supply. A lot of goals there. And so there will be a model run published on November 2nd with sort of frameworks, but really focusing on the language. And that manual development will happen between that time and basically April, where they'll come out with their EI, environmental impact statement, and manual in April. And so there will be PDT meetings along the way during that time to look at language and have those kind of discussions with the Corps. So that's where they are on LOSUM. So circle your calendars for the PDT on October 26th and then November 2nd. Also, in Corps news, they did award the first contract for constructing of the EAA reservoir. That has been awarded. That is the inflow-outflow canal. So that project is now underway. I mean, they're not deployed yet, but the contract is awarded. Also, the Corps has awarded the C-23, C-24 stormwater treatment area contract for the construction of that stormwater treatment area. So while everyone knows all the projects that we are busily doing at the Water Management District, I want to make sure you are aware of what the Corps' efforts are when it comes to improving our infrastructure. So that's all the substantive things I have. I start a personal vacation tomorrow, and so I am going out to national parks in Wyoming, and hopefully there won't be cell reception, and so it will be for the next week. There might be snow. When you schedule your meetings after hurricane season, your options on warm weather are limited.
I won't ask you to tell us in public, but I need to know when you get back and what time.
What time? Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you. So that's all I have for you today, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Bartlett? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, looking forward to this, Ms. Pigman is going to give us a lesson on Okeechobee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Libby.
So it is my pleasure and honor today to talk to you guys about the history of Okeechobee. I'm a little nervous this morning because I take this responsibility very seriously. The history of Okeechobee is something that means a lot to a lot of people in this room and people watching, and I had a lot of help with gathering these materials, and so I hope you enjoy it. So the purpose of the slideshow is to talk about the history of Okeechobee as it relates to water management, and it's very significant in the area. But I'm also going to weave in kind of the story of multi-generations that have been with water management in the area. And I don't know if you guys have read A Land Remembered, but it is one of my favorite books, and it is very important in this community. It's actually required reading for the kids in middle school. So everybody in this area is very familiar with it, and if you haven't read it, I encourage you to. But as you recall, it's a multi-generational story that follows a family coming to Florida, settling here, and then making their fortune and living here and being Floridians in South Florida. So the photo that you're looking at here was taken in 1891. It's Taylor Creek at the Bend. And Taylor Creek, when you came in, if you came in from the east, is right where Burger King is. I know that's like not very auspicious, but that's where it is. And if you look south from Burger King, the creek takes a turn. And there's a bend there, and that's what it would have looked like before it was channelized, dredged, before development. And I found that photo, and I just thought, goodness, to have that photo from 1891 is pretty significant. And you're going to see Taylor Creek as the years go by, and it won't look the same. So this photo is from 1915. Incidentally, 1915 is the year that the city of Okeechobee received their charter. This photo is of commercial fishermen on Lake Okeechobee, and commercial fishing was a very, very important industry in Okeechobee at the time. The lake is the lifeblood of this community, and was and is to this day. This slide is of the building that you're in right now. And this is actually what this building looked like in 1925. And it's significant because, you know, when you look at this building, you think about what everything that this building has stood for over the years. And we're very proud in this community of how close it resembles to this day. It's actually kind of remarkable that, you know, it looks like not much different than it did in 1925, except for the cars and the construction. Okay. So this is a photo of when they were, the hurricane happened in 1928, and there was quite a bit of damage in the city of Okeechobee. Most of the wooden structures in the city were destroyed, and the hurricane, obviously, there was more significant amount of casualties south of the lake, but 22 people did die in the city of Okeechobee, and people, you know, it was a terrible event in this community as well. This is a photo from 1928, and this is actually of after the hurricane. President Hoover actually came through the city of Okeechobee, and the photo that you're looking at was taken from Flagler Park, and what stands there now is a CVS, but at the time this was called the Southland Hotel. And President Hoover came to Okeechobee and toured the area and saw the devastation that was caused by the 1928 hurricane. This is a photo of the locks at Taylor Creek. And remember this first photo that I showed you of Taylor Creek? This is what it looked like in 1934. So after President Hoover's visit, they started construction of hurricane gates to protect the area from flooding, and the construction of the dike began. And so this is Taylor Creek in 1934. So this is a photo in 1934 from the lakeside of the S-193 structure. And so you can see that is a pretty significant piece of engineering there for 1934. And I was talking to Rich Virgil when I did my presentation at the dry run, and he said that most of the infrastructure that was put in place in 1934 is actually still there. So if you look at that, that is pretty remarkable. This is a photo of a dredge working in the mouth of the Taylor Creek locks in 1935 as part of the work that for the S-193 structure. And these are workers in 1936 that were part of that construction crew. I want to go back to, I kind of am on a, there was a couple of photos that I wanted to have in here, but we'll go back. I want to show you something. So this photo was in 1925, and I want you to notice that the name of the contractor is Rogers and Duncanson. And remember that I told you I was going to weave in some stories about multi-generational family. So Mr. Duncanson was the contractor for this building that you're in right now. And he moved here in 1924 and became a contractor on this building. And this Mr. Duncanson is actually Mr. Butler's great-great-great-grandfather? Great. And then this photo, I want to go back to this one too. So I told you that commercial fishing is important in Okeechobee, but it was also important to Mr. Butler's family. In 1913, his other great-great-grandfather established the Osceola, let me make sure I got this right, Osceola Fisheries, I think was the name of it. And
watching, he's not going to be happy.
They started that business right here in Okeechobee, and that was how they made their living. And then his great-grandfather, at the age of 13, joined the business, and that became his livelihood. Was for the for him in his adulthood, he was a commercial fisherman. So now we get to 1947. And you guys are all familiar with what happened in 1947. There was a terrible flood. The stories that I have heard is that the city of Okeechobee, the roads in the city of Okeechobee were underwater for about 4 months. Going back, you guys have probably figured out that Mr. Butler, his family gave me a lot of assistance with preparing this, and his grandfather is a historian. He's 92 years old, and he sat down with me, and he remembers the 1947 hurricane vividly, and they had a grapefruit citrus grove that was completely destroyed because of the inundation in the area. So that was a very significant event for Okeechobee. So as a result of the flooding that occurred, a group of 300 people came together. It was a grassroots effort, and they met here in 1947, in October of 1947, right here in this room. And they talked about the terrible flooding that had happened and what caused that and how that could be prevented. And they recognized a need for a greater flood control system. And so they petitioned Congress, and you guys are familiar with the Crying Cow report. It is rumored that this photo is impetus for that Crying Cow report. So in 1947, they met here, they organized, and then they started lobbying Congress and the state legislature for the formation of the Central and Southern Flood Control District. And they were successful. So in 1950, there was a dedication of a flood control plaque and a celebration right here in this room. And downstairs, that plaque is still standing. If you go down the stairs right out front, the plaque is still there. And it was in 1950, they had a flood control celebration, and this is the governor and his wife unveiling the plaque. And then they had a barbecue downstairs 71 years ago, where we are going to be having a barbecue at lunchtime to celebrate. So it's quite historic, and so we're standing in these steps. And I also wanted to mention, going back to my multi-generational story, that the same man in 1915 that started out as a commercial fisherman in 1947 was Okeechobee's representative in the Florida House of Representatives, and that would be Ben's great-grandfather. And he was actually in the Florida legislature when the Florida legislature passed the flood control legislation that accompanied the Central and Southern Flood Control District, that established flood control district. So this is a photo of the flood control celebration in 1950, right where we're going to be today. And you can see that that was a really large and well-attended event. There was about, they said, they think there was around 20,000 people that came to this event, which you can imagine there was about 1,500 people living in Okeechobee at the time. So pretty significant. This is a barbecue, another picture of the barbecue that was held, and you can just see how many people were there, and that the Seminole Indians participated. This is a man that was cleaning fish at the barbecue, and the Seminole Indians also participated. We had a parade right down the middle of Main Street, and the Seminole Indians were in that, and it was a very large parade. And then this is a photo of Colonel Booth and Ava Velez. They actually, the last time there was the 9-county coalition meeting was Colonel Booth's very first day after the change of command, and they started where it began. And so we went down and took some photos that morning, and I wanted to make sure that got in there. So, and that's it. Any questions or comments?
Much, Libby. That gives me chills to see the amount of history that's in this building and to be part of this. That's a great education. Thank you. Anyone have any comments, questions for Libby?
This is live. Thank you, Libby. That was so wonderful. And the pictures especially speak 1,000 words. And I'm wondering if Mr. Butler isn't related to some of the people in Stewart, because I think his mother's name was Hendry with a D, and we have Hendrys in Stewart, so maybe he's never met one of his cousins.
Maybe. Now, I did want to say these presentations go through several iterations, and there were slides that were added with photos that didn't make it in the final one. But I forgot the part that I really wanted to tell you guys is that Ben's grandfather is like I told you, he was the person who really helped me with this presentation. He's 92 years old. And if you look right outside the door, there's a plaque with his photo on it from when the courtroom was actually named after him. This is the Judge William L. Hendry courtroom, and it was named after him in 2010 when the courthouse was refurbished. And Judge Hendry was the county attorney for County of Okeechobee for 21 years, and then he became a county court judge. And then he became a circuit court judge and was actually the chief circuit court judge here for many years. And he retired because of, term limits. But he is a very revered person in this community and a great historian. He wasn't able to be here with us today, but I really appreciate his assistance with helping me prepare this presentation. And it's a real legacy that Mr. Butler has, and it's a testament to his family that the person that started out as a commercial fisherman and, seining on Lake Okeechobee for fish would then father a person that became a legislator and then a circuit court judge who practiced right in this room. And today, Mr. Butler is here serving on the governing board. So it's a pretty neat legacy.
It is. Thanks, Libby, and thanks, Judge Henry, for sharing with you. That's wonderful.
I have a little comment.
Mr. Bergeron.
Well, it's certainly a great honor for me to be here today. There's a lot of my family history that started in Plant City back in the 1800s, and come into Okeechobee right after the turn of the century. Actually, my mother was born here in 1922. And my great-grandparents are in a cemetery in Bassinger right on Lake Kissimmee. So it's a great honor for me to be here. Interesting, all of this history, and you look at the East Coast with 6 million people and the West Coast with 3 million people, and you come just 50 miles into Okeechobee, and you have a whole different culture, heritage, roots, and identity. And it's a great history that you have here. Being able to maintain your culture here is extremely important, and obviously the agricultural community. But there's certainly a lot of history here.
Yes.
And it's interesting just coming 50 miles, how everything changes. So it's important for us as board members to be here and see what your community is all about, and so we can all into the future grow together. And I'm very, very honored to be here today.
Thanks, Mr. Bertrand. Well said. We're going to move now to a general public comment. Our first public comment period, if you're here to make a comment on a specific agenda item, the board and I kindly ask you to hold your comment until we reach that item on the agenda. Public comment for consent agenda items is item 12 on the agenda, and public comment for one discussion agenda item will be heard after the presentation. Just like when we're at headquarters, public comment is limited to 3 minutes. You'll see a timer somewhere on the screen in front of you and to both sides of you, and I appreciate you trying to keep to the 3 minutes. The comment period is for general comment, not related to any agenda item. And Rosie, I'll turn to you to see if there are any general public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have several. First, we have Joni Tomlin, and Ms. Tomlin provided some photos that I'll distribute to the board later this evening. Ms. Tomlin?
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joni Tomlin, and I'm a permanent resident here in the town of Okeechobee. My husband and I are nature photographers, and we moved specifically to this area because of all the incredible wildlife. I'm here to express my appreciation for district lands, and thank you for allowing the public to visit these lands. We love going to the local STAs, and we've been to Lakeside Ranch North and South 57 times in the last 2 years alone. Add to that the Taylor Creek STA and Nubbin Slough area, and that number is probably closer to 100. Having these spaces open and available to us during all of 2020 was probably what kept us sane during that incredibly challenging year. In May of 2019, we tracked a mama killdeer and happened to arrive the morning just after the chicks were born. In March of 2020, we were fortunate enough to see newborn sandhill crane chicks still sitting on mama's back. Both of these were once-in-a-lifetime experiences that I will cherish forever. In addition to all the commonly seen wading and songbirds, there are at least 3 active bald eagles' nests, one very close to the path, that are used every season, and one year there was even a great horned owl's nest. We have spied huge flocks of white pelicans, swallowtail kites, roseate spoonbills, American bitterns, snail kites, burrowing owls, scissor-tailed flycatchers. eBird observers have listed over 170 species of birds at Lakeside Ranch South alone. We have seen white-tailed deer, including young fawns and bucks with huge sets of antlers, wild hogs, raccoons, armadillos, coyotes, otters, bobcats, and once we spied an eastern spotted skunk. We have seen snakes, turtles, gopher tortoises, alligators, interesting spiders, beautiful butterflies, incredible sunrises, and every time we go, it's something different. It never disappoints, it always delights. In November of 2018, we started the Okeechobee Nature's Photographer Facebook page, and we now have over 1,000 members. I'm running out of time here, so I'm just going to say I'm a very visual person. I wanted to share some of our sightings with you, so you have the packet that will be in your minutes for later. I thank the South Florida Water Management District for this opportunity to share with you a little bit of what we've seen. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Tomlin.
Tomlin. Next, we have Yake Foytik, followed by Mark Perry, and then Newton Cook.
Good morning. Good morning. Jake Foytik with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. For those that I have not had the opportunity to meet, I have replaced Gary Ritter's former position with the Farm Bureau. I know that he was a constant commenter and real advocate for agriculture and water resource protection in the area. Just kind of wanted to introduce myself as a Florida Farm Bureau representative. We're here as the voice of agriculture in Florida. Agriculture in the district, and especially north of the lake, has been a constant source of groundwater recharge and storage for hundreds of years. Also, wildlife habitat, ranches and farms across this area provide an invaluable resource for wildlife habitat. Agriculture in the region and throughout the state has also done an excellent job highlighting best management practices through irrigation management, nutrient management, and water resource protection. So I just wanted to be here as a representative for the Voice of Agriculture and just highlight quickly a couple things that they're doing for water resource protection in the region. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Foytik. Mr. Perry, followed by Newton Cook.
Good morning, Governing Board. You know, the history is so valuable and important to us, and I hope that we all in future generations kind of take that history in and really, as Chairman Goss said, you know, to feel this when you're sitting here in this room, that history that was here. I have, along with others, a very brief history since 1957 here in Florida, but growing up over there in Stewart area, I remember what Mr. Olippish said about the Hendrys, and I went to school with a couple of Hendrys. Al Hendry and others were community leaders over there, so maybe there's cousins over there, who knows? But the history is important, and it's great to look at that, and the history is on all the coasts. And as Mr. Bergeron said, coming into this area, it's we're only a few miles from the coast, but we have very different cultures, and understanding those is very important for all of us, because the water is what's connecting us all. And the water connections that we have made or are natural to our areas are really connecting all of us here in Florida. So it's important for this board and other organizations to continue to try to get the water right and to try to keep it clean and making sure that we can sustain those water communities. The birds that were just mentioned, over 4,300 species of plants and animals in the Indian River Lagoon, and the biodiversity we have. It's really important to sustain all of these environments through the water that we manage. I do want to say thank you to Drew and his team for coming, presenting to the Rivers Coalition, 105 organizations in the Martin County area that on last month he helped us to understand about sending water south, so thank you, Drew, and your team. Also, the water quality in the estuaries and the northern estuaries is, as you know, is always fluctuating and dependent. Currently, there's a lot of rain and runoff that creates a lot of conditions in the estuary, but they're looking pretty good overall for the health of those systems. And of course, the planning going forward in LOSUM is on everybody's mind currently, and we appreciate the district's diligence and participation through the PDT and others to let's get that plan right, because as Drew said, it's going to be another 8 or 10 years before we have that opportunity again. But this is the time to let's get the plan right, let's get the water right, and it'll benefit everybody and let's enjoy our history and remember our history. When I came up here, I usually come to the county coalition meetings here up these stairs. I came in through the back, and the smell of that barbecue is like incredible. So thank you to Okeechobee for hosting that, and I look forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Our next public commenter is Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Ritter.
Pardon my vertigo. The walk, second shot in April, and I'm still walking like a drunk sailor. I can't come up here without saying something about Mike. I was privileged to sit next to him for a number of years at RAC. And like Ted Guy at the old Lake ORAC, you learn a lot from these people. All you got to do is just listen. You might not agree with them all the time, but you learn a lot. And I miss Mike because he's usually either in front of me or behind me for years. And we're going to all miss Mike. But what we're going to miss more than anything is his knowledge of the history. Because back in those days, we were doing the heavy lifting of what you're doing here today. You're about my fifth board. We were in big problems with big groups, legal, in court, all the time. That's what RAC was about, to keep the district out of court. So we're going to miss Mike. Now, just a week or so ago, I was asked to make a speech to the American Groundwater Association up in Orlando, and we had several people from the district up there too. They didn't want to hear what I had to say, because I told them saving Lake Okeechobee and maintaining a viable lake, healthy lake, at this point is a mission impossible. Because everything we're doing is making no progress towards having a healthy Lake Okeechobee. We picked CC for Lonesome. The Corps of Engineers' comment on CC was improvement in most areas except lake ecology. That's what we're working with. The lake's at 15.83 feet right now. We're killing what left of the SAV in the lake. Last year, we lost 75% of the SAV. We're down to a few thousand acres. If you don't have SAV, you don't have a clean lake. If you don't have a clean lake, all the water going south, all the water going out to Caloosahatchee, all the water going out to St. Lucie is dirty. And the lake is not even on the list when you go through these presentations. 500 tons of pure phosphorus goes into the lake right next to this town every year. That's tons of pure phosphorus. Anybody in the military will tell you a pound of pure phosphorus will pretty well take care of a whole neighborhood. Here's a bomb. The lake, we are not considering the lake enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Nyla Pipes, followed by Ritter, and then Suzanne Martin.
Good morning, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. You have to bear with me this morning because as I was driving over here from St. Lucie County, I prayed to God to find the words. I don't bring that up to be dramatic. I bring it up because not only are we honoring a great legend, one of those greats that we're all standing on the shoulders of, but we are mourning the death of the knowledge that the man who came before you every month and called you multiple times a month and sometimes multiple times a day, I'm sure, carried in his head. Mike Collins is somebody who has mentored me for years. One of those people who has donated so much time and so much love to our state, to our Everglades, to these communities. And he did not do that alone, much like your husband and your wife, all of your families. he had an army behind him too. I want to specifically thank Kim, his lovely wife, for all of her years of support as he came time and time again to donate his time to saving what we all hold dear. On that note, I want to say that people really matter, and I think it's appropriate that we are standing here in a historic courthouse talking about the history of Florida, the generational families that built this state. Flood control wasn't just for agriculture. Flood control was for economic development. Flood control was to protect our coastal cities that also flooded. We sometimes forget that what we're doing isn't just managing water, but you're managing the very lifeblood that allows people to prosper. Y'all are helping people pay for dance classes and stay on the very land that their ancestors generationally farmed. People are animals. Just like our sea turtles return to the same beaches that they were born on, we have a connection to our land. So as we discuss some really difficult things today, north of the lake, and the things that flow into Lake Okeechobee that very much deserves to be protected, I want you all to think about your words and the community you're in and the number of people standing behind me as I come to this microphone, just like all of you have people standing behind you as you do this work. I am blessed to know so many people sitting here in this courtroom, the historic courthouse, people whose families built this community and built this state. So, thank you very much, and God bless Mike Collins and all of you who have mentored and shared. We got to keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Gary Ritter is our next public commenter, followed by Suzanne Martin, and then Gil Smart.
Good morning. Gary Ritter, City Administrator for the great city of Okeechobee. Welcome. Before I get started, I have to echo Nyla's comments simply because Mike Collins, as with many of us, was a dear friend to me. And like Nyla said, mentored me in a lot of the issues that we're still faced with today. So he will definitely be dearly missed. As our mayor said, this is the real Florida. And I know what we have behind me are a lot of folks from the agricultural industry that are part of our heritage. And I'd like to bring to light for you all, if you notice the construction out on Flagler Park, in one of our parks out there, that is going to be in honor of part of our agricultural history. It's going to be a real-life cattle drive with bronze sculptures, real-life bronze sculptures. And that project is really a collaboration between stakeholders in this community, the City of Okeechobee, Main Street, and the Economic Council of Okeechobee. And in March, we're hoping that that will be completed and that you would come and visit our city and check it out, because it's really going to be an outstanding display of our heritage. Before I finish here, I want to talk a little bit about flood protection in the city of Okeechobee. Me more than anyone else appreciates the partnership between municipalities and local governments with the Water Management District and with our field station. Last Friday, we had roughly 3 to 4 inches of rainfall in a very short period of time. In the collaboration with the field station, really helped save our city from flooding. And it's that communication that's extremely important. And I can't give enough kudos to Bruce Chesser and all the guys at the field station. The other kudos go out that are kind of unsung heroes, and that's Suzanne Tremble and Gary Priest. They have worked diligently with the city in helping us get a lot of our stormwater issues in order, which is extremely important. And so those people are doing a yeoman's job. And again, the partnership between municipalities and local governments here is extremely important, and we appreciate all the work that you've done and staff has done to make that collaboration successful here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Suzanne Martin is our next public commenter, followed by Gil Smart and then Jim Hanley.
My name is Suzanne Martin, and I am the Executive Director of Anglers for Lake Okeechobee. I've attended many of these meetings and virtually, so it's good to be here in person today discussing the water issues that we're all facing, and especially with Lake Okeechobee. AFLO is a huge advocate for submerged aquatic vegetation, which is affected by Lake O's water levels. After years of living and fishing the lake, we know that the most optimal level that this lake operates at is 12.5 to 15 feet. If water levels get higher than that, vegetation dies due to the lack of sunlight, eliminating our natural filtration system and ecosystem for wildlife. However, in the same regard, lake levels that are too low don't serve us well either. It creates navigational issues for the anglers who visit us from all over the world, supporting our economies in the cities surrounding it. It is important that we take into account all of the issues. This is not a one-size-fits-all. It's a must that all stakeholders are heard so that we can all benefit while maintaining this great lake. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a voice for the Lakeside residents.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Gil Smart, followed by Jim Handley, and then Mr. Wes Williamson.
Morning, folks. I'm Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director with Friends of the Everglades, founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I assume you got the email I got yesterday from the Corps of Engineers stating that October 26th, there's going to be a LOSUM PDT meeting. We're going to get a first look at the Corps' modeling data, and we might get a glimpse of the optimized version of the preferred alternative lake schedule. It's the moment everybody's been waiting with bated breath, and a lot of people have itchy trigger fingers as well. You've certainly seen that some stakeholders have suggested they might sue, depending on what this looks like. Of course, in an unrelated, kind of related matter, the sugar industry has already sued the Army Corps of Engineers, perhaps in an attempt to maybe work the referees on the LOSUM issue a little bit. They say that a good compromise leaves everybody angry, but it's been interesting to hear some of the stakeholders in this process suggest that they shouldn't be asked to shoulder any of the adversity whatsoever. They shouldn't be asked to shoulder any of the uncertainty that the people on the coast have to deal with each and every single year. Other stakeholders have very legitimate concerns. We've been hearing it today about the lake. Unfortunately, the subtext of all these comments is that the estuaries should just suck it up and take the pain like they always have done. There's little doubt with the new LOSUM plan the estuaries will once again be asked to shoulder more of the burden than they should have to. In that way, LOSUM is almost guaranteed to be inequitable. But there is something you can do to make it more equitable. If the South Florida Water Management District were to prioritize sending more water south through the STAs every year, LOSUM could be more beneficial to both coasts. If the lake water could find some space in the STAs, rather than, there's no room at the end, it's been shouldered aside for local basin runoff all the time. It would in fact create a situation where more of the adversity would be shared, where we would have a more equitable outcome. And that, after all, is the goal of the LOSUM process, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Jim Hanley.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you just a few minutes. I'm Jim Hanley. I'm the Executive Vice President with the Florida Cattlemen's Association. We're an 87-year-old organization comprised of ranchers and farmers throughout the state of Florida. Our headquarters are in Kissimmee on the top side of the Kissimmee River and the chain of lakes. But I'm here just to thank you all for your service. We know that it's a pretty difficult duty with the decisions that come before you, and we want to extend a hand of partnership and let you know that we want to be a part of your team. You have an outstanding team of over 1,400 employees. You have a tremendous responsibility over the footprint of property that you have to say grace over. We think that we can offer some continued assistance. We have had cattle grazing in the state of Florida for 500 years. You happen to be in Okeechobee County, which is a tremendously strong cattle county, both in beef cattle and in dairy. We have a tremendous amount of experiential knowledge in managing land. We think that we can help you all reduce what it costs you to manage your property, and applaud your giving us the opportunity to graze and continue to graze some of the district's held lands. It's a compatible use that we believe really will benefit the public, and we ask that you would continue to do that. But thank you so much for your service, and we're going to continue to try to support anything we can do to heighten our care of the environment and take care of our water resources and our land resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Our final comment card is from Mr. Wes Williamson.
Good morning and welcome to Okeechobee. I think I got to see most of you all last night or this morning, but you all know I've been lobbying that I think y'all need to have one of these meetings here a year, so I'm still lobbying for that. But I'm here speaking this morning on behalf of the Florida Cattlemen's Association that Jim Hanley just spoke of. I was past president of that. But I want to start out by just thanking each and every one of you all. My dad was on the board for 8 years, 2 years as chairperson, and so I know secondhand, Ben, the unbelievable dedication and thankless jobs that you all have, and I just appreciate it. It's unbelievable to me when I witnessed how much homework he had to do and how many people that called and complained, and every once in a while you get somebody call and say, good job. But you all are dealing with some of the same issues today that they were dealing with back in the 90s. You know, it's water quantity and water quality. The cattlemen, Florida cattlemen, I think we're here to help with that. Our gates are open. Some of you all have already been on some cattle ranches. They're always open. It's finally getting to the fall of the year, and so the weather's a little nicer. We'd love for you all to come out and look at the wildlife. The cows are calving. It's just an awesome place to be to see that. But we're here to help. A lot of us have done a lot of work analyzing phosphorus. You all know that our ranch does a phosphorus budget, measures phosphorus in, phosphorus out. We'll do that every single year. Most years we have a negative phosphorus budget. In other words, we export more phosphorus than what we import. But we look forward to working with you all. 500 years cattle have been here. This is where the first cattle, as Jim Hanley said, came to North America 500 years ago. The generations that we have here, I'm a third generation cattle rancher. We've got fourth and fifth generation on the ranch now, but a lot of these other ranches are sixth, seventh, eighth generations that their families have been here. And Mr. Bergeron, I think you referred to some of that history and culture and different things over here, and we want to preserve that. We want to continue that and hand it on. My wife and I have 7 grandkids, and I'm telling you, we want to hand off whatever we have to them in at least as good a shape as it is, or maybe better. And so we're here to help. We're here to talk with you all. We're here to listen also. I've been blessed enough to be in business with my granddad, with my dad, who's 91 years old. And I've been blessed enough to ride horse with him and my son, my daughter, and my grandkids. And it's just an awesome blessing, and I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful to you all for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson, and thank you all for your comments. Before we move to board member comment, I'd like to point out to those who are here and those who aren't here that we have the future farmers of America. We've got a bunch of y'all standing in the back. I just want to welcome you and say thank you for hosting us. And if there's anything you want to say, please feel free. Now's a good time. Okay, to say hi, and hopefully we'll see you all at lunch. I was negligent earlier when I was pointing out elected officials and others. Mr. Adam Blaylock is in the room with the DEP, and Chris Pettit. I don't know if you're here, but I know you're going to be here later, so I just wanted to point out that they're here from DEP and FDAX. Mr. Steinley, do you have any abstentions?
I don't.
Thank you. So that's for the record. We'll clear that up, and now we'll go to a board member comment, and we'll start with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of the FFA members, I got one little special one back there, the short one. Came to join us. Hannah's here today, so appreciate Miss Williamson bringing her out. Begin with a couple thank yous. Begin with a selfish comment. This is neat. Libby went a little too far, but want to thank the Board of County Commissioners moving their meeting to be able to allow us to do this today. Clerk of Court, Okeechobee Clerk of Court, appreciate y'all helping to live stream this and get all the IT worked out. I know it took some work. Okeechobee Economic Council for hosting us last night. That was special to get to see the old bank building, and that was a special event. Sean, your staff. I've been somewhat involved in helping to prepare for the meeting today. I sit on vice president of our local Farm Bureau board, and we're cooking dinner. And but Sean, Rosie, Yvette, Gina, Angie, y'all put a lot of work. It would be very easy to leave this meeting or not leave Palm Beach for this meeting, but to take this show on the road, and it's literally a show with all the work they put into making this happen. Y'all done a great job. Thank you. Sean, you got a good crew. Drew, you got a good crew.
I know.
Uh-huh. Be proud of it. You put together a pretty good team. Ms. Reynolds, appreciate your work on furthering your understanding on NEEP. And got to spend a little time with her out at the farm last week, and we had some great discussions. And, she's really taken a deep dive into this. I look forward to the presentation discussion later on today. But I appreciate you, all the work you're putting into it. A couple things yesterday. I really didn't have anything else to say or that I was going to say today, but we got the email from the Army Corps about 1 o'clock yesterday with the data dump. 36 megabytes, 36 meg, I don't know. A lot of data. It's going to take some time to interpret it. And then, of course, with the passing of Mr. Collins. I've only known Mr. Collins for 2 years. But in that time, I realized it's somebody to listen to. He's left a lasting impression on me, and obviously a lot of other people. But with that loathsome data dump, I think we're we realize we're getting to the end. And a little disappointed I didn't see Paul Gray today. Paul Gray's right there. I thought Paul was going to jump up and speak, but I'm going to speak for Paul. Okay, you're going to speak later? Okay, you got to wait for the agenda item. Okay.
Let's not do that again.
Well, Paul called me. He obviously had something to talk about yesterday, and I was just kind of running off, and so I started talking before Paul could talk. And he said, "Well, Ben, you kind of said what I was going to say. There's no need in me for coming today." I said, "Well, Paul, you get to speak before I do." I wasn't thinking about the agenda item, but we've kind of got the guardrails on Lonesome, and it looks like we've got more work to do. Lake ecology is going to suffer. There's just no way around it. We're not going to have the SAV if we reach some of these water levels, and we've seen it. We're going to have more unwanted discharges, Lake O discharges to the estuaries. There's no way around it. I mean, it's going to be there. Losome's not going to fix it. We've got SERP, C44, 43, A2, EAA, and Northern Storage. When I say SERP, my frame of reference, I talk about Northern SERP. Ronnie, you got the Southern SERP covered. We've still got more work to do. Building on Mike's legacy and what Mike was a part, as several others in this room were a part of WERDA 2000, SERP, and helping to get that going. SERP's not going to solve completely lake ecology. It's not going to solve unwanted estuary discharges. I think it is time for us to start taking the next step. As a governing board team, we've got 2 years of experience. We've learned, we've seen, we have the stakeholder input, and before we lose any of this vast knowledge, I think it's time for us to start planning for the next step, to put a bow on this project, whether that's SERP 2.0, whether it's whatever you call it. And I was hoping to get to visit with Mike. And I look forward to visiting with other people to see what it took to take that next step. I don't know. I was in college back then. I was a young. But I think that it's time for us to start planning today how we put a bow on, let's get rid of all of the unwanted discharges to the estuaries, and let's take care of the lake ecology. We've got a U.S. study that was done in 2015. Maybe we need to work on getting that updated. We've got a lot of good information out there, but I just challenge us to start looking at it. One of the comments that I've shared with Drew and maybe another one earlier this week is the term of a BHAG. Anybody read the book? It's by Jim Collins, Good to Great. I don't know if any of you have read that book, but he talks about the term BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal. I just shared with Drew my big, hairy, audacious goal is 1 million acre-feet of storage, North Lake Okeechobee, and 400 metric ton removed from the system. Now, whether those numbers are correct, we can debate those numbers. I just picked those numbers because of just my experiences and where I think we're about where we're at. But I think it's time for us to develop a BHAG, to take the next step, to plan so that the next governing board beyond us can get it constructed and get it finished, just like we're able to get CERT constructed and get CERT finished. So that's my challenge to our group, my comments for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Ms. Means?
So I just wanted to say a couple of things about Mike Collins. Around Alamorada, that's my home base and Mike Collins' home base. And Mike has always been best known there as a fishing guide. And the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association has long been so involved in trying to save the bay and the Everglades, and Mike has a long, deep history in my community. I don't have a deep history. I've only been there for over a decade, but Mike had been there for a long time and deeply ingrained with deep roots. And goodbye, Hannah Butler. Good to see you, Hannah. And And the fishing guides, the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association, in the 80s, he was even the commodore of that organization for a couple of years. And so our community will miss Mike. It certainly was a shock to us and to his family, to his wife Kim and family. We wish them well. So this community, now about this community, I love this community, and I hope you weren't behind me this morning when I was driving in, because I drove down from, or I drove up from the Keys to Orlando. I drove down from Orlando, and I'm in this big black Yukon, and if you were behind me, you know it was me, because I would go like 76 miles an hour, and then I'd go like 40, and it's because as I drive along, and I'm by myself, and it's early in the morning, and I get into Okeechobee County, and I'm just like going, oh man, look at that, you know, the sun's coming up, I'm in Okeechobee. So beautiful, right? It is the most beautiful place in the world, this place of beautiful green and animals everywhere, and I'm going, oh, look, that farm's for sale. Then I think, oh, I could just pull over for a second, but I thought, oh, I'll come back another time. But it is the most incredible, and much like the community that I grew up in, because I'm not a city person. I'm a county, you know, I'm a southern small town person. And in my hometown, if you lose a tree on any given day, like a weekend, storm comes and blows a tree down, it's nothing. To have a stranger in a truck pull up in front of your house and reach into the back of their truck and get their chainsaw and help you cut up the tree and help you stack it and split it and have coffee with you. And that's what I believe this community is. This is the most incredible community. I just love it here. Thank you for hosting us and having us, and we really care about you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meeks. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. First of all, Chauncey, thank you for taking our meetings and doing this roadshow. It's really important, and I'm glad we're doing this. It gives a chance for those people that are not able to drive all the way to West Palm all the time, be able to come out here and tell us what they think and the job that we're doing. And I know we're going to be, I think in December, we're going to be down in my neck of the woods in Miami, and hopefully we can equal the job that you all have done. Sorry I wasn't able to make it last night to the cocktail, but it was my 31st year anniversary, and so I got to keep the lady, my wife, happy, and so I stayed home. But I missed not being with you all last night. But most importantly, what I've really enjoyed is to know that my fellow board member is royalty here in Okeechobee. I have the pleasure to come to Okeechobee from time to time. My uncle has a farm here in Okeechobee, and we come from time to time to spend a weekend. So I am trying to find a way to create a fake driver's license that says my name is Charlie Butler, in case I get stopped by anybody. Or maybe get free food when I go somewhere or whatever, I don't know. But I have a feeling there's a lot of perks with that last name. But it's been really, really cool, Ben, to find out the history of your family here. And so congratulations. And last, of course, Mike Collins. Met him at the first meeting that I came, sat down at lunch when we broke for lunch and got to know him. And at the last meeting in West Palm, we had even talked that I would go drive down from Miami and we were going to try to go fishing to do it. What a wealth of knowledge. You know, when we have issues come before us a lot of times and we hear from the public and we hear from staff, you know, honestly, a lot of times I was waiting for Mike to come up because he would like shed a lot of light and clear things up in my head and the way he would explain it. And so he will be sorely missed. But I think at the same time, and I was talking to Ben about this, you know, it kind of makes us all realize how fragile life is and how short it is. And so my takeaway is, and I guess it's Mike's way of telling us, fight the good fight. Everybody's out here doing what they think is right. But while you fight that good fight, maintain respect and be good to one another. Be kind to one another. We don't have to vilify one side or the other in order to get our point across. And at least I can tell you, and I've gotten to know all these folks up here, we're going to do what we think is right for as many people as possible. We're never going to be able to make everybody happy. But I guarantee you we're going to do what we think is right for all. So, again, Mike, you will be sorely missed.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's wonderful to be in Okeechobee today, and it's certainly an honor to be in this historical club courthouse. I see so many familiar faces in the audience also. I haven't been a stranger here, and you've been very generous with your time to host me here on several of your ranches and to help educate me as a board member. And I want to really thank you for that, because water and people are interconnected. And it's very important that, for me, that I understand the issues that confront you and confront this board in as much detail as I can. And I've made myself available to do that, but you've also made yourself available to do that, and I want to thank you for your generosity and your time. And it's certainly an honor to be here today. One of the public speakers, I think her name was Miss Tomlin, she spoke about the nature. And I'd like to highlight that and for you today, because I drove over from the West Coast. I have a lot of early mornings driving from the West Coast to Okeechobee. Today was not the exception, and it was absolutely beautiful. And there were karakara on the side of Route 70 that I couldn't stop and take a picture of because there's no way to get off of the edge of Route 70. But the karakara were out this morning. The sunrise was absolutely beautiful. They're always different. They're always incredible. And depending on the time of year that I'm driving over, the fog is different coming off the land, and it's just beautiful. The combination is always unique, and it's always wonderful to see. Not to mention the cows, and as those of you who know me, I'm a sucker for cows, especially the little ones, and it's always great to see. So I really, really appreciate the fact that I could be here today. I was going around the city of Marco Island yesterday, and someone had read an article that I had written about some of the work that the South Florida Water Management District board has been doing and the district has been doing. And they chose to share with me the fact that they left Marco Island to drive over to Okeechobee to the cattle auction because they had read that they had the best hamburgers around. Now, think about that for a minute. They drove from Marco Island over here to have a hamburger and drive back. So you're getting yourselves noted in the coastal communities, maybe not just for hamburgers, but when they come and they drive over here, they see the beautiful country and they meet the wonderful people who live here. So I think that that's really important too. The other thing I have to share with the board today is I wanted to get a better understanding of the eastern part of the system. You know, we talk about LOSUM, we talk about all these impacts to water, and I really haven't been as familiar as I would like to be with the eastern part of the system. If you'll recall, Mike Connor, the Indian River keeper, back in, I think it was 2019 or right before COVID or at the beginning of COVID, he invited each of us to come over and to go with him out into the Indian River Lagoon. Well, I had the opportunity to do that last week, and I was able to spend some time in Martin County and St. Lucie County and go out with Mike Connor, who's the executive director of the Indian River Keeper, and actually go out on the St. Lucie actually take a look at where Lake Okeechobee water comes into the St. Lucie River, go out to the Indian River Lagoon and the crossroads, learn more about the Sailfish Point that Ms. Thurlow-Lipich talks about often in some of our comments, and really get a wonderful understanding of the issues. And when you're on a boat with somebody for 8 hours, and we also were joined by the Vice Mayor of the City of Stuart, and also county and city officials. When you're out there a full day on a boat with no place to go but to be there, right, the discussions that you can have are absolutely fabulous, and they cover the territory. And then you can actually stop and sample the water. We did salinity samples. We did various things out there that helped broaden my understanding of all of the issues on the eastern part of the system. And I want to thank everyone who invited me and hosted me that day for that visit, and I really appreciate that. And in St. Lucie County, I was able to visit Adams Ranch with Mike Adams. And it's an incredible ranch, but different in its own unique way to the ranches that I've been on, you know, here in Okeechobee. The geography is different. And so there were more hardwood hammocks, and it was just absolutely beautiful, artesian springs and wells, and it was just a different landscape. But still so old Florida and so beautiful. It was pristine in its feeling and a sense of calm that I had when I was out there. And Mike was really generous with his time, and I want to give him a shout out as well. And of course, those young calves that you were talking about, they were running all over the place, and that was a great time too, not to mention all of the wildlife that I was able to see. So I want to thank Mike Adams for that time that he spent to me. And then to make my trip, you know, orientation worthwhile, I went to 10 Mile Creek. Wow. And I looked at our restoration project there, and I had a discussion about the STA and the various things there. So I really appreciate the visits, and I appreciate the fact that you are so willing, each of you are so willing to spend your time with me. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Colonel Roman. Ms. Thurlow-Lipich.
Thank you very much. Colonel Roman, thank you for visiting the Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie River.
It was my pleasure, Jackie, and I
That's
didn't look you up, but
No.
I was in your backyard for sure.
Yes. Thank you very much. I wanted to say thank you to the Economic Council last night for a wonderful evening, welcoming us to the city of Okeechobee. And it's, for those of you who weren't there, it was in a historic bank. And you would not believe this place. It's like a museum. And I believe it's, do you pronounce it Culbreths? The Culbreths had put this together over the years, and it's private, so not everybody gets to go inside. And it was a real honor to be inside. I went in and was like reading little things in the very back, you know, and they had like documents from 1916 when they first started the railroad, and it was just fascinating to me. My mother is a historian, so I love history. And I love being in Okeechobee, and I loved last night. I wanted to thank Brandon Tucker for being such a gracious speaker last night, and he served in my position before I was put in this position. And Kevin Powers is also here today, who served in my position before I was put in this position. When my mother saw that I was coming to Okeechobee again, she said, "Jackie, have you taken out that book?" And I was like, "What book?" And she said, "That book that I gave you a while back." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you know, I think I read that book a long time ago." And the name of the book is Strolling Down Country Roads, Okeechobee County. And one of the authors of this book is Betty Chandler Williamson. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, I read that book and I went out on that ranch And I bet I didn't put two and two together. That's his mother. And she's like the first lady of Okeechobee. And it is, and then I was like, okay, Chandler. Didn't I meet Monrad Chandler? You know, and you start catching these names. And when you read the first part of this book that was put together, it says, Okeechobee County, settled for little more than 100 years, still boast a pioneer spirit that does not exist in many parts of our nation. And I think that says it all right there. You know, this place is special. It is. And my mom is a fifth-generation Floridian. My father moved here in 1952 with his family, and we went towards the coast. So I often wonder what would have happened if I stayed on my mother's side, which were farmers in Madison, in the Panhandle, close, you know, to Tallahassee in Florida. And last week, Rick Hartman, he's in the back there, who is friends with my mother, who leases lands and has other endeavors with the South Florida Water Management District, called me up and he said, Jackie, I'd like to show you what I've done to the lands since the last time that you were out there, which was about 2 years ago. So sure enough, I went out there and they had removed almost 100, I think like 87 piles of Brazilian pepper. You know, so they had pushed it. I learned that's a word. You push it, and then you put it in these piles, and then you get a permit, and you burn it up. And by the way, the South Florida Water Management District is too strict with that burn. They make you stop at 2 o'clock. You should be able to go longer. So, but the point is, and the truth is that sometimes I have not been brought up to think this way in my coastal community background, but the ranchers do more for the environment than almost anything else. They can take care of the environment. They can improve the environment. Yes, there is cattle on the land, but hopefully it's not so many cattle that it's going to put so much phosphorus into the system. And I know that Mr. Collins, Steve Collins, controls that. And like Colonel Roman was saying, and also Ms. Taylor earlier, and this happened for me when I went on these trips here in Okeechobee, the wildlife is incredible. The wildlife is incredible. God's creatures all over. God's creatures all over. It's fantastic. Nonetheless, when you go to page 150 in this book, Mrs. Williamson, as a non-scientific person, talks about what happened in 1987 with the swim program and the dairy buyout that happened in the 1980s and 1990s. And I have to tell you, I didn't remember it. I didn't remember it, and this is what my mother wanted me to read. And so the point for me was that I know sometimes we all kind of feel like it's Groundhog Day, you know, like we're talking about the same things over and over again. They have been through this fight, you know, they have been through this fight. I think it was it 19 dairies were removed from 47 in Okeechobee? I mean, it's a big deal, and it was done to try to lower the phosphorus levels. So here we are again, and we're trying to do exactly the same thing. You know, we're trying to do the exact same thing with the BMAPs and everything. Our goals are correct. Our goals are correct. The issue is that the only way we can fix it is something that is happening today, number 30, which Jennifer Reynolds will be talking about. And I have been carrying around this longleaf pine triangle for about 1.5 years now. And I call it the triangle. And basically, we all know that under Florida statutes, you've got the 3 agencies that have to cooperate under Florida statutes for water quality in the state of Florida. FDEP at the top, FDACS, in the South Florida Water Management District. And I'm really looking forward today because when I reread the book that my mother asked me to read, that just didn't hit me the first time, I had forgotten how much this community has already been through. But my community and the Caloosahatchee community has gone through difficult times too, with the unbelievable algae blooms of 2016 and 2018 and 2013. And those have been around for a long time. They've just gotten worse. I know that together with the triangle, we can make it better. And I promise to you to stop blaming if I have ever blamed you for anything. Because I know the coast, we have our own blame ourselves with our septic tanks and with our fertilizers, of which I haven't fertilized since 2008. But I do pray that we can speak and communicate together in that triangle and stay together no matter who's on this board, to make the dream come true that Lake Okeechobee will be healthier and the St. Lucie River will be healthier and the Caloosahatchee will be healthier and the waters going down to Florida Bay will be healthier. And Ben, I'm in there with you. If you want to tie a bow on it, if you want to come up with a reservoir, that might be controversial, but if you're in charge, it might happen. But I mean, I'm with you, but I don't want to be participating anymore in Groundhog Day or blaming or fighting. I want the triangle to try to really bring us together. So God bless you. Thank you so much. And God bless Michael Collins.
Thanks, Ms. Olovich. Mr. Steinley. Always hard to follow, Jackie. And yeah, and I'm glad I'm not behind you, too. I was thinking as everybody talks about Mike, it seems like it's a strange and cruel reality that that we really seem to lose people who have the most impact on our lives the soonest, right? And I only benefited from Mike's counsel for 2 years, but we shared a special connection in terms of our passion for fishing and the fact that he has lived had lived such a great life fishing throughout South Florida and sharing his passion about that. And more importantly, from a position on this board, just his legacy of knowledge and understanding of all the issues. So as Nyla said, we stand on the shoulders of Mike and men like him, a couple, and ladies like him. A couple things that I've been working on over the past month in Palm Beach County. Good news, Loxahatchee River Restoration Project has been listed on the IDS. Good news, but we all know that those are, doesn't bring us any closer to completion. It just starts that process, which is sometimes long. So district is going to be starting on the design for Flowway 3 next year, which is sort of the connection to the north part of the river. In 2023, we're starting to look at the Flowway 2, which is the C18 Mecca Reservoir. The storage delivery component of that project is key. It's what helps us address the MFL and deliver water when it's needed. We have consistently had issues at the end of the dry season in terms of trying to accommodate, trying to manage for the MFL, but we also understand, and district understands, and is willing to work in partnership with local folks who are trying to explore other options to the Mecca Reservoir. If we can find something that's more effective, and less costly, that's an option. If we can optimize what we already have planned, that's an option too. But the key objective with Loxahatchee, with so many of these projects on the IDS, is to keep them moving and to expedite. So for folks who are looking to optimize or participate in that optimization, time is of the essence. We're also working and will continue to work with the city of West Palm Beach, who's such an important partner in the delivery of water right now before the project to the Loxahatchee through Grassy Waters Preserve. The other thing, water supply, I've mentioned this a couple times. West Palm Beach, again, one of the few water providers to rely on surface water. District continues to look for ways to partner with the city of West Palm and others who rely on surface water, where the issue is now just as much quality of that water as it is supply quantity of that water, as we have more and more issues with lake-delivered water and basin-delivered water in terms of nutrients. Those surface water recipients, we need to help them provide better ways to handle those constraints, to be proactive in terms of adjusting for those constraints, building new systems, just taking a whole different perspective. Because these consumptive use permits, we all know, are 10 plus years old. They last. Things change much more quickly than that. So we're waiting on modeling from the city, and we are actively participating and want to actively participate to improve that situation. Last comment is, obviously we have, isn't it strange that most of the cattle leasing items are in the Okeechobee meeting? So I think this is a great example of terrific public-private partnerships. These are lands that the district would have to be paying for to maintain, to address the exotic growth, and this is a way to not just avoid expenses, collect a modest income, but most importantly, to help support the Florida heritage of ranching. So these all look like that process and the cattle leasing that district engages in is to me such a good example of a partnership we have with a community that has such strong roots in the state of Florida that unfortunately many people aren't able to see as often for us on the coast, but certainly should visit. So thank you all for hosting us here. Last night was terrific, and look forward to the meeting today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, thank you. First, I want to thank Okeechobee for hosting us last night. It was wonderful to spend time with all of you and the culture and the heritage and the roots and the identity of Okeechobee. And it was a great honor for me because my family grew up here in Okeechobee. Interesting enough, about 15 years ago, I drove into a trailer park right by Taylor Creek, where my family lived back at the turn of the century. And it was, when I drove into the center of it, they had left the little fish house of my grandfather, which was quite a memory because I can remember being there myself. So I've had my parents, my mother born here and my great-grandparents buried here. So you're very blessed to still have your culture, your heritage, your roots, your identity. And I think it's important that we come here and other parts of the state. And matter of fact, I have to compliment our governor, because when you look at this board, and I will say you have a very strong voice with Mr. Butler here, taking into consideration your concerns. But our governor has appointed a board that's on every river, in the Keys, in the Everglades, where I was born in a gator cave. He's Dade County, Broward County, there's a total representation of South Florida, 16 counties and 9 million people that relies on this district for water supply, flood protection, and the environment. So there's a quality of life for future generations. And going back to this community, I want to compliment all the ranchers that have managed their land and protected a lot of God's landscaping because you love the land. And your heritage here is extremely important. So as we continue to go forward, it's not all about me, or I, it's all about we, together, as we proceed forward with the largest restoration, environmental restoration in the history of the world. And we're going to do it together. And you know, we're 20 years into this. And I remember being at the ribbon cutting 20 years ago for the first project. And when these agreements were signed. And we have a long ways to go. But I will tell you that I could never be so proud of our governor and what he's done to move forward. Give us the opportunity. And I want to say the same thing to all the stakeholders. Whether you live here in Okeechobee or you live on the rivers or the Tri-County area where there's 6 million people, or the West Coast where there's 3 million people. We're going to do this. And one example that I've always used is, you know, you go back to 1948, 49, when these lines were drawn to provide flood protection, because a lot of these families in this room, even my family, we lived here prior to flood protection, and we lived with the elements of nature. But when that line was drawn, and we're pumping half the Everglades on top of the half we chose to save, with half the area, the bathtub's half the size, and we still get 52 to 60 inches of rain a year. That's why we have to continue to build these reservoirs to store the water that laid on the half where we live today for water supply and compatible water levels to the environment, from Boggy Creek through the Kissimmee River floodplains across the lake, through the Central Everglades, into Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. Reestablish that connection. Modified water delivery. And we're on a great path. And due to the leadership of this board and our staff, we're even evaluating every barrier that's stopping that water from moving south where it naturally moved before man compartmentalized the system, which gives relief to our rivers where we're dumping quantities of water greater than natural, affecting our estuaries. This is a huge undertaking. And all of us together, and I got to compliment the board and compliment our staff and compliment all the stakeholders, is it's all about we, and it's all about the global system. Because without the northern Everglades or the lake or the central or southern, it won't work. So I apologize for being so long-winded, but I do believe that we can succeed. And future generations, the most important resource on the planet, water. For us to have economical growth and jobs, which are important too, in the right areas. And there's certain areas in Florida that's extremely important that has to be preserved. So we have those resources and a quality of life with growth in jobs. And that's what this is all about. And I can't tell you how honored I am to be here and try to be a voice with my fellow board members and making sure, because I love this state. My family's been here all the way back into the 1800s, just like a lot of families I see here. And we have great love for this state. And we're going to continue to work with all of you. And the American dream is still alive, and God bless America and all of you. And long live the Everglades.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bergeron. You're right, Mr. Steinley. It's a tough act to follow, always, no matter who we have. I want to correct the record really quickly, Charlie. You said thank you to me for bringing us to Okeechobee. I deserve no thanks whatsoever, but there are many people in this room who do, and I want to make sure that they're recognized. The road shows, I think, are really important, and it's for us, it's a double-edged sword. It's nice to get out of Palm Beach, but I recognize for the governing board, we just sort of swoop in and have a meeting, and it's easy. But I know it's not easy. And Rosie, I want to thank you as clerk for putting all this together. I know it's a tremendous amount of work, and Sean, your staff, and everyone else's staff, the IT staff. I mean, everyone does a tremendous job. So this isn't easy, but I think it's worth it because this is such a beautiful part of the state, and we would not see it otherwise except driving through generally or just having a quick trip. Now we get to spend a little bit of time with you. I want to thank Brandon Tucker for last night, Mr. Colbreth for last night. That was really special to be able to see that building and to be able to spend some time with people from Okeechobee because we don't normally get to do that. So I think the road shows, I know, as I said, it's a double-edged sword, but they are going to continue. We are going to be in Miami. I think we're actually going to be in my neck of the woods in the spring, so just be prepared for traffic, but we'll deal with that. Ben, thank you so much for all you've done. You and your family. You've really opened your arms to us here, and we really appreciate it, and you've been an incredibly gracious host. I'd like to thank the Florida Cattlemen. I had a chance to hang out a little bit earlier with them earlier this week with Cliff Coddington, who is their new president, with my friend Gene Lawless, who I see there, with Mr. Handley, who's back there, and Benita Whalen. And I just want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to educate me on what goes on. And it's how you manage land and what you all do on a daily basis. It's phenomenal, and I think you have the best jobs in the world, honestly. It is so pretty to be out there. This is a segue that's not very good, but something that wasn't as pretty. I went to D.C. last week, and it was, I'd like to say it's functioning, but it's not. And the reason I say that is because we've spent a lot of time talking about LOSM, and I think we should rightfully be talking about LOSM, but we sort of lost, normally this time of year we're starting to look at numbers and budgets and try and figure out how much money we're going to have for next year and how much the federal government's going to give us. And we're working with some of the delegation up there and working with OMB, and it's not as easy this year because they just don't know. There's just a huge amount of disarray. So it was a worthwhile trip in many ways that I got to go and see it. And the good news really is that any of the staff that we talked to are really spun up on what's going on and the work we're doing. I don't know if that's always been true or not, but I was impressed with the staff's knowledge in the Senate and the House. And on the executive side, people are asking really good questions that shows they're paying attention, which shows that someone's doing our representatives are doing a great job making sure our issues are known and how important restoring America's Everglades are. So that gave me a lot of encouragement, if the city itself didn't. So now we're going to go on to the next agenda item, And let's see, is there any board member who wants to move consent item to discussion? Is there any public comment on consent?
One, Mr. Chairman, Mark Perry.
Mark Perry, Oceanographic. Just a couple of quick things on, particularly on item 14 and 14A, B, and C. These are all the continuation of cattle leasing on the different groups. I call attention to that initial paragraph and background that really make sure that we, keep the water quality on these leased areas as best as possible by not using fertilizers and optimizing the water storage in accordance with the dispersed water management plans, and also requiring stringent best management practices on these sites. And lastly, also to make sure that these sites become available because many of them are used in the restoration efforts, like the C23-24 site, even up in the Upper Kissimmee. There are 9 of these leases altogether that you're considering under here, and continuing them is, as mentioned earlier, is a good practice if they're not going to be utilized for the restoration efforts. But when they become available to do that, let's make sure we recognize that. So that's pretty much that comment on the other. I see that C44 is there to acknowledge doing some pump stations. We're anxious to look forward to that project. Actually turning the water on. We were out there with Senator Rubio last month and standing on top of that berm and looking out over that huge reservoir. It'll be interesting to see that water start flowing in at 1100 CFS and start being able to fill that up and utilize those STAs, which it's a major accomplishment for that project to begin operation next month. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. That's
Great. If there's no further comment, is there any board comment? If there's no board comment, I'd like a motion to...
Mr. Chairman, move to approve consent.
I have a motion to approve consent
I'll second
items
it.
13 to 26, noting Mr. Bergeron's abstention for 24, and a second. I'm going to call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meese? Yes. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
And Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That passes. And we'll move now to technical reports. We're going to start with the water conditions report by Mr. Mitnick.
All right, morning everyone. So the full water conditions report is available in each of your packets as well as online for anybody that wants to go ahead and grab it. For today's meeting, I'm going to do an abbreviated version of the water conditions report because I'm smart enough to know that I'm not going to stand between you and a barbecue. So I'm going to, like I said, do an abbreviated version of this and then put all the pressure on Mr. Glenn to follow suit. So with that, and as always, if any of you or any members of the public actually have any questions on the more comprehensive report that's available online, by all means, feel free to give me a call. I'd be more than happy to talk to you. So looking at the last month, the month of September, it finished just with a slight surplus of rainfall for the month, which puts us overall for the wet season right about average for this time of year. Looking at the upper chain of lakes, you can see there on the right-hand side, East Lake Toho as well as Lake Toho, right around their regulation schedules for this time of year. But the challenge for the upper chain of lakes in the coming months is what you kind of see over here on the left-hand side in Lake Kissimmee, how it's below its schedule. That's primarily as a result of lack of rainfall in the upper basin throughout the wet season to date. So it's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. The challenge for the upper chain of lakes is getting up to their winter pools, or the top of that red line on each of these graphics, come November 1st. So like I said, we're going to keep an eye on that, and we're going to have to juxtapose those operations for the lakes with also the desire to maintain flows down Kissimmee River for the health of the river and the restoration reach, all the restoration efforts that have taken place along the Kissimmee River. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, again, you're going to want to focus in on that purple shaded band. This morning, lake was sitting at 15.86 feet. which is just slightly above the ecological envelope that you'll see in Lawrence's presentation. Generally speaking, over the course of a dry season in the coming months, the lake generally falls about 3 feet over the course of a dry season. So as you see in Lawrence's report, that if that type of situation sets up, it'll be a decent recession down through the ecological band for Lake Okeechobee this year. Jumping forward, looking at the southern portion of the system, up in the upper right-hand corner, you see Conservation Area 1's right at the top of its schedule, so it's in a decent place exiting the wet season. And when I say exiting the wet season, although district meteorologists haven't officially called the end of the wet season, because some of the rains that just took place this past week, we're getting pretty close to the end of the wet season. We're right about the median date in the historical record for the end of the wet season. So we're getting pretty close to the end of it. You can see Area 2 there, also on the right-hand side towards the bottom, is well above its regulation schedule, and as a result, the Corps of Engineers is looking to transition some of that water down from Area 2 into Area 3. And then over on the left-hand side of the graphic, Area 3 is just slightly above its regulation schedule for this time of year. As a consequence of that, the Corps of Engineers is making some adjustments to the S12 structures, and they're going to be fully opening S12 C and D to move some of the more of that water down out of Area 3 and into Everglades National Park. One thing that I'll call your attention to on the graphic on the left-hand side, which is for Area 3, the blue bars at the top of that are indicative of recent rainfall, and those last couple longer bars right there in the month of October brought some pretty decent rains to the southern portion of the system. As a result of those rains, the water levels in the 8.5 square mile area or the Las Palmas community have come up and been sustained above ground for a period of time, I think on the order of 3 weeks or so. As a result of that, the Corps has asked us to close the 333 structure and thereby reduce water levels in the L20 line canal temporarily, so that above the water levels in 8.5 square mile area can then recede and come back below ground. And once that happens, then we'll reset and begin opening up 333 and increasing the canal stage in the L29. So it's just a temporary operation, so hopefully to get some of those water levels under control. As this board is well aware, the Water Management District is in the midst of construction of a seepage wall down there. So hopefully this is the last time you ever hear me have to talk about that. And we've taken care of that, but more to come there. Jumping forward, looking at what the future holds. Actually, as of this morning, I just saw in the email during the meeting, the Climate Prediction Center has officially made it, I guess official, that it's a La Nina year again. There's an 87% chance of a La Nina-like condition for the coming months. So what that means is a drier dry season or a below normal dry season. So they have put the 87% probability or chance of that below normal rainfall from now through the month of February. And we'll keep an eye on it. You'll notice that this graphic looks a little bit different than the ones in prior months. The Climate Prediction Center has added some more granularity in the color shading to give you some of those percentages. So that'll give you an idea of when I say things like below or above, how much of a chance there is below. So in the bottom left-hand corner of that graphic, February to April, you'll see, call that a 40 to 50% chance of below normal rainfall in the state of Florida, in particular the southern end of the peninsula. So with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Mitnick, are you open to going back to a slide you didn't show?
By all means. Okay. Which one?
For me, it's page 11. It's the water sent runoff EAA and 197 perhaps, or that other, and that one, yes.
This one?
No,
this
that one, right.
Okay.
And Lake Okeechobee. So I know you spoke at the Rivers Coalition, and that was very appreciated. Mark Perry mentioned that. But it's just psychologically hard for like me, or I think some of the people that are on the East Coast around the St. Lucie River, when we see like every day the lake's going up, just a little bit. It's going up just a little bit, just a little bit. So how come we can't send some of that water south a little bit? Can you talk about the stormwater treatment areas, please? Can you talk, I know you've said this many times, but it's helpful to understand why you can't move water south right now.
Certainly. So like you said, as we've talked about a couple different times, when we talk about moving water south, there's a number of factors that go into it. One of them is the conditions in the stormwater treatment areas. In this particular year, as this board is well aware, because you've executed the construction contracts for the stormwater treatment areas, we are doing a significant amount of construction, both in stormwater treatment area 2 and STA 3-4 for rehabilitating some of those treatment cells from the excessive rains that you see there in 2021, where they got almost a new record of 1.6 million acre feet were processed through the stormwater treatment areas in total. So that constrains some of the operations, just that construction. Some of the treatment areas or flowways are offline. Some of those cells are offline while we effectuate that construction and rehabilitate the vegetation to get them back going. In addition, just the overall performance and health of the vegetation, and that's what Mr. Glenn presents each month in his ecological conditions report, is the health of that vegetation and how it's doing. We're in that period of time that in the year where we're just exiting the wet season, and you want to give the stormwater treatment areas a very brief respite from that wet season and those flows as we look to get farther into the dry season. And I'll jump to this one. Looking at Conservation Area 3, it's got a decent amount of water in it. So in the very near term, there's a pool of water between Area 3 and Area 2A that you see there on the right-hand side of the graphic to transition that water and sustain the flows down into the park and Northeast Shark River Slough for the health of Florida Bay and pushing some of that salinity envelope a little bit farther out into the bay. But then as we look to get into the deeper months of the dry season is when you'll start looking back north to Lake Okeechobee and transitioning that water down. And I talked about that glide path coming down through the ecological envelope for Lake Okeechobee. So that's sort of the short term and the longer term. This dry season is how to kind of view it. But looking at the overall issues associated with transitioning that water through the stormwater treatment areas is kind of what we talked about at the Rivers Coalition.
So it's entirely the health of the STAs. That's why we're not sending more water south.
Right now, it's the combination of that construction and the performance and giving them that brief respite coming out of the wet season, yes.
Okay, and then if you look at pages, for me, it's 6 and 7, it looks like some of those percentages are kind of high.
Yeah, so these graphics are produced coming out of the district's position analysis. So it's a model run. And it assumes if you did all of the up twos that are in LORS, every single time LORS says do this up to, this is what you're likely to see. As you well know, as the Corps has gone through and made their decisions on the operations of Lake Okeechobee, there's other factors that go into that decision-making process other than just blindly following the model. So this would be the prediction and the probability of moving forward in time if you operated it strictly the way the model calls for it.
Is this the highest it's been?
No, in my career, I've seen higher than these.
Let me help with this graph. So what this graph is broken up into, this is Caloosahatchee, so there's beneficial releases to the Caloosahatchee, which is the gray area. Is that the big, is it gray?
The bottom part?
Okay, so yeah, so you'll see if you follow it up, let's take January 1st, that's at 80%. So there's an 80% chance that the Caloosahatchee will get beneficial releases in January 1st. But then it's the difference in the red. So that's like 10%. 80 to 90% is like 10%. So there's a 10, on January 1st, there's like a 10% chance they'll get harmful releases.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you look at the St. Lucie too?
Yeah, so let's take January 1st. So that's the harmful is the red. And so you're still around 10%, 10, 15%.
helpful.
Thank you. And just being honest, being open, the main goal, I mean, we, I want to say something, I can't remember what to say, like we gnarred our teeth, or we send the water south. I mean, that even, I believe Governor DeSantis at one time, Rick Scott, when he was governor, it was send the water south. And I know that's what we're doing, but, if every presentation, we can talk about it with excitement, about what we're trying to do and why we can't do it right now, but we hope to do it in the future. But yes, we recognize water supply. That's where we're sitting right here in Okeechobee today. But, this is, for me, this is the heart of the heart of the heart.
Jackie, one of the ways I look at it, and John, you can tell me if I'm off base in this analogy, is I think of it as like a DOT project a little bit, and our STAs are under construction. And it's like a highway. If you've got a highway under construction, you're going to have bad traffic. And that's sort of what we got now. We've got a little traffic issue because they're under construction. But once they're finished, we're going to be in much better shape. And again, it may not be an apt analogy, but that's sort of the way I think this through is, we'd like to be sending more water south now, but those SDAs are under construction. And
right. Well, I appreciate that. And I think simpler analogies like that are very helpful. And I just don't think I'll ever stop asking, or that people from a lot of the East Coast and probably the West Coast too. It's something that, you talk about, like the whole thing with Okeechobee. There's a culture here. Okeechobee it's more than just a city. It's a culture. There is a culture of the coast, I think, where we want to send more water south. And Mr. Bergeron gives me a lot of hope, because he always talks about, like, the more water you send south, the more isn't going to the coast. And of course, that might not be always direct, but over time. And I just appreciate the conversation. We only get to talk once a month, but I'm going to use that analogy about FDOT.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say FDOT.
Was it FDOT?
No, I'm teasing.
Highway.
So, Mr. Bergeron.
I think I can help Jackie a little bit here. John just said, we're going to lower the L29 because of the 8.5 square mile area.
Okay.
A year from now, the seepage wall, by the leadership of this board and our staff, we will be able to implement the first stage of modified water delivery, where we can maintain the L29 at 8.5. When the road is raised in the next 2.5 years, contract's already let, we need to be in a position to raise the L29 to 9.5, 9.7 under modified water delivery. So these barriers, and I always have to apologize to my fellow board members because I keep pounding this, removing these barriers, and you've got 3.6 miles of bridges and the new 333 North and the L28 that our staff is working on with 3 additional culverts on the west side along the Big Cypress that allows water to flow southwest to the 10,000 islands naturally by gravity. We're removing these barriers one at a time to allow $1 billion of infrastructure already in place to work. And so we're gradually getting there. And while we're on that subject, you're talking about lowering the L29 or cutting back on the 333s. Does the 343 A and B and 344, does that water end up in the L29, or does that go southwest to the 10th?
Goes towards southwest. It's over on the
So
western side.
that wouldn't affect the L29.
No, it would not.
So that's another way to have water moving south if we're going to be cutting back on the 333s. Correct?
Yeah, the one that would be available is the 344.
344? How about the 343 A and B?
For this time of year, no, they're subject to the closure criteria.
The what?
The closure criteria for the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. Same reason S12A and B are closed, 343 A and B are closed.
Well, we need to talk about that.
Yes, sir.
That's a whole different subject, but,
Do another tangent.
yeah.
I got it.
But I due to what we're resolving, man, and I want to thank this board because we're really, the old Tamiami Trail, it's gone. Doesn't block the S12s anymore. The seepage wall, under construction right now. 1 year from now, all we have to do for the 8.5 square mile area is flood mitigation. And the mitigation is the wall that stops seepage through hydrostatic pressure that comes in on this small community. We're not required for flood protection, only mitigation. And it'll be a happy day for the Everglades when that wall is finished. Because the cumulative backup by being controlled, by shutting down the 333s, last year we had 1,500,000 acre feet of water above schedule.
Unbelievable.
In the Central Everglades. So we're getting close, and I really want to thank our staff and everyone because we're really going to connect these missing links and start utilizing this beautiful infrastructure that's been built over the last 20 years. And so we're getting close to move more water south. Jackie?
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
Hey, John, on page, back on page 11, and I apologize because I keep asking about this, but it so clearly to me ties into LOSUM and having more capacity in the dry season to send more water south. That capacity is contingent, or that availability, until the EAA reservoir is constructed and the water quality component is just constructed, is dependent upon STA capacity. So as I look at this, you guys have answered me so many times on this, but as I look at it, it's still confusing to me because you would expect in the dry season, you would expect in the wet season, there's a high correlation between the availability of STA capacity to, what am I saying here? The correlation that I see from the big bars would be, it should be inverse to the small bars. In other words, lake delivery during the dry season should be higher than it is during the wet season. I'm not saying that the right way, but I would think that the blue stripe and the orange stripe would be inverted, right? Because during the dry season, you'd have more capacity to send water to the STAs. That's not the case.
Depends on the year. So look at 2015. You had, so when we talk about the dry season versus the wet season, dry just means not as much rain. It does not mean that it does not rain.
Yeah.
So in 2015, you'll see it's a very small hashed blue bar representing runoff, which is rainfall, versus a very large hashed orange bar, which would have been lake water that was brought down through the stormwater treatment areas. In that particular year, there was significantly less rainfall in the southern portion of the system that allowed us that operation to bring more lake water down. But then you jump to 2021, where the opposite is true. There was a pretty decent amount of rainfall south of Lake Okeechobee, even in the dry season, that didn't allow us to bring a significant amount of lake water down through the system. So it's still raining in the dry season, and spatially where that happens can be very constraining towards the overall operations when you talk about moving that lake water.
But as we, and Newton reminds us all the time the capacity of the STA and how, the utilization, it just seems to me like we don't have a lot of space for more water. We're going to get more water. But, it's all contingent upon rainfall in a certain area and the speed of the EAA reservoir and water quality component.
In that water year 21 on the graphic, that was when we set the new record for stages in Area 3A because there was so much rainfall in the southern portion of the system. And the Corps implemented the emergency deviation to start bringing that water down so we could begin transitioning some lake water.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we need to thank the rain god this year. Has been a true partner, because one tropical storm or hurricane with 12 inches of rain isn't abnormal. We'd all be pulling our hair out right here. The other thing I think, John, may be good for the board is the inflows that are below what comes from the lake. We were going to work some quantities of, in a normal rain year, what is that inflow, along with the EAA that comes south? And then what is that volume? Is that volume close to the average 1,500,000 acre feet in an average rain year and 2 million acre feet in a heavy rain year? What is all these average inflows, not including coming from the lake? The EAA, the C11, various inflows, because all that volume goes south. And then we would know what is the anticipated volume greater than the EAA and all those inflows that would come from the lake in an average rain year. Remember, we talked about that as...
Yeah, I'm going to have to circle back around with staff and see if I can get those numbers for you. I don't have them off the top of my head right now.
That'll help the board understand what is going to be the average amount from the lake added to what's coming in below the lake. It's going to go south. That'll help us all, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bertrand. Mr. Bendick, thank you very much. Mr. Glenn?
I've taken my watch off and put it here because I know there's a 12 o'clock lunch that's coming. So it's
We're just going to get up and leave.
I'll remind you, Lauren.
Thank you. I'm happy to present the ecological conditions update. I'd like to say a word about Mike Collins first before I start. When I was a lot younger and coming before this board to talk about Kissimmee River science, Mike Collins was always went out of his way to make me feel comfortable at the podium. And it was something that I just cherish and helped me gain confidence in coming to this podium each successive time. Mike was a very big supporter of the science we do at the district, huge supporter. But he worked diligently to make sure that the district wasn't doing science purely for science sake, but was doing science that would guide operations, that would guide planning and construction of the projects that we're working on to drive Everglades restoration. And he worked tirelessly. I mean, at times we were kind of fearful of him in the science department. but he really honed us to make sure that our science was going to be informative. So I take that away, that he was just fantastic at that, and I thank him for that. Starting up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee River, you see we have about 1,400 CFS discharge coming down the river, and that's about between 1,200 and 1,400 CFS is what inundates the floodplain. John talked about where we are in the stage in Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchnahaw, and that's the pool of water that delivers to the river, and that stage is low. So we're going to have to kind of balance this through this wet season to determine how much water we can deliver to the system to still maintain its ecological significance while we're also trying to not drain Lakes Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchnahaw too low. The flow that we do have, we're getting into cooler weather now, and the DO sag that we saw has ameliorated. We're up above the 2 milligrams per liter. That is good for fish and wildlife. This is a really neat feature of the bottom end of the restoration. On the bottom panel, you see this kind of almost Pac-Man shaped structure, and that's the U-shaped weir, which takes water and lets it come over that weir when it's high passively with no gates to return it to the C-38, the canal that's below it that then comes down to Lake Okeechobee. So this is, water levels finally got high enough for it to crest over the lowest part of that weir. And so that's a really neat thing to see, is that we've constructed it and it's functioning the way it was supposed to.
Is it cement?
It is cement. Coming down into Lake Okeechobee, you see we're at 15.8, and when we get to this stage, you'll notice along the edge of the left, or the western side of the marsh, that the marsh is full. So this is the part of the year where at the end of the wet season, we like to have about 15.5 as the sweet spot, up to maybe 16, where you are keeping that upper part of the marsh inundated. It needs that water at a period of the year. We want to have a recession off of that now, to where that's a shorter hydro period marsh, and then as you move to the lake, that's the longer hydro period marsh. John mentioned that we are just above the ecological envelope right now, which is the top of it is 15.5, and we're at 15.8. As John mentioned before too, we generally drop over the dry season about 3 feet, 3.5 feet, depending on what the climate gives us. If we are going into a La Nina and it's going to be drier, I see us probably following that nice slow recession back within the ecological envelope, which is really good for the ecology of the lake. Now, where we are in terms of SAV is we really, for SAV to have a good response, we need to hit about 12.5. That allows the light penetration down to the floor. That's where we get Cara. When we see a response in Cara, which is a non-vascular plant, we know that we're also going to be having vascular SAV response, which are like coontail, hydrilla, that sort of thing. So we see the positive response when we get down to about 12.5. So we'll be watching that as we go through the dry season. From a cyanobacteria potential, bloom potential, there's kind of an interesting good news story in that, if you remember back in April, I came, and the picture over here on the left isn't even as hot looking as it was in April. We had this really large bloom early in the season, and it seems to have started eating at that dissolved inorganic nitrogen through the season, and kind of ameliorated some of the bloom conditions that we've seen this year. So it was an interesting phenomenon that happened, and it's something that through this season we haven't, as we near, right now we're basically nearing the end of the algal bloom season, and we didn't have a lot of heartache over what was happening on the lake.
Yeah.
Looking at what the dominant taxa are currently, as I said, we're moving away from that middle of the year and bloom season. In the left-hand side is what was going on in September, and the middle panel is what's going on now. And if you drop below that and you look at the pie charts, the interesting thing to note is that you see that green part of the one on the left, which is 56% microcystis, which is the one that we all are concerned with. On the right-hand side, we're down to 38%. So we have basically exhausted some of that food source that it needs, and so it's starting to wane. Same thing with what we're seeing with toxins, is if you look and just look at the table over there and all those blues and then all the greens. All the greens means below detection. So we are not getting detection of microcystin now much at all comparatively to just September, where you were still getting detection. It was low, but it was being detected. So we're moving out of that season of blue-green algae. And here's the top tracing there is what is happening with dissolved inorganic nitrogen. You see that very, very low value, and that, it was used up over this season. Going over to the St. Lucie and looking at inflows, you'll notice along the tracing at the top that there is no blue in there, so it's receiving no lake water, but it is receiving water from C44, C23, C24 and 10 Mile Creek basins at about 1,200 CFS. You'll notice that if you go look at September 21 and you see some pretty large inflows and then subsequent decreases, you can follow that in the tracing down below, which is salinity, and we're finally creeping back up into the good range for adult oysters. Coming into the Caloosahatchee, you also see we had a lot of flow into the Caloosahatchee over the wet season, especially in late September. And what you see, if you look at the bottom two graphs on the left-hand side, you see what's happening with the salinity envelope. And at the bottom, near Sanibel and Shell Point, you don't see that darker blue, which is the more saline condition that you expect at the mouth of the estuary. And we're getting that back now with this decrease in flow. And along with that decrease in flow, you see the subsequent increase in salinity. So with it at Cape Coral and Shell Point, we are well established in the salinity range for adult oysters. Moving to the STAs, we have 807,000 acre feet so far delivered to the STAs. They're all high currently. We've had a lot of rain and a lot of runoff that is coming into the STAs. I'm going to take you and walk you step by step through the STAs so I can kind of help put a picture on what John was talking about with the construction that we're doing. But one of the things, if you'll notice up here, if you look at the bottom, 365-day phosphorus loading rate, and you see that loading rate into STA 1 East is 3.6, and all the others are right about 1. 1 is where we want to be, 1 or below, and 3 is pretty high. And loading rate looks at, you see, grams of phosphorus per meter squared, so area that is actually able to treat it, and over a course of the year. So right now, and I'm sorry I did this calculation with last month's numbers, it was 3.9, it's dropped to 3.6. But currently, that whole western flowway is offline. So we don't have the area to treat the volume of water. If we had it, PLR would be 2.4. But we're also diverting water that we would be sending to STA 1 West because it's under construction, so it's getting even a higher volume of water. That's why PLR is so high. So once everything is back under construction, we have the full area of both of those STAs, 1 East and 1 West, that PLR volume, number will drop. Going through these pictures, you see what's online, what's offline. And so in this picture, we have this western flowway is offline. We've done a lot of work. Remember, this was the very first STA that was created. We didn't have the perfect science. Topography, we didn't think it was that big of a deal, and it is that big of a deal. So we've done a lot of work to go in and fill in the deep spots where we weren't having vegetation able to grow. We went out and smoothed out the topography so we have nicer sheet flow that can go through and more homogeneous vegetation throughout. So these are really large projects that take a lot of time to go out there and construct, and then they need to regrow. Like on the right-hand side in cell 5, vegetation growth is underway. So that's a great thing. These are the restoration strategies and enhancement projects we're doing to make sure that we meet QBEL when that time comes. So while we've talked about the hindrance of flow going south through where we're doing construction now, the significance is we're doing this work so that we meet our mandate for water quality that's going to go south in 2027.
2025? Sorry, may I speak, Chair?
2025, sorry.
2025.
Sorry about that. In STA 1 West, there's a lot of work that's going on, and I'm sorry I don't have a pointer, but you can see that dog leg up in the northern flowway. We're taking that dog leg out and making that straight. We found that hydraulically, that wasn't the best formation for water to be flowing. Then down at the bottom, we have some work that's going on for the pump expansion, the pump construction for the expansion part of STA 1 West. STA 2, you see the flowway 2 is not flowing water currently. That's where that bottom picture really sets the stage. That's the lake, and there's a lot of dirt that is being brought in to fill that lake so that it is at a stage that can support vegetation growth. And then up in the other flowways, you see when we talk about stressed vegetation, do you see those open areas? This is the top left-hand picture. When we start getting those open areas, that's places where vegetation is not growing It's been stressed, so that's area that is not able to reduce phosphorus because it's the plants there that do that phosphorus removal job. So when we start seeing this type of either cattail loss, we need to go in there, we do plantings in order to get that vegetation to come back. Looking at STA3, that yellow flowway, that's the one where we had to completely drain that because basically the bottom with all the vegetation lifted as a tussock and came up to the surface, and there was no way to get it to come back and grow, so we had to drain that, grind it up, and start over. And then we've been putting a lot of water through the central flowway, and we're starting to see that same sort of stress happening there. And so when John talked about resting for a couple of months after the wet season, that's where we want to rest that cell so that we hopefully don't go to the same condition that was in the cell right next to it. Cell STA 5 and 6, most everything is online and working the way it should because we've completed construction activities in that part already. Coming down into Florida Bay, looking at the bottom traces inflow and the top traces are salinity, and you see that relationship where we have a lot of that gray inflow in August through October. We're seeing that subsequent decline in salinity that we'd like to see below 35. Looking at the Everglades and where we are currently, we talked about the rains that came and the thankful rains that came, because last month, if you look in the middle and you see that yellow up at the top of Water Conservation Area 3A, that's where the peat soils are. And I had showed you that typically within the Everglades, there was about 8 feet of peat. Up there is reduced to about 1 foot of peat. So we really want to keep that hydrated through the winter, through the dry season when it dries out and has the capability of having a fire and being lost forever. So when John talked about, if you look over to the right in Water Conservation Area 2, there's water there that rather than releasing all of that water now, the scientist's suggestion is to hold on to some of that water, that the vegetation within Water Conservation Area 2 is not stressed currently, and have that as a source of water to bleed to that northeast corner of Water Conservation Area 3A, because that's where the Alley North colony is. It's the largest ibis colony in the Everglades, 30,000 nesting birds a year. So talking to Mark Cook, our avian ecologist, we are a little lower compared to the 20-year average, and we don't expect to have that gangbuster year that we had last year. But if we can keep that upper part hydrated within Water Conservation Area, then Alley North can be successful. Not as highly successful as last year, but can remain successful. Coming down into Tree Island inundation, currently there's 143 or 39% of the tree islands that we know of that are currently inundated. In comparison, to show you where we are in that dryness kind of category, at this time, over the past 20 years, there's been 51% of those have been inundated. So we're a little drier than we typically are. To really show you a difference, in 2017, when it was very, very, very wet, at this point in time, we had 321 islands. And last year, we had a lot of islands that were inundated. And we talked about that with the deviation that FWC had to come in to help the fur-bearing animals. So we are a little drier, but with our ability to hopefully hold some of that water in Water Conservation Area 2 to bleed into this part, will be fine from a wading bird standpoint, but it will be a little less than last year. Now going down into Florida Bay, we have salinities that are starting to tick up. We have the interquartile range. I refer to it as the blue brick road. If you stay in there, you're looking pretty good. We're okay in the eastern, but in the central and western Florida Bay, you see we are above those numbers. And if you go and you look at where the 2021 bar is, remember we had so much water in the system last year that it brought salinity levels down. I mean, we are way below the interquartile range, and we've been able to ride that over this wet season. But we're at a point now where in the past 3 months or so, we haven't had the rainfall down there that we typically have. So we had that buffer that was keeping us in that interquartile range, and now there's just not the volume of water that was received through rainfall and through water coming from Everglades National Park to where the salinities are starting to go up. So it's not necessarily that we aren't operating the system right, and talking to the scientists, usually there's that one storm event that really helps us sustain those going forward. And we've been kind of riding the coattails of the previous year. There's a lot of information here. I'm going to go to this last one that kind of shows where we are. Where we would like to be at this time of year is more along the lines of what's happening on the left-hand side. The greens are lower salinities, and that's the setup that if we were there going into the dry season, we'd be a little more comfortable. You see a lot more purples right now, which salinities are a little higher. So we're just going to have to keep our eye on what is happening within Florida Bay as we move through the dry season. I don't think that the volumes within the system, we really have them currently without SERP in place. We've talked about it. What do we need in order to provide every single part what it needs? And we don't have that. And so the scientists say, you know, could you move the 2A water down to help this situation? They're like, no, keep the upper part of Water Conservation Area 3 hydrated now. And, you know, it's kind of almost a shared adversity sort of thing. We just don't have the water right now. As we move and implement projects, we'll have a much better ability to make every part of the system a little happier.
Can I ask a question before you move on?
Yes, sir.
You say the western part salinity levels are higher than the eastern part of Florida Bay.
Yes, sir.
When we resolve the issue of closing the S12s in the western part of Shark River Slough, resolving that issue where water can flow year-round through the 333 or the S12A and B and 243, 343A and B and 344, that southwest flow.
Yeah, the western part is
kind of spread the natural flow by gravity to Florida Bay and balance that salinity level.
Right, and the western bay is the most difficult from a salinity standpoint. It has more influence from the Gulf. It's closely and it's connected. But the currents that come when you bring water out, and a lot of it actually turns before this and comes out into the bay, but circles back into the western part. So, you know, the idea is that we have more fresh water flowing, you have more fresh water to come back around through that current into the western bay to help ameliorate that. Yes, sir.
So,
Go ahead, Charles.
just to stay on that, Lawrence, so when I look at the map on the right-hand side, the western side is more dependent on rainfall, and the eastern side can be helped a little more.
That would be a
water going
easy
south.
way to look at it.
So, fast forward a year, we have the seepage wall done with Las Palmas, and John just told us that we had to shut down because Las Palmas was getting inundated. So next year, hopefully, we don't have to do that, even if we get a lot of rain. Would the seepage wall at that time help so that we don't see so much purple? Theoretically?
I believe so. If we're getting additional flow down into there, it can help that eastern and central more so than the western side. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Steinle?
The calculations have always been 60 to 70% had flowed through Shark River Slough, 30 to 40% through the western part, 2 to 10,000 islands in Florida Bay. That's kind of science-based. But when you shut the S12s for 9 months out of the year, shutting off all the flow, doesn't seem like we're following the science for what's compatible with the environment, is my point. And obviously, when you're showing us the salinity levels are higher in the the western than they are the eastern, that probably is some of the reason that we're cutting off the flow for 9 months, dealing with the Cape Sable sparrow.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steinley's next.
That brings up a separate question than what I had, but where are we on Fred Sklar's research report on
They
water?
are working currently on salinity, looking at salinity within those lakes. If you see where those lakes are, so those are the freshwater lakes, and trying to see what is happening there. Those lakes, if salinity conditions are the way they are now, that green kind of thing, they're trying to figure out what's happening there and that contribution of their freshwater into Florida Bay. So that study's ongoing right now.
What's the, I mean, I know it's a big project, but remind me what the anticipated completion. Sorry, he's not here to defend himself.
No, and we had gotten stalled on that project, but we're looking at, it's still, I mean, in talking to Fred yesterday, because I anticipated you asking this question, we're still several years out from having, that sort of information to provide you.
Yeah, that's going to be important, obviously. Do we usually do an SAV report in your report for the lake?
For the lake, we do. I gave that last month.
Okay.
So we had completed our SAV monitoring for the season, and that's when I came back and everybody has glommed onto those numbers of how much decrease we had.
Yes, so the 75% that we heard earlier was relative to how a reduction of that much over how much time?
It was over from last year.
That's a 75% from last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you talk about 12.5 being sort of the threshold for regrowth, is that 12.5 more important than the high? In other words, once it gets above a certain level, is it no longer doing any damage? It's all about the low levels in the dry season in terms of regrowth?
For SAV, that is going to be within the littoral zone. So you have the marsh that happens, and then right outside the marsh you have where it starts to get a little deeper. That's where the SAV is that we're monitoring. So it's like you have open water, then you have SAV, then you have your standard marsh. Lake level is the driving factor of how much sunlight can reach the bottom in order for submerged aquatic vegetation to grow. So that stage and then accompanying turbidity, if the water is clear, those two really are the key features and what does it.
So in fact, if the lake is 16 instead of 15, there, because of turbidity, because of the access of sunlight to the bottom, to the SAV, that could have a detrimental impact. The higher you go, the more likely the detrimental impact.
The higher you go, the less likelihood you have of reaching without a drawdown through natural, what we do in our operations and evapotranspiration. We generally get that 3 to 3.5 foot drop over the course of the dry season. So without having a deviation to bring water down, you generally drop about 3 to 3.5 feet. Going into a La Nina, you would expect to be on that greater drop area. So where we end up at the end of the wet season, what that final stage is, will be the predictor of where we might be. We don't know where we'll be, but generally, we're going to drop that 3 to 3.5 feet. So yeah, so where you are, you have a greater likelihood of reaching 12.5 if you start with a lower stage.
And what's the speed of recovery that we've seen? Is it over a one cycle, low cycle period that
we had a large jump. Remember, we lost a lot during 18 when we had Irma come through, and we had a very large increase, say from 5,000 acres, I think at least it went to 15. The next year we went up to about 25 to 26, and now we're back down to 5.
Okay, so it's a multi-year.
It's a multi-year
recovery.
Yes, sir.
And then, sorry, last question. 5-6 connection to the lake. Where do we stand with that?
I would have to look to John for that.
Can't really see, but So right now we're in the design phase. So we've moved forward with implementing the design to establish that connection. We've broken it up into a two-phase project, and the board will be hearing more about it in the months to come.
Thanks, John. Thanks. Ms. Means?
I just have to say this. So when I see that salinity problem starting to happen, I'm at it's all about me, guys. I know that you thought it wasn't, but it is. So I'm at the bottom of the chain, right? I'm at the bottom of the chain. And come see us in May, because we're going to have a governing board meeting in Monroe County in May, and you got to come, right? You're going to come, and we're going to go fishing. So, but when I watch this salinity, the first thing I think in the south part of the system is nearshore water quality. And the other thing is, I'm a chemist, and I tell you that. I didn't plan to be a chemist, but I think just genetically I ended up there, and that brings me to things that stink, right? Chemists smell everything. Do you have a chemist in your family? We're always going like, and we can't help it. It's like genetic. We smell everything. We're smelling cyanide. We're smelling everything. But the thing that I didn't grow up understanding is that water can stink, right? And nowhere does it stink like it smells on the East Coast and in the South. I'm telling you, we at my house, I mean, God has been good to me, and I live on the water, and it is just incredible. Except for when I watch this, I think, oh no, here comes the stink. We pull into my driveway and we jump out of the car and we run, because our boat basin, our nearshore water, becomes so foul and so gosh awful that we run from our car into our house, and then it comes in the house anyway, right? You know what I'm talking about. I hope it's not like that in May. But it comes under the floorboards, and you're trying to figure out where you can go in your house that you don't have to smell that stench. And for me, it's not blue-green algae. It's just nearshore water quality is awful sometimes in Monroe County. So you'll see me make faces up here, not that you care, but that's because it's all about me. I'm thinking, oh no, here we go. I hope it rains. Please send water south. Please don't shut it. Please finish that. Please finish this, because we can't get into our houses. We can't sit outside. And I know that you can't either, right? I know that you can't either. But I'll tell you something, water should never stink, should it? Of all the things that we smell in our lives that cause us to go, oh man, I grew up with pegs on the, right? Pegs or this or that. I mean, we're accustomed to that. But water, seawater shouldn't stink like that. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to say another word today.
I don't think you have to solve that one today before lunch.
Quick question.
Mr. Olivich?
First of all, I hope you have somebody come do some testing, if it does smell like that, down by where you live, because it shouldn't smell like that.
Never. It does that.
Can you please go back to the St. Lucie? I don't have a number on my chart. I get my book early, so my numbers are often different than what you have. I wanted to look at your salinity levels again. So you have them going into the good, into the green, basically. Yes. Okay. That's good. And thank you to the Army Corps for not dumping into the St. Lucie River. It was earlier in the year, but we've had a good run without it for a long time. And it's always a lesson to see how many problems we have just with our own watershed. Because as others will tell you, it doesn't stink, but the seagrass is void this year for the most part. And I guess Colonel Roman was just there. It's generally very pretty in the area of the inlet because you got a lot of flushing there, so that's wonderful. But once you get beyond those areas, you get more of the macro algae, and just the shorelines look kind of, they start looking kind of lifeless. You know, like when you look, the water, there's no algae, you know, so it's like, that's great. But when you have C44, C23, C24, you know, just bombing the estuary, that number is over 2,000. I don't know if it is in your book, but in my book here, it was over 2,000. It
was.
And that's generally when, you know, we know that that the estuary is going to have some bad side effects from that. But so happy there were no discharges from Lake Okeechobee. And very exciting that C23 and C24 got, I think, $153 million from the Army Corps to move forward with hopefully starting the STAs in that area. And that's been coming, or people have been wanting that to come since, you know, before 2000. So that's super, super exciting. A lot of work to figure out there, but that's huge. And you can see C23 and C24 on the chart when you look there, how much is coming out. And then C44, that's Indian River Lagoon South. And so hopefully next month we'll start filling up Indian River Lagoon South, the southern area. And so there's a lot of exciting things happening for the St. Lucie, and we are very, very excited. And, you know, just sometimes it's hard when you still see the damage to be excited, but we are hopeful and excited.
Mr. Butler.
I just got a comment after we wrap up with Lawrence.
Say it again.
I have a comment after we wrap up with Lawrence. Sorry.
Any other questions for Lawrence? Thanks, Mr. Glenn.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Butler.
Real quick, I mentioned earlier, thank you to Rosie, Gina, Yvette, and I mentioned that I got pulled in on the planning process. Never involve a governing board on the planning process or give them a responsibility. I need to fall on the sword. I made a mistake. You saw on your menu we're supposed to have swamp cabbage. That was my job to line up our cabbage cutters. I forgot to do it. Didn't get it done in time. We won't have swamp cabbage. I promise I'll bring a couple boots down to a meeting coming up. We'll cook some swamp cabbage, have it for lunch. But I need to apologize for that.
I think I could forego that.
No apology necessary with that. We're going to break for lunch. We'll be back around
Ben,
1:30.
can you go cut down one of those sable palms?
Sable palm.
Only, no vote's going to be taken. And I'll call Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, so I have the unenviable task of trying to keep everyone awake after that fabulous lunch.
Yes, you do.
So I started with a small token so that I wanted to make sure to have a prop inspired by Miss Thurlow-Lippisch. And so you each have a three-sided pyramid or tetrahedron that I provided to you just as a little reminder. And I'll talk a little bit more about the triangle a little bit later in the presentation. I love it. And so this is a really dense topic. And so you might notice that this is our only agenda item for the discussion agenda this afternoon because there's a lot here. And we're going to talk about a variety of pieces of information, none of which requires any decisions by the board today, but there will be indications of some of the things that you will be seeing in the coming months coming to the board, and I'll try to highlight some of those as we go through. And so I'm going to figure out how to make this work. Maybe.
Done. Any questions? No. First slide, the agenda slide, and I'll just talk a little bit while you guys see if I can drive. Otherwise, I'll let you guys drive the slides. So I'll just get started while we're working through some of the kinks on how to advance the slides. But this is the agenda of what we're going to talk about today. So first, I'm just going to talk a little bit about, as a refresher, what is NEEP? What is this Northern Everglades program that we're talking about? Then I'm going to tell you a little bit about an exciting reorganization that we did within the division and for the Bureau that handles this program. Then we're going to get into the interagency agreement, and we have Adam Blaylock from DEP and Chris Pettit here from DAX. They're going to give some highlights about their programs, and we're going to talk about the interagency agreement that we've been working on for the past several months and is almost ready for prime time. I believe we provided an early draft to you of the interagency agreement, and so you can take a look at that and see the progress that we've made. We have a couple of additional meetings in order to work through the rest of the language. And then after DEP and DAX have an opportunity to give you their highlights and you can grill them with questions, then I'll go into the district activities and talk about the things that we're doing within our authorities and responsibilities in accordance with the NEEP program, and that'll include talking about all of our data, how we share our data, the expanded monitoring network that you all approved in 2019, as well as the rest of the network, because the expanded network is only a portion of what we're actually monitoring, as well as ongoing projects and an exciting upcoming solicitation that we have, a request for proposal that we'll talk about at the end of the presentation. That's kind of our first in the next steps. Are we good? A tap dance on the note? All right. Okay, so what is this thing that we call NEEP? This is a really comprehensive legislative mandate for the coordinating agencies to improve water quality and manage water quantity. And it recognizes the importance of both of those aspects of dealing with water. And this is where the triangle comes in, is because in the statute, it doesn't talk about just the coordinating agencies, but there's a fourth component, and what I'll call the base of the triangle, which includes tribal and local governments, as well as agricultural and environmental communities. And all of those groups are actually talked about in the statute in order to remind us all that this is something that none of us can do alone. It's a very comprehensive program that requires support across multiple entities in order to really make the progress that's needed and achieve the goals that are outlined in the basin management action plans that DEP publishes. And so how is it organized? What are the pieces and parts of NEEP? How do we make this happen? It talks about 3 different areas. 1, the Lake Okeechobee watershed, but also 2 other important watersheds, the St. Lucie River watershed and the Caloosahatchee River watershed. And the comprehensive program includes all 3 of those watersheds. And in fact, you'll see on the map, there's a couple of areas that I think are an illustration of why this has to work together. But this area here on the map is actually included in both the Caloosahatchee watershed and the Lake Okeechobee watershed. And this area is actually part of the Lake Okeechobee watershed and the St. Lucie watershed.
You point again?
Sure. This area here on the Caloosahatchee side and this area here on the St. Lucie side. And so you can see it's within the Lake Okeechobee boundary, but it's also colored in the St. Lucie, same here on the Caloosahatchee side. And to me, that's just a good illustration of not only how integrated these things have to be, how important thinking about things together are, but also the interactive nature of water, right? Water doesn't care what lines we draw on the map. It's going to go where it wants to go. And so how do we structure that, and how do we work together? Within the Lake Okeechobee Watershed program, there are multiple components. So let me explain this, this chart a little bit. So it has the Lake-O and the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie there on that second tier. And you'll see this little line in the middle. And I'm sorry, I'm pointing for the audience and none of the board members can see it. It's one of the things that's a little bit difficult with this room. But I can show you, no, it doesn't let me show you on your screens. My laser pointer won't work. But on this screen you can see it. And so that little line that goes between them and then comes down shows you that all this stuff below applies to all three watersheds. The one thing that is separate is we also, in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed program, have a requirement to look at internal phosphorus management program. What does that mean? That is the team from Lawrence's shop that takes a look at Lake Okeechobee itself and some of the unique challenges that have to do with the lake itself and the nutrients that are within the lake. And so that is called out in the statute as a separate and important responsibility. And then the other areas apply to all three of the watersheds. A watershed protection plan, which is the plan that we write in order to roadmap the activities that include what we're doing in terms of research and monitoring and projects. The BMAP, which is the outline that DEP provides that says, what are our targets? What do we need to do in terms of volume of storage and in terms of nutrient reduction goals? That is published by DEP, and Adam will talk a little bit about that later. And then another component that we have is the Exotic Species Control Program. And this program is coordinated through Stephen's shop and our land management activities. And they do that in concert with other coordinating agencies like FWC. So let me tell you a little bit about the people who make this happen at the district. This is a photo of just some of the team, and you'll see Pam Wade right here. Upon her retirement, before we let her walk out the door, she really worked very diligently with me to help me restructure this bureau for not what we've done in the past, but for what this program looks like in the future. And so we took a look at the statute, and we took a look at the program's components that we had going on. And really, our role falls into two major buckets. We're responsible for the monitoring and assessment of that monitoring and determining whether the projects and the programs that we have ongoing are working, right? So those projects that we have in place, are they delivering the results that we anticipated they were going to deliver? And what more is needed? That evaluation is done, and so we establish a group whose primary responsibility is to do that. And that's actually both within the NEEP program as well as in the additional areas that we have in the Southern Everglades that are covered by the Everglades Forever Act. And so that group handles all of that across the Everglades. Then we also needed somebody who really was going to cradle to grave, take a look at these projects. Okay, so this group, this assessment group, said we need to do something about water quantity in this sub-basin. So what are we going to do about that? We need to take a look at what are the opportunities we have, taking a look at that sub-basin, and in collaboration with others across the district, other stakeholders, landowners, other agencies, see what's available, and then figure it out. Figure out a project that will meet those requirements. Get the funding, design it, construct it, and turn it back over for operations and assessment. And so that's how we've reestablished the Bureau. And so right now, because this is a new structure, I also have some new positions, and I'm actually recruiting right now for a new Bureau Chief, a new Section Administrator for Operations and Assessment, a new Section Administrator for Planning and Projects, and also a Senior Policy Advisor who will lead this policy team. One thing we used to have at the district, and we haven't had for a number of years, is someone who really leads the state policy side when it comes to these types of programs, and understands that as changes to the statutes come in, as it keeps track of all of our reporting requirements, which are extensive, and helps us understand how does that fit in with the projects that we're working on and the requirements that we have in coordination with Sean's team on the communications side. And so we are hiring, and so for all those listening, if you are interested, those interviews actually start next week for the Bureau Chief, and once we have the Bureau Chief on board, that individual will be part of hiring those other senior leaders to move this program into the future. So now on to the triangle. The interagency agreement that we have in place will expire in March. And so we have been working for several months now, rewriting the agreement and updating it to include things like the other river watersheds, which were absent from the old agreement. The old agreement only included Lake Okeechobee watershed, not the two river watersheds. So that was an easy, obvious inclusion. But some of the other things that we really wanted to make sure that we did in this interagency agreement is that we have some really great collaboration right now across the interagency. Our technical teams are digging into the data and trying to identify solutions to the problems that we're seeing. We're not waiting until we know everything. We're taking a look at what we have, the information that we have, problems that we've identified, like escalated phosphorus levels at a certain monitoring station. And then we take a look at that, we bring in the technical teams, and everybody goes and does some homework. Take a look at any permits that you have in that area. Take a look at people that you have performing BMPs. Do you have any old offenders that maybe we need to go check on? Do we have any new activities? Do we have projects that have just come online? Maybe this is an anomaly based on either a construction or flipping the switch to turn on operations of a new project. Ceasing a project. Did we have anything that stopped in that time frame? All of those kinds of things. We're calling that effort a rapid assessment. And it's something that we are trying to codify in our interagency agreement so that it's not lost, because we don't want future members of this team to have to figure this out again. And instead, we want to put it in writing in the agreement so that there's an expectation and a requirement for us to continue to work well together as we look at moving this program forward and really attaining some of the goals that are outlined. And in addition, one of the other things that we're trying to do with this interagency agreement is make it readable for the public and put in it the references so that if someone wanted to figure out, well, how does this work? You know, what's everybody doing? They can go to this agreement, which is under 15 pages right now, and take a look at it and say, oh, okay, DEP does this, and the references for how they do that and more description about it is in these places, and those documents are referenced in the interagency agreement. Oh, FDACS has a responsibility to do these things, and their part are these areas. Oh, and the more information is in these documents, which again are referenced in the interagency agreement. Oh, okay, and the district does these things. And these are the types of reports that are published by the three agencies on what kind of a frequency and where do I go to get that information so that I can look at the data that they are using to make their decisions. And so we're codifying all of that in the interagency agreement so that it's an easy place. Easy is a subjective word, but it's one place that people can go to really get an idea of how this program works. So from a new guy coming into this program, I didn't do anything with the NEAT program when I worked for the Corps. This was really hard for me to figure out, where do I even go to find this information? And so that was something that Chris and Adam and I have worked hard with our staffs to try and make sure that we make it easier to understand through this interagency agreement, and something that I think is important. So I'm going to give you just a flavor for the interagency agreement. So there's only words on the next slides, but it's only a table of contents. I'm not going to hurt everybody's brains or make you fall asleep just yet, I hope. But I wanted to give you a flavor for what's in it. And so there's a couple of, I only have 2 slides of table of contents. And so there's only 5 sections. And the first one is just an overall objective, of course. A little bit about how we work internally in the second section. In the third section, it talks about the watershed protection plans that the Water Management District is responsible for, and we publish those annually in the South Florida Environmental Report. And so those drafts are actually going out for public comment later this week or early next week. And so the chapters that cover those watershed protection plans will go out for public comment like they do every year. The finals are published in March. And then section 4, arguably the most contentious section of the interagency agreement, is all about BMPs. And the reason that I say contentious is because I think this is the area that there's the least understanding. And I think it's hard for the general public to understand who's got the ball on which parts of this. And you'll see in the draft that we have, there are a couple areas in this section that we don't have the language worked out yet, because it is difficult. And almost anything that you write applies for most cases, but then it doesn't apply for certain cases. And so do we want to try and outline every different type of thing in the interagency agreement? Do we want to talk about it in generalities? Do we want to point to the documents that explain it in more detail? But most importantly, the thing that we're trying to capture in the interagency agreement here is, how do we do the handoff between the different agencies so that we're never in a public meeting and we're doing this? Well, that's DAX's job. Well, that's the Water Management District's job. Well, that's DEP's job. And instead, that it's clear to both ourselves and to the public and to our stakeholders just where that handover occurs and how we make sure that we do that effectively. And so, so that's some of the language that we're still working on in section 4. And then section 5, which I think is, again, an area that I've spent a lot of time working on and trying to figure out, how do we codify this appropriately in here. This is the area that we're talking about, how does the public really understand what's going on? Where do you get your information? How often does it come out? How do you engage so that if you have comments, thoughts, ideas, if you're a stakeholder and you want to help, or you want to describe how we're maybe could be doing it better, how do you engage? And that's what section 5 is about the communications with stakeholders and the public. And again, so that we are never in a position where DEP is having an important public meeting about an aspect in the interagency agreement and DAX and the district aren't there. We don't ever want to have that happen. And it has happened. It has happened in the past. And we are fully committed to making sure it doesn't happen again, and we're writing it down so that the people who come after us can't renege on that responsibility. Because right now, It's working well, and we're working through the issues, and we don't all agree on everything. Sometimes we disagree, and that's okay, as long as we're all at the table and we're working through it. Because we're all working toward the same goals, and we're all committed to better water quality, both individually, as our staffs, and as agencies. We're committed to that. And so we're making sure that that's written down in this interagency agreement so that it continues into the future. So with that introduction, I'm going to ask Adam if he's ready to come up, and he has a couple of slides for you. And then Adam, if you wouldn't mind introducing Chris when you're done.
All right. Good afternoon. It's good to see you all and be here and give DEPs kind of where they fit in the triangle. So just in general, I mean, first and foremost, implementing, developing the Basin Management Action Plan is kind of the primary role for the department. Just a little bit of background and kind of understanding our organizational structure. The Division of Ecosystems Assessment and Restoration is one of the divisions that's under my purview, and they're responsible for establishing all the BMAPs in the state of Florida. Julie Espy, who's the director, who you may have heard of before, and just so kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of how that structure works at the department. But basically, we develop the BMAPs once a TMDL has been established. The first LACO BMAP was established in December 2014. We just did our 5-year annual update January 2020. So we are kind of been implementing that, identifying projects, looking at the loading, the amount of loading, what needs to be reduced to meet the TMDL, and then what projects are in the pipeline to end up to be able to meet that TMDL over a 20-year time period. That skipped. Just real quick, some of the other things that we do is we track and follow the BMAP project status. We're actually in the process of developing this online portal that would give kind of an outward-facing ability for the public and for us to look at the projects that are in place, how far they've advanced, the nutrient reductions that we're looking to achieve, and then once they are, kind of doing that Q&A to be able to verify that those nutrient reductions are being met. So just a way for us to better track projects and how the TMDL is getting achieved through the reduction of the phosphorus through those projects. And then also we work closely with the Water Management District and doing water quality data, and we also conduct monitoring at representative sites to verify effectiveness of the BMPs, or agricultural BMPs. And so basically under the NEEP statute, DAX implements the agricultural BMP program. We do monitoring at various sites around the state, and it's our responsibility once BMPs are adopted and they've been implemented and they've been moving forward, that we do the water quality sampling to kind of verify that they are achieving the nutrient reductions that we're expected to see. So. And then one of the other areas, DEP is responsible for implementation of a non-ag, non-point source pollutant sources, and that's basically, for the most part, your stormwater systems. DEP adopts a BMP manual for stormwater, both for MS4 and for general permits for non-MS4 stormwater systems, also other kinds of urban runoff. We have a model ordinance for residential fertilizer application, just those kind of non-point source, non-ag, non-point source that we are responsible for doing BMPs for. And then we also enforcement for agricultural producers that aren't implementing BMPs. Under the BMAP statutes, any agricultural producer within a BMAP area is required to either adopt BMPs or conduct water quality monitoring. DAX's have the responsibility for getting all the ag producers within a BMAP area enrolled. If they choose not to enroll or they're unresponsive, then they send those producers to us to do the water quality monitoring or enforcement if we continue not to get responsive. And on the water quality side, it's producer responsible water quality monitoring to show that they're meeting water quality standards, because if they're doing the BMPs, they have the presumption of compliance. And so once that happens and it gets referred to us, this past May, DAX submitted about 2,700, a little over 2,700 parcels to us for enforcement due to non-responsiveness from when they initially sent letters out to unenrolled agricultural producers. And just want to take a minute just to give a little bit of kudos to my staff, Julie and David Frady and Greg D'Angelo and our program attorney. In 4 months, they were able to get over 1,800 parcels enrolled in DAX BMPs. And that was by ground truth and getting the addresses, making sure the owners are the right owners, multiple letters, reaching out to them, and doing just a yeoman's job and really putting in a lot of hours to get those producers. A lot of it was just that property might have sold and it was a new owner, and so they weren't getting it, the letters. Some, you get a letter in the mail and you just kind of put it aside, but in 4 months to get that level of enrollment. And so for those that we still have been non-responsive, we're prioritizing our enforcement based on size of parcels. Our Office of General Counsel sent last chance letters to 51 parcels that were over 100 acres, and this is actually out of date because in the last 2 days we've gotten additional parcels enrolled. And so right now only 8 parcels greater than 100 acres remain out of compliance, and those makes up 6 owners. So making a lot of progress. Sometimes it is that threat of litigation that gets those remaining couple in place, and some of them we've found that one, he's currently incarcerated, so not really able to do it. Others, it's out-of-state trusts that you just have to find out, and it just takes some time. But we're going to be sending next batch of last chance letters next week for all those 99 acres to 50, and just kind of continue that process. And then for the ones that continue to be non-responsive, kind of the last step in the process is doing administrative complaint in DOA to get a judge to issue basically a order saying you have to either enroll in BMPs or do the monitoring. And if they don't, then they default on the order, and we can fine up to $50,000. And then the final step after that is we can file in civil court for contempt of the order for not following the order, and then that gets into the bigger statutory penalties of $15,000 a day per day. And so we never had to do that, and I don't expect we probably will, but just so you know, that's kind of what the process is legally.
You brought it up. Dad tells a story back in the early days when it was DER, getting that letter before really anything had been said. You may be fined up to $10,000 a day or 60 days in jail. Sent people to the corners. I mean, it's just, it just, boy, he was fired up. But, things have changed over time. And you brought it up, and that hearing him talk about that.
Yeah.
We get to that point. Yeah, I think we're to that point in this BMAT. We're 30 years later.
And that's it. Do you want to do questions now or after, at the end? It's whatever you would like.
If anyone has any questions.
The earlier, as far as when you say parcels were referred?
Yes.
Who referred? Was it?
Your mic.
Speaking of the mic.
Sorry. Who is it that referred the parcel?
DAX, Chris's
DAX, okay.
Office of Water Policy. Yeah,
Okay.
when they reach out and seek to get producers enrolled, those that weren't responsive, they referred the property owners to us to start kind of trying to do the enforcement.
So when that 67% signs up for BMPs, what exactly does that mean?
For the most part, it's entering into their NOIs that they want to enroll in the program. And then I believe, and Chris can maybe answer.
Chris, follow up on that to make sure.
Yeah,
that they-
just on the, under their new rule, they do verification that they are in fact doing it, and then they're officially enrolled.
And their option is to opt for monitoring?
Yes, and so.
Does anyone take that option?
I don't think there's ever been one, just because once they realize the kind of cost to that, it goes to BMPs. I think just recently there's been a couple who have said, I think I want to look into the monitoring, but I don't believe there's been any that have actually gone and done that instead of BMPs.
You said you're doing, I know this is sort of new, but we're doing monitoring with you in conjunction?
Correct.
And how's that been going?
It's been going very well. The Water Management District has been doing expanded monitoring around the lake. We've been doing expanded monitoring north of the lake. We're working with the district to help identify these kind of representative sites, which is basically just within the BMAP area. If there's kind of an area where there might be kind of a confluence of waterways going, and we can see, okay, we know that there's BMPs being implemented here. We can see this kind of conjunction point. It's kind of a good representative site to be able to see, all right, what's the north of the production, south of production, what is the nutrient reductions that we're seeing based on the BMPs, and then we can look and see the type of crop that's being grown, what the nutrient reduction should be based on the BMP manual, and that allows us just to see where those reductions are occurring.
I think the monitoring to me is so powerful, because that's the data that you really need to, rather than pointing fingers, you can actually be
and now that DAX is sending us fertilizer data based on Senate Bill 712, that's another thing where we can look and say, all right, in this general area, here's the amount of fertilizer that's being used, and we can look and say, all right, here's an area where you might have more intensive agriculture going on. It's a great place for a project because it could really kind of move the needle. It just helps us in that data collection be able to really identify areas, and that kind of goes in with our targeted restoration area program, which we kind of started in this BMAP, where we kind of look at those hot spots and areas where we know that they may be, close proximity to water bodies going into the lake or south of the lake, and then being able to respond and really kind of attack those areas that, just need that extra project to help with the water quality. So.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Adam, for your presentation. I have a follow-up question on the last chance letters. You mentioned that you're going to be sending letters to the parcels 50 to 99 acres. How many letters in total will you be sending?
I knew I was going to get that question, and I wasn't able to get an answer in time to know how many are within that size, but I can get that for you. I'd be happy to.
Okay. Besides the number, I thought I understood you say that you've never had to do it, levy fine. So I want to understand the last chance letter a little better.
Sure.
When you get to the point where they've not complied, and in this case, if I'm understanding your presentation correctly, the 51 letters were from a 4-month period when the staff did the review of 1860 parcels?
That's correct.
Okay, so now that you're at the point where you're going to issue the last chance letter, you send them a letter, how long do they have to respond?
Typically, just following the process, we gave them I believe it was a 20-day, either 15 or 20-day period, and now that time period has passed, then we move into filing the complaint and the administrative complaint and put it into the judge's hands to issue an order. If they don't respond to the complaint, then the judge would issue a default order. It does take some time, but because before we can issue basically sue the landowner, we have to build a case. So our litigation and general counsel, they have to really go on site, verify that yes, it is confirmed, eyes on the ground, agriculture doing this crop. They're not doing BMPs. You have to take, getting photographic evidence and build that case so that when you do file the complaint, you are ready to show that, yes, they're you were right into filing that. And, that is one kind of thing that we're working with DAX on in the interagency agreement. In the past, DAX did a lot of that case building up front before sending it to us, and so we want to try to make sure that it's just workload working together to be able to make sure that we're getting all that information ahead of time so we can kind of respond quicker to the ones who are not in compliance and not go after ones who really are doing what they're supposed to inadvertently.
So when it goes to court, is there an appeal process for the landowner?
If they can have an attorney that can defend and show evidence that they are doing what they want to. A lot of times with the ones that going through this whole period have been unresponsive, a lot of times you just won't get a response, and that's where the default order comes in, which basically the judge is just saying, well, that person didn't come, so state we agree with you, and then that's when you can start doing the fines. But like I said, I don't know the last time that it has actually gotten that far down the road. But
So we've never had a case.
I don't want to say never, just I'm not familiar that there's been one recently.
And what's your period of reference? 5 years, 10 years?
Yes, probably. I'm just looking back and talking to my folks over this planning period for Lake Okeechobee. It was like over the last 5 years, we've been going through the process of getting the ag producers enrolled, and now that we were submitted the list of unresponsive from DAX, we've just started this process of really pushing the enforcement.
So would it be fair to say that there's really not any real data yet on how this enforcement process works in terms of whether or not you'll collect fines if you have a reluctant landowner?
I can kind of give you a little bit of context. Prior to this issuance or referral of non-responsive, I guess maybe 6 months prior, we got a couple hundred. We got all of them enrolled except for one, and we've gone through all of this, and we are, for that one, at the point of filing the complaint, and if they still don't do it, then we would. So that's one that could very in the near future kind of go that distance. But typically, we have always been able to eventually get them enrolled before getting to the point where we're fining them that much money. So.
Because the goal is compliance, right, as
Right.
opposed to the hammer.
Yeah.
But there's a certain point where, if you have a landowner that's contributing pollution at the expense of everyone else in the watershed, at some point, how long do you give them to get into compliance?
Yeah.
And that was what I was trying to get at is, does this process work, or does it go on and on and on to the point where we never get a hold of them? Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you for those questions. And, the way that we're going about, particularly for these, it is so it doesn't just keep going around and not getting the actual enrolled or facing the penalties and not getting enrolled. But I can find and provide you some kind of historical context for if it's gone through that whole process in the past.
Or an update on these.
Yeah, sure.
Keep us updated on how these are
Sure
proceeding.
will.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Adam. Mr. Olipich?
Thank you so much for being here today.
Sure.
It's really interesting to hear you tell what you're doing, what the agency's doing. So I believe that when Governor DeSantis came into office and he put out Executive Order 1912, it was C in the first section that said all of the B maps in this region had to be done at the same time. And so like Okeechobee may have originally been 2012 or something. St. Lucie 2013, I don't know what Caloosahatchee was, but they were on different end dates or beginning dates. And so one of the things that happened in 2020 was all of those three B maps were coordinated together. And so I'm just curious, are you all re-looking at how they'll be approached? Because for me, that's been one of the most confusing things for everything. It would be like, I don't know, when I was a teacher, let's say I had 7 different classes, but I was grading the papers all at a different time, and they were due at different times, and so it would make my life very complicated. It might make it more work if I had to grade them all by a certain date, but I knew if I got graded them all by that certain date, I could go, walk the beach or do something fun. So how is the agency looking at dealing with the BMAPs now that you have these 3 BMAPs synchronized, basically? And do we have to wait 5 years? Or the way I'm listening to you talk, it sounds like you're looking at the data all the time.
Yeah, no, I can kind of just start with that. We do every year, we look at what progress has been making on an annual basis. We have a STAR report that is online, and I mean, you can go to each BMAP in the state and really zero in on projects, advances, what nutrient reductions have occurred. But to answer your question kind of directly, that yeah, we are looking at it every year. If something comes up that we need to change, we can amend and revise a BMAP. It doesn't have to be 5 years, and so we look at annually, and if there was something that needed to be addressed, we could address it. Every 5 years is the statutory, where you must do it at least every 5 years, and so that's where and in some BMAPs in other parts of the state, you can look at it, and the projects being implemented are going forward. The project's still intended to meet the nutrient reduction, and there may not be a reason for in the Lake Okeechobee areas, because you're having different projects and everything coming on all the time, and there's also, as you said, the 3 different BMAPs that are all together. We always probably have some room for improvement, and making sure the modeling and the data is all reflecting what's in the BMAP. So,
right. So let's take the St. Lucie BMAP, for instance. So our BMAP has everything from agriculture to small towns like Sewell's Point, where I live. And so you've got different types of judgment, basically, or, agriculture runoff, septic tank runoff, residential fertilizer runoff, whatever it is. So are you, when you look through the data, do you deal with the group as a whole? Do you take, say, the 17 people that are on that list and say, hey, guys and gals, how you doing? Last year we were at 200, and this year we're at 140 for phosphorus. Or are you dealing with it separately, or you're only talking to the people who aren't meeting it? Is there a sense of community with these BMAPs? And would you ever consider making a sense of community for the triangle, for all of it? Or what are the agency's thoughts? I know it's so much. I mean, I don't know how you all do everything you do. This year didn't you get, or last year, the septic tanks? It's like, oh, well, now DEP's in charge. It's like, I mean, you all are carrying a lot on your back, and it's hard to do all this stuff, but it is kind of our only hope with the water quality. So how do you see coordinating between the 3 and the 17 to 23 people that are in each, or entities that are in each BMAP? What's the process?
sure. And so stakeholder engagement is really the fundamental aspect of the BMAP project process, and when it was established was you set the water quality criteria, you set this is the load reduction, then you go out into the community, you identify all the different categories of sources, whether it's septic tanks, wastewater facilities, agriculture, the whole gamut of sources, industrial, commercial, and then you look and see what percentage of that total load is coming from each of those categories. Sometimes also you have a single large point source. When you have a point source that's a direct discharger, you know what their effluent is, you know what the water quality criteria is. You can say your load is X, you need to reduce your load by this much, and you might just be looking at one person. But in general, you're looking at categories of sources of nutrients. And so we have multiple engagement and workshops saying, based on the models and the data, this is how much public and private wastewater utilities you need to reduce by, and septic tanks is this much, and in the legislation, the same 712, it required all BMAPs that have septic tanks or wastewater treatment facilities that represent 20% of the load allocation to do remediation plans. So the local governments have to show how they're going to reduce the loading that's associated with those groups. And those have to be done by 2025, which will go a long way in being able to say, you know, here's the plan that's going to be in place within the BMAP and the projects necessary. And then it also allows us then to take funding. Like with our wastewater grant, we've funded a lot in Indian River Lagoon because we know septic tanks is a huge issue in those areas, and being able to do, you know, some big projects with a lot of capital at one time can really make a big difference and actually start seeing the reductions that you need. And so in the BMAPs and having all of that and those plans in place, it'll allow us to get the data, understand the amount of nutrients, and then respond in helping communities with some of the costs associated with that. Because, I mean, that is the hardest part for the local governments is, you know, that cost of compliance. And so we try to work with them on the grant funding to be able to support as much as possible. And, you know, in some of the BMAPs, agriculture isn't a huge source. In some, it's the primary source. So in those instances where agriculture might be one of the larger sources, you know, we really would coordinate with DACs and those, and in other BMAPs where it's more urban and development septic tanks, then, you know, there's less of a need. But we're always, anytime that we're trying to, you know, reduce any nutrient sources that are attributed to agriculture, working with DACs to be able to work with the landowners and the property owners.
Do you think BMAPs can, and this will be my last question.
Sure.
I mean, it's a tough situation. So what percentage of our problem can BMAPs fix?
I mean, they are, the plans and the science and the data is in place for them to achieve the nutrient reductions. It takes commitment from the sources, commitment from the state. I mean, we are very close to meeting the TMDL for Wakulla Springs because it's one of the first, you know, BMAT's been in place for a while. We were able to identify the sources. Wakulla County was a huge partner in coming in and putting money on top of state funding. It's also primarily a point source driven, so it's easier when you have one big utility project that can really cut the nutrients. You know, it's a BMAP or a spring or a water body where most of the sources of septic tanks are non-point sources. You know, it's harder to, because all those projects are ones that, you know, they're just, it's not like you can point to one private entity or public utility or something and say, all right, do AWT, that'll fix the problem and we're good. Yeah, so it's a little more, it can be more challenging, but it's really just, it's not the BMAP process, it's just the nuances. I mean, you can, other parts of the state, different soil, different geography, you know, it can cause nutrients to have a bigger effect than in other places. And so it just, there's a lot of unknowns that can go in that can be the reason for one BMAP to take 20 years, another BMAP to take 15 years, and another one that you end up getting down the road and doing everything and you realize for whatever reason we got to do more to get to that level. And so that's why every 5 years there's that overall planning so that we can see, you know, map out what improvements have been made and whether or not we're seeing the results from projects completed, and then move forward and try to just keep reducing as much as we can until the TMDL is met.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thanks very much, Adam.
Yeah, sure thing. Anytime, and I'm always available, so don't hesitate to reach out if you have any other questions.
We appreciate that.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Mr. Bergeron? Yeah.
Sometimes I hate to talk about this because it'll show how confusing I am on these BMAPs, but I guess you've established the BMAPs, which are the hot spots, and you have the best management practices that are required. And then outside of the BMAP area, it's voluntary?
Correct.
Okay. And So we, through monitoring over time, we've established the BMAP areas of where there's excessive amount of nutrients, whether it's septic tanks or agriculture or whatever, or sewer plants that are discharging. Now, you're required to do the best management practices in these BMAP areas, and as long as you do that, there's an assumption at this point that you're meeting state quality of water.
Correct.
Now, as we continue to monitor, and we got the funding to monitor, I guess we'll be able to see, is all this working in a positive direction? You know, that's important.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, is it working? And when will we have this extensive monitoring to kind of figure out how well the BMPs are working towards a certain goal?
Yeah, I actually had this conversation with my staff just this past week. Was, you know, we've gotten to a point, particularly in the Lake O BMAP area, where BMP enrollment is high. You know, Chris will tell you the amount of acreage in the Lake O BMAP that are enrolled in BMPs. It's at a level where we feel like, okay, there's enough people enrolled where you can look at the amount of, and when we start getting the fertilizer data, then you can kind of look and see, you know, in the past, if you say only had, you know, 50% of BMPs enrolled, you can't really know if BMPs are working if not enough people are enrolled. But now that we have those high percentages, now we can go out, start identifying representative sites, getting with the district to help identify what those might be, and then also working with DACs to, you know, get access. Some of the representative sites can be on private property, so trying to understand that there's by no means any regulatory, you know, attachment to the sampling of the representative sites. It's not to point out what an individual producers or group of producers is, you know, what their amount of phosphorus or nitrogen is. Really, it's only to get an understanding of how effective. Is there additional cost share projects? You know, is there a need to adopt, you know, more stringent BMPs that also aren't, you know, economically problematic for the producers, but that might be out there? IFAS has gotten state funding and on their own has been doing research on kind of what they call advanced BMPs, but just, you know, looking and seeing what other types of practices could be reasonable to implement that could reduce nutrients more than maybe what's currently in the manual. Is there an opportunity to say, in this BMAP area, we know that because of the type of agriculture or the soils or just, you know, a bunch of different reasons, there's a unique situation where we need to do additional BMPs, additional projects that, whether it's state funded, state assisted, just done through, you know, DAC's BMP program or a cost share, but we know that more advanced BMPs need to be done in order to get to the level of reduction to meet the TMDL. Does it make sense just to do a manual for the different sources, different crops in just that BMAP area, so that you're not trying to capture the entire state, you know, in under one manual if, you know, there's reasons, but, you know, that's just things to start looking at. But now that we've kind of got this BMAP area where we have a good data set, we have a high percentage of BMP enrollment, now it's, you know, we can start collecting the data and the monitoring and seeing how those BMPs are working and whether we need to work on doing more or not.
You know, because, you know, it may be, you know, the people that are really doing a good job, you know, it's the bad apples that we need to make sure are being respected to all of us. You know, it's all about we and this quality of water and how we get there. And extremely important.
Yeah, and I think as, you know, just kind of last thing and related to 712, it required, you know, to do every 2-year verification of BMPs, and it kind of put that timeline in so that we could get the verification, so we would be able to know, are those who are enrolled doing what they need to be doing, so that we can determine, if everybody's doing everything, they're enrolled, it's all working, but we're still seeing water quality issues, then the statute directs us to then start, looking and reevaluating the BMPs. So having that assurance and confirming whether the BMPs are being implemented across the board will help us kind of guide that decision.
And it may be more cost effective, possibly to evaluate, you meet a certain quality of water and you get a certain amount of subsidizing, sort of like what Florida Pound Light does, or, which could be a lot more cost effective than us continuing to buy half the state back and pre-treat it, let it get into state waters, and then try to get it out. So there may be, in the triangle, Jackie's triangle, that may be more cost effective to be thinking in that line too, as we continue to go forward. And
no, I agree. I think that could be a good idea. And I just want to say too, there's nobody advocating for regulating agriculture out of, business. That's not the intent whatsoever. As much as the state can assist, I know DAX works hard with doing cost share projects too and things like that. There is we understand the need for water quality, but also the importance that agriculture plays. So just want to make that be known.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. If you're through, we'll go over to Mr. Butler.
Adam, within the BMAPs, and I'll go ahead and give you an out. If we got to turn and look at Ms. Reynolds or Mr. Pettit, we can do that. But within the BMAP, does DEP or whoever have a handle on the difference between nutrients that are coming from, let's say, today's practices that are happening on a parcel versus practices that had happened on that same parcel years ago? Do we have a handle on what that is, what percentage that is maybe, or of nutrient within a BMAP?
Yeah, and I've heard the numbers. I know that just implementing these BMPs, like the current BMPs over, the last however long for a particular BMAP has been in place, are just ones that have been that there was significant reduction from when no BMPs were required or done to following the BMPs now. There's no question that they worked. I think what we're kind of looking at for some of the BMAPs is I've heard, Ernie Barnett and others say, the BMPs were not established to meet the TMDL. We know that even with BMPs, there's going to need additional in areas that agriculture is the primary, source. We just know in order to do that, and that's where the projects, and we have the regional agricultural element that was put into the BMAPs, this again through 712, and so working with DAX and the department, and in this case South Florida, to kind of find what are some projects that could be included in that element to try to help get where we need to get. So,
I guess ask it a little different way. Hypothetical. Let's take a parcel that somebody has been farming for 5 years, and they've been using the same practices for those 5 years. And their stormwater runoff do we have a handle on the nutrients from that current stormwater runoff that come from the current production practices that landowner's using versus that stormwater runoff that's coming off today? The nutrients in that stormwater runoff maybe were contributed from previous practices? Legacy. Yeah, I'm trying to do it without using legacy. But legacy is what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, and that is,
do we have a handle on that? Or what the percentage contribution is, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and again, it's from BMAP to MEBAP, what the amount of legacy phosphorus and nitrogen is, going to be different. And we know in the Laco and Clusatchee, St. Lucie, and those BMAP areas that, there is legacy phosphorus that just, there is some reductions required to meet the TMDL that still that the legacy phosphorus is having to be kind of overcome to be able to meet the TMDL, knowing that legacy phosphorus plays a big part as well. Same in, I think, like the St. Lucie area, also with a lot of the VMAPs, yeah, you're dealing with legacy phosphorus, but it's something that we can, in certain extents, be able to identify and have the data to understand what that impact is, and then what would need to do to kind of offset that impact, or if you're able to remove the legacy phosphorus, then understanding that. But it's not a perfect science by any means, and it is, we try to get the best data and the models in place to be able to show, but there is some room where you can see some.
Chairman? This is Jen Reynolds. I can add a little bit. I know the room has like a weird echo, right? I can add a little bit to that. So this really gets at the importance of our upstream monitoring and that expanded monitoring network, because what we're doing with some of that data is being able to isolate some of those factors. One of the problems that we have with the expanded monitoring network is, to answer Mr. Bergeron's question, it's in place. We have the monitoring in place to answer those questions. What we don't have is years of data to help us isolate different contributing factors. So in the example that Mr. Butler was talking about, where maybe you have a practice that's been going on for 5 years, let's say there's been a land use change, and so we're taking a look at that. We can look at upstream monitoring from that activity and take a look at nutrient levels there. Then we can look at nutrient levels downstream of that activity, and that isolates the nutrient contribution for that activity. So right now, all of my staff is cringing because I'm way oversimplifying, okay? But in general, like, that's the kind of thing that we're doing with that expanded monitoring network. Now the problem is, let's say you do that this year, and you determine what that nutrient contribution is, and we say, oh, well, the BMPs aren't sufficient. There's still more nutrient contribution than we should be seeing from that activity. Or let's say we don't see that, and we say, look at that, actually, and we've had both of these examples, actually, they are reducing nutrients. It's an agricultural activity that's reducing nutrients, okay? But that's 1 year of data, so it doesn't really tell you anything conclusive. You have to have multiple years of data to really be able to say, is what's going on representative of the activity itself, or is there something else that might be a factor, such as the amount of rainfall, or other activities that might be influencing those surface water results that we haven't identified or haven't isolated. And in every case, there are sometimes dozens or more factors that our team is looking at in terms of contributions to those nutrient numbers. And so that's what that team, in conjunction with similar teams from DEP, do all year long, is they look at that at the sub-basin level and try and identify those things. And I didn't mention it, but one thing that we also have in place in terms of our technical teams is we have established a specific technical team that is looking at legacy phosphorus. And they are working very hard to identify those types of things and other activities across the landscape in order to isolate legacy phosphorus from current day activities.
Thanks, Ed.
So to simplify that, you're taking the main inflows, let's say from Boggy Creek to Highway 60, and you have a certain nutrient level north of Highway 60, and then you have from Highway 60 to the lake, and looking at north of Highway 60, if it's at 70 parts or 75 parts per billion. These are hypotheticals. And south, that 50-mile stretch is 300 or 250, whatever. You pretty well can identify. Is that what
There's
you're
something
saying?
going on in that stretch.
In
Yep.
that particular stretch. So that's what's important for us to provide that database. And I apologize for talking so much about this, but really it's such an important subject of the quality of water and that we have to have science. You know, you don't want to be pointing fingers without knowing where it's coming from. And it looks like we're going to have that, a lot of that information that we can study.
Yes, sir. Great. Now, Adam. Thank you very much. I tried.
Don't give anybody a chance.
Mr. Pettit, come on up.
Say, how long did Adams go? Chris, ready?
No, I yield my time to the...
Yeah.
Anyways. Chris Pettit, Mr. Chair, it's an honor, if you don't mind. Chris Pettit, Director of the Office of Agriculture and Water Policy at Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Good to see everybody in 3D. I've gotten used to looking at everybody in 2D, so it's nice to be back in front of you. Wanted to actually thank Adam. Adam went through a lot of pieces that we've been working on together. Jackie, you're prescient in that the BMAPs did drive within a pretty short period of time this definition of who's enrolled and who is considered ag under the BMAPs that was not enrolled, and that kind of flowed into an exercise in determining, enrollable, what is bona fide ag. We do have some larger kind of policy issues that are under discussion where we've got rural residences, rural homesteads, fallow lands, a number of lands that are considered ag under the BMAP that, as we are working through data management, which I've improved mine, they've been doing great work on theirs. We continue to have those discussions. And Adam and his team and Julie and their team have been absolutely fantastic. As cantankerous as I am, our staffs work very, very well together. And it's just been a joy to have that cooperation. And I think we're both here to make sure that you're aware that we're working through that. You're going to see, if I can get a change in the, oh God, I look bad on camera too. Let's not talk about that. I'll do. COVID-15. These numbers that you are seeing in front of you, I actually have an update on. I got my October 1st data earlier this week. We are still in QA/QC, but I can tell you that the enrollment level numbers are pretty solid, and that enrollment number reflects the kind of the intensive irrigated acreage. Our numbers, once you kind of add in overall, are actually up in the 90s. So we are doing very, very good work on enrollment. We have a list of folks that we're continuing to work through in all three BMAPs to go ahead and continue the enrollment based on our interactions with DEP. We do have folks that have been referred on over, and as Adam articulated, oftentimes it just takes sometimes it takes a couple of letters. Folks are busy living their lives and loving life in South Florida. We do send a couple of letters, and we do have a process. The process did get accelerated based on the requirements of the BMAPs, but we sometimes see that it takes just a hey, we really mean it, and as Mr. Butler alluded to, sometimes it just takes that push, and they end up in our shop, and we get out and get them enrolled. There we go. So the implementation verification numbers, that's where the update comes in. On Lake Okeechobee and St. Lucie, we are over 80%. One is at 80%, one is at 81%. I can't remember which, forgive me. The Caloosahatchee is well over 70% at this point, which I've got 9 months left to get those numbers to 100%, and we are continuing to work as hard as we can to drive through and get those done. Each of the implementation verification site visits involves collection of the nutrient application record forms, required by Senate Bill 712. We're looking at tens and tens and tens of thousands of lines of data at this point. This is the first time that we've collected that data. I do that to brag on my data manager in that for any of you that worked with data, Ms. Meads in the chemistry area, many of us, when you're doing QA/QC to make sure that your data is correct, you want to make sure that you are absolutely accurate, and there's an expectation that was made of us by the legislature, so we're making sure that those numbers are exactly where they need to be as we interact with our sister agency partners. So that's all good news. We are doing very well. We do have a request into the legislature for additional positions because we have done a workload analysis, and I'm running folks into the ground, and again, I've got the best staff on the planet. And it's a very dedicated effort, so we're working hard to make sure that we're getting where we need to be. Cost share I wanted to speak to as well. We have almost $750,000 that we have already within the first quarter of the year outlaid. We've got about 3.1 to 3.3 million in regular cost share that is dedicated down in the South Florida region. To supplement that, we also have fixed capital outlay dollars that we have to spend. That's for the larger projects. The biggest types, most of the primary types of measures that are being funded, you can see on the screen. We're doing some fencing. We're doing a lot of water control improvements to improve efficiencies. Precision ag has been a major focus and prioritization since I came into this office, and that's the advanced BMPs that Adam was talking about, the fun, sexy stuff. Automation and irrigation efficiency improvements, which is very, very important because the way in which you're putting water on the property and irrigating is going to be useful in reducing the amount of water that's also leaving the property. We've got several FCO dollar projects that a couple of them we continue to work with DEP and your esteemed agency to get final that we've been working on for a while. Very good projects that are going to make a difference in a couple of different watersheds. In addition, coming out of conversations with Jen and her staff, looking at different areas. I can't go into specifics just yet, but we have a couple of very high-quality projects with some very progressive landowners that we're looking at that are in the right places, shall we put. So we are going to be able to hopefully come to fruition on some very, very good projects that'll make a difference in terms of the pounds of nutrients being removed. Next slide, if you don't mind. Jennifer asked me to just kind of walk through how we do things and our cooperation with the state conservation districts. And the state conservation districts and the three that we work primarily in this area are Hendry, Okeechobee, and Highlands County Soil and Water Conservation Districts. They are our political entity partners. They are creatures of statute under Chapter 582. I have general oversight authority, and we are responsible for working with them and providing technical assistance. We work with them to establish contracts that provide BMP technician help. They are an entity that help us implement our programs. We also work with them in our cost share contracts run through the soil and water conservation districts. This is a nationwide model. Many states have conservation commissions. Florida chooses to run it through the Office of Agricultural Water Policy. I was actually out in the Northwest last week meeting with my compatriots from the National Association of State Conservation Agencies, those folks that have the oversight over the conservation districts within their areas of jurisdiction, their states. We work with the Association of Florida Conservation Districts and their executive director to provide that central repository of knowledge and technical assistance. That's the entity that represents the conservation districts. They also play a primary role in another area of statute, which is the mobile irrigation labs. That's emphasizing irrigation efficiency and, again, tying irrigation efficiency to our best management practices and tying that nutrient management and irrigation management together. Contracts run through my office. I've got dedicated project managers on each of them. They've been fantastic partners, and I'll tell you that Okeechobee and Highlands are two of the best in the state. Their executive directors are amazing. Good folks to work with and encourage you to, when you have the chance, get to know them a little bit better. with that, those are the two slides I had, but I figured that there were going to be a number of questions. I did come bearing gifts. Jennifer's got a box over there. Each of you have the cattle manual, the current cattle manual. I will tell you that the new cattle manual has been under development. We do have the initial verification from the Department of Environmental Protection. We waited and worked through the amendments to Chapter 5M1, which I believe I've illustrated and presented to you before. I'm happy to walk through those. However, as we're implementing Senate Bill 712 and we're doing the implementation verification site visits, we're learning lessons, right? We're working through, we're seeing the nutrient application record form data. We're really hammering getting on site and making sure that those site visits take place. And with that, we've kind of stepped back and we've worked with our partners in the cattle industry and others, and looking to make sure that the narrative is very clear as it relates to exactly what happens on the production landscape and what we look at when we're on site. The ability to take what we get in the triangle context. Forgive me, I'll steal your word, Jackie. The ability to take that information and then turn around and on an implementation verification site visit say, well, here's what's going on, here's what we're talking about. Let's see what practices are in place. Let's look at the manual. Let's look at how you're operating. And again, directly address how we become the most efficient that we can in terms of irrigation management, water resource management, and nutrient management. We're taking a little extra time to make sure that we get that look right and get the manual where it needs to be so that when we roll it out, we can be that much more effective and clear. I brought a set of manuals. We've got 9+ imperiled species because we work with Florida Fish and Wildlife. Happy to discuss any of that as well. So with that, because I'm always too long-winded, I would take questions.
Thanks,
Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Mr. Olepich.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Good
nice
to see you.
again. Can you just, if I'm looking at, it's my page 12, I'm not sure. For instance, it says St. Lucie BMAP 84% enrolled, implementation verification, thank you, at 70%. Can you just tell me what that means?
Okay, so enrollment is a process, and 5M1 made this pretty clear. We wanted to make sure that we actually addressed a couple of fuzzy areas, I'll call it, in the previous rule. When a property becomes enrolled, my staff goes out, we identify agricultural production occurring on the landscape, and my staff goes out and we look at the National Wetlands Inventory, we look at the Property Appraiser website, we look at aerial photos, we look at any number of different things. We communicate with the producer to find out what are you producing, how are you going to be producing it, what level of intensity are you at, and then we undertake a site visit. That site visit allows us to walk the property to identify water resources, just look at where production is being undertaken, and what exists on site, as well as possible conveyances off-site, for instance, of nutrients here in South Florida. At that point, we have the checklists and the manuals, and these are statewide. We do statewide BMP development, and we put the practices in here that then, based on where we are in the state, so in South Florida, we know you're dealing in Lake BMAP, you're dealing with a phosphorus as the nutrient of concern. We know that we have significant sheet flow, and it's a very surface water driven system. Given all of those factors, we can take a look at the practices in this manual and identify which ones are applicable, which is the rule, to the operation. And the way that our rule reads is that upon enrollment, we identify the applicable best management practices for the property that then have to be properly implemented. Now, when we come back out on the implementation verification site visit, we take a look at the same information. We take a look at the practices that have been implemented. We take a look at whether they have been properly implemented. And then we have the ability to take from the triangle framework, take anything that we're getting from DEP and the Water Management District, as well as some of the nutrient management data, and be able to say, okay, stepping back holistically, what are we getting from our state agency partners? What are we seeing on the ground? what additional can we do? And we've been, for the last couple of years in implementing 712, we've been issuing at the end of an implementation verification site visit something that we call a Four Corners document that identifies if there are additional applicable best management practices that need to be implemented based on information that we're getting, corrective measures. So if we see something that's not being properly implemented, we talk about what needs to happen to get it into compliance. And then lastly, we actually do the above and beyond. Are there opportunities based on where you are to do cost share type practices that we take the money that is generously appropriated by the legislature and seek to target? And those are some of the dollars that we use that I alluded to from the FCO funding or cooperative with the other agencies.
Okay, great. And when you're going through getting the people or entities to be on the BMAPs, are you doing it through a basin? Do you look at it by basin? Or do you look at it, what do you use as kind of your checkoff I'm just thinking that there's a reason I'm asking this. It's because, I think it's really interesting. One of the things we've talked a lot about over the past few years is, I think it's Basin 191. It's right here. It's right where we're sitting today. Mm-hmm. It's basically Taylor Creek, Nubbin Slough. And so I think there's a Taylor Creek STA. I think there's a Nubbin Slough STA. I think we just did something like Lake Point, what's it called? Not Lake Point.
Lakeside Ranch.
Thank you. Lakeside Ranch, which might be 154, but it's not too far from here. So, I mean, those are like examples of a basin that I've been complaining about maybe, or it's come up in times. And then, like when I was reading this book the other night, Mrs. Williamson wrote, it just, it was like kind of dawned on me like, wow, like that basin was like one of the first places all the people came. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the oldest basins, and if they weren't thinking of it as a basin, but it's one of the oldest places. So maybe there really is something to this, this legacy phosphorus thing. And, which I have to be honest with you, when I first heard that word or concept, I mean, it just drove me crazy. It was like an excuse, but now I'm starting to rethink things. So, I wonder if it would be helpful, because we've got new data, we've got old data, but we kind of know the hot spots, just like we know 191, I think is still a hot spot, that basin. And so here we've done all this work, we've done all these projects, and I think the numbers are still hot, but so do you concentrate on the hot spots when you're working with your people or your entities, or do you just go through the telephone book basically and go through everyone? And would it be helpful if we did kind of focus on hot spots?
I think, well, the answer is yes and no, and in my classic legalese non-answer. In terms of enrollment and in terms of the actual undertaking of the implementation verification, the statute is very, very clear. Okay. We have to enroll everybody, or they have to be doing water quality monitoring, and there's no choice there in BMAPs. The implementation verification is very clear. I've got, as of July 1st of 2020, we had 14,000 enrollments that, as you heard from Adam and myself, we're just adding to, hence the I need more warm bodies comment. The outcome is really, we have to get to all those people every 2 years. So that's the no. The no is we have to do everybody and we have to get to everybody. And that's just a reality of life, and that's why the number of human resources needed is increasing, because every time we enroll somebody new, you get that 2-year anniversary date. Now, in terms of the hot spots, it becomes a very interesting conversation on a couple of different levels. When we go to do implementation verification, the way that I have my office set up is I do have dedicated policy staff that interact on the BMAP levels, and we have it set up. I patterned after my time at the Water Management District. I've got folks assigned to Water Management Districts, so, and we work very closely with Libby, who is just absolutely amazing at what she does in keeping us up to speed. We have the interagency work that we do with Jennifer's groups. So we get that information, and that feeds into the environmental managers and the field staff that are on the ground so that we can take that information and have those discussions with the producers when we're out doing implementation verification. So we do have the ability to translate that information into how are we having discussions about the applicable BMPs that need to happen. We also have the ability, and where it really comes out, is within the triangle framework to be able to work with our partners at your agency and DEP to be able to really target cost share funding. And again, not to get into details, but in these type of basins, we've been able to identify areas where we can put some very good money in to get some very good projects in on the ground. And all three agencies have the ability to do that. We've got our areas of authority, but what it does do is create leveraging opportunities to really see that advancement in terms of the expected nutrient gains.
That's great.
Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Mead.
Chair, and thank
Good
you, Chris,
afternoon,
for
ma'am.
being here.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on the manual that you gave us with this cow-calf operations. I noticed that it's a 2008 edition. That's roughly 12 years ago. I would
That's why
think,
we're updating it.
well, how long does it take and what's your process? Because I would think that in 12 years we would have identified some
This-
BMPs that we could employ out in the field that we should be implementing.
Yes, the new manual that we have initial verification from from DEP on included actually significant amounts of new best management practices. We addressed high impact areas and some stocking operations that we have seen, changes in production that have occurred in the state. This manual was very interesting in that it originally was developed very much like almost a production manual, instead of being primarily focused on what we need to be focused on, which is irrigation, water resource, and nutrient management. So we took the opportunity to clarify the manual, take some sections that were more production related and put it in appendices so we can give the producers that technical assistance, but we're very clear within the checklist that these are the things that need to happen and these are the practices that need to be implemented on the production site. Again, we did take the time. The initial verification was pre-finalization of 712, so we have actually learned some things as we've implemented 712 that led us to come back and take a look not at the practices but at the narrative, which is the really cool pieces of the manual where we're able to give ourselves guidance, really, to talk about the various scenarios that may occur in different areas of the state. So that manual is very close to having the notice of rule development put out. I'd be happy to come and speak before this board when we get to that let's go green light. But we're very proud of what we've accomplished with that manual. We've worked very closely with DEP, very closely with our review groups, very closely with the cattle industry. There's been any number of folks across the spectrum that have been just vital in helping us get to the best possible outcome with that manual.
So was 712 what prompted the update, or was
No, we were in update before, ma'am.
Does it normally take 12 years to update a manual?
No, ma'am. It had not been done. We walked in and identified several manuals that we wanted to update. We want to continue to work towards updating all of them. We work very diligently. Immediately after cattle, we've got sod. We have specialty fruit and nut, which is this one. That's in development now. Nurseries is in development now. We've been working very, very hard. The focal point lately has been citrus because there's been just a lot of conversation in that area of the world. Again, we're making just very, very good progress. And again, the department has a seat on each of our review groups, and we continue to try and work with everybody to make sure we're getting the input we need to be effective.
I can appreciate the work that you're doing. I just would think that there would be a regular review process, like every 5 years or something like that, because this one seems like it's gone well beyond its time.
I think we came in and noted that most of them have. I believe that the majority of the manuals were even done. The last updates and amendments were done prior to the 2016 legislation, which this administration agreed that that was too long, and we have fresh research. So whenever there's fresh research available, and I'll take this opportunity to highlight the research plan that we're doing, that again, it's a legislative budget request, but it's based on Senate Bill 712 requirements. That targeting of the research and making sure that we're working with our partners at DEP to make sure that our methodologies will meet the initial verification requirements, everything that goes into that. Those research projects definitely line us up to be able to get into a regular cycle, to be able to update these manuals.
Great, thank you so much, and I'll look forward to your update when you come back.
Yes,
Thanks.
ma'am.
Ms. Meeks?
Okay, I wasn't going to talk anymore, so I'll make it really quick. So if then. So this is what excites me about all of this. When we first started up here 2 years ago and we were looking at the pollution or the nutrient pollution coming from the north, and we all kind of had the light went on and everybody started saying, well, look at this number right here. How are we ever going to clean up this number right here? And then we started asking about up to the north and the BMAPs, and that's when we found out that hadn't been applied yet. So here's the really great news that I see, the if-then news. So now all of this is people are coming online all at the same time in an amazingly short period of time. In a year's period of time, we've gone from no one to everyone, which means that that number that we were so alarmed about 2 years ago, now we should see that number shift. Right? I've always struggled with the best management practices because I'm not a good scientist, but I am a scientist. I'm a bad one. But I try to apply the science that I used in my life to this, and it doesn't really apply. Right? I'm the one running around saying, wait a minute, show me it works. What do you mean? Show me the data, apply the data. Where do you get the data? Well, it's not that simple. There's sheet flow and but here's what I do understand. If everybody's coming online at the same time, then 2 years ago it was bad. In a year we should see a difference, an exciting difference. Right? So we should mark that day. I'll go look at when we started saying it, right? We all started saying, oh my gosh, there aren't enough STAs in the world to clean this up. But now we should be able to see what kind of impact this has this time next year. And it should have a significant impact, right? It should really drop that number. Okay. I think it should, but that's okay, because it should. If BMAPs work the way the university is telling us and the history is telling us it does, then I don't have to understand it completely. That number is going to come down, right? Because they've changed and they're using best practices, and they're coming online, so that number is going to come down unless, and now I'm done with the unless. What, did I lose you?
No, the reason I made a face was I don't, and you guys can help me out on this. Can you BMP your way out of TMDLs, which I don't think you can. I think you need projects, don't you? And I think that's where.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's progress based. I mean, the TMDLs and the BMAPs are based on, again, 20-year time frames. I think that. And the wry remark I guess I would make, well, other than I'm not a very good attorney or policy person, I just surround myself with really good people. But no, the other caveat is we do have, and I keep talking about my bowl analogy, right? I'm supposed to be reducing the drips from current drips from agriculture into the bowl as small as possible, but the bowl may still be filled, and then Mother Nature comes along with a big wooden spoon and goes like this every few years, and it takes a while for the system to equilibrate, I suppose, equalize. That's what I'm looking at, making up words. So I think that the answer is a bit more complex. I think that detecting the noise in the system, becomes interesting. I will tell you that what we are doing with, in terms of my program. This is the first time that we're collecting, nutrient application data on the site in aggregate. It's another data point that, Adam and your great work on the monitoring side, in a data exercise, what it's going to allow us to do is have more points to reference and to analyze and to be able to tease out that when we combine that holistically in a BMAP with our focuses in some of the subbasins and targeting cost share, I think over that longer period, that is where you see the trends over time. So you've got 1 year, 5 year, 20-year frameworks, and the idea is the year over year, and then the 5 year should show something, and then the 20-year is the target.
Yeah, it shouldn't take that long, but I'm going to shut up now. But I've got to just say this one thing, right? Because you've got to, if it doesn't change in 2 years, right? Now there are things along the way that could happen that could impact the change, could stop the change, could slow the change down, and I'm assuming that we're going to track those, right? What would change it? I don't know, because I'm new at this. But what could change it would be the land being used differently. If it went from a cattle ranch to a different sort of agricultural use that might have a higher, have a higher output of nutrients. But if everybody, if everyone in these counties applying BMPs basically in the same year, and then certifying that they're applying them. And I don't know everything about it, but I've read enough about it that I believe that these things, of course, would help. The way that you water it and the way you apply the fertilizer, right? All of that is going to help. But we should be able to see it in a year or two. It shouldn't take 5 or it shouldn't take 20, but we'll only be able to see it if we are monitoring like to like and tracking what the changes have been since that a certain time. And I understand, though, I could be wrong, but I understand that land use is always in flux, right? It's not always going to be a cattle ranch. Sometimes it's going to be citrus, or sometimes it's going to be this or that or the other. I'm just trying all of that. I wasn't going to say anything else, was to say that I'm very hopeful about this. Because what we saw 2 years ago was a kick in the gut to newbies like us, because we said, holy cow, we can do all of this, but unless this happens, we don't really have a hope. And I now have a hope, right? Because you're here, and Adam, thank you for coming again, for seeing you again. We're all here together. You're doing your part, you're doing your part, we're doing our part, and now the numbers are going to change. And I'm just going to predict that right now as a really bad scientist, that the numbers are going to change, and we're going to see that change in 12 months' time or a year's time, right?
So
just say yes. I'm done. Okay.
I can't lean much further.
Wait, before you get started.
I'm trying to get attention.
Before you get started, I got to tell you something. I did something I shouldn't do. I'm not supposed to talk to him, and I'm not supposed to talk to him or any of them, but I spoke to him, and what I said in order to cure my sin was I said, I've never seen this before, and I really like having it, so I'm telling all of you. And he said, yeah, those are great.
And then secondly, I said, Miss Jennifer Reynolds can answer your question.
And
so
then
now
I said,
she's been trying to jump in. Miss Jennifer Reynolds.
But go ahead. I'm done.
Because I had the same question.
Yeah.
When are we going to see results?
2 years.
Miss Reynolds.
1 year.
So, because I know I can appeal to your scientific mind, right, Ms. Meads? So that's absolutely true if the reason for the nutrient numbers are related to the actions that BMPs address.
Well, but
and that's what we don't know yet.
It has to impact it somewhat. If there is, I think ranching is such a low impact, thing, but it has to impact it some. Let's see how much. And I understand that there's legacy, and I understand that it's all of that, but we do agree that there's agriculture in these areas, so it has to help some. Let's just see.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be huge.
I think the data is showing us that in areas where agricultural operations were not performing BMPs or were not performing BMPs appropriately, we see that when they apply BMPs appropriately, it affects nutrient pollution in a positive way.
Right.
We absolutely have data that shows that. We also have data that shows just because someone wasn't enrolled in BMPs doesn't mean they weren't already doing them.
Sure.
And so we also have data that shows some of the areas that Chris's team has gotten people enrolled on paper. They were actually already doing what the BMPs were asking them to do. And so in those areas, we're not seeing the enrollment numbers correlate to a decrease in nutrient pollution. And then we also have areas where BMPs are being verified as being implemented correctly, and we still have sky-high numbers. And those are the ones that keep us up at night, and that we're trying to isolate where are those numbers coming from, and where, when we're verifying BMP activities in primarily agricultural areas, and we see a spike, and nothing changed in the agricultural practice that we can identify. What's going on there? We have seen instances like that too.
Well, I hate saying this up here. I'm not going to say another word, but I'll have to tell you that when I was in the air pollution industry, we didn't always go to regulators and tell them something had happened. I know that doesn't surprise you, that people don't always call a regulator and say, hey, guess what? We had a burnout last night after dark. So, you know, you just don't. So you just don't. But it's better, right? When you bring this many people together at the table online in one place and say, we're all going to do this and we're all going to do it together, it's going to be so much better than it was.
I agree.
Huge hope.
I agree, Cheryl.
And
Thank you.
I'm grateful for you. And Adam, thank you so much. Jennifer, we're grateful.
What I would say, Cheryl, and I appreciate this is absolutely unprecedented level of effort, you know, with the law that went in place, the expectations put on all the agencies, it is very unprecedented, and I look forward to the data too, because I've seen lots of watershed plans and BMAPs implemented. I've seen them work, I've seen them not work, but with this level of effort, you've got the best chance possible of making it work.
And I apologize. We've been on this a long time, but,
apologize. It's okay.
well, we have the DEP here, and, you know, this is a big subject. And I think as we get information and being able to, who's the good guys, who's the bad guys, so we can have some enforcement on quality of water, how we get there. And I think as we get all this information and we come downstream, you know, from upstream to downstream, and our major volume of water that comes into state waters, okay? And I've seen some of it already. I've seen what the quality of water is north of Highway 60 and south of Highway 60, that 50-mile stretch. I've seen the Hillsborough, the North New River, the South New River, the C9, all of the inflows below the Palm Beach, right at the Palm Beach Broward line south, and it tells a story. A lot of the nutrients south, on the south of the Broward Palm Beach line, 20 parts per billion. Some of those inflows. So I think we can be able to get to where the problems are with this additional information, and but we need to stay on it. Yeah, you know, we are the future of Florida. The journey of water is the life of Florida, and we need to do it, and we need to do it together. And if we have to help certain people to get there, we need to do that. So I'm excited about being able to evaluate. We're going to have a lot more discussions about how we're going to achieve quality of water for 9 million people here in South Florida. And I want us to keep going when we get that information, Drew, and narrow in on this together, all about we. And so we don't poison ourselves. Okay?
May I say something?
Mr. Lipich.
I just wanted to once again thank all three of you for doing this today, for speaking here today, And of course, it's Florida statutes that's driving what you're doing. And we just support you. I think we can all say, we are so excited. And, the economy can go up and down, politics can change, but it will not change that you have these three important agencies overseeing water quality in the state of Florida: the Department of Environmental Protection, FDACS, and the South Florida Water Management District. So if we all together can create a culture where we're talking to each other in a time where we may have not been talking to each other, and many people don't talk to each other anymore, I think we can change this. I really do, and not just for us, but like they're saying, for the next generation too. And that's exciting, and it's awesome. And thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Just a point of personal privilege, sir, if you don't mind. I know we did the, and it's a story too, but I know we did the tributes for Mike earlier, but it's a good segue from where Jackie was at, and we hear about the history. And when I came back from my graduate work and consulting overseas, and was lucky enough, somebody was foolish enough to hire me at this great agency, I was assigned to as the Office of Council Representative to the RAC at that point, which was very much Mike's, and was told, sit there for 18 months, don't say anything, maybe ask a question or two, and within 18 months, your posterior and a hole in ground might start to look a little bit different. And Mike was just an amazing, and I didn't do this earlier because I thought I was going to crack up and I was starting to, but Mike was just an amazing mentor. He was an amazing historical resource. He was, I heard somebody say scary at times, I think Lawrence said that. He was an institution, and I think even some of the cantankerousness that I come across with at times is a product of that mentorship. And, we all care deeply, and the ability to interact with your folks and the amazing staff you have, the ability that we have to interact with DEP is just invaluable. And we continue to look forward to the hard debates. We also want to make sure that we're all joining elbows and moving forward. And that's the legacy that Mike leaves behind. So I appreciate that point of privilege, sir. So thank you.
Thank you,
I
Chris.
appreciate you bringing that up, because he was a true role model for all of us. And that's why this conversation today is so great, because like Jackie, you've said, this triangle. I've had some people say, stay in your own lane. Well, I've never done that in my life, so I can't change now. All three agencies, along with all of our stakeholders, we've got to make this happen, and we've got to communicate till we get there. And Mike was a tremendous role model for all of us, and we're going to make him proud to the day we join him.
We will.
Mr. Reynolds.
Okay, so I don't want to make anybody nervous, but we're on slide 14 and I've got like 50 slides. The good news with that is that a lot of them are pictures, and they talk about our projects that you guys normally get a good rundown, and so I was not planning on spending a lot of time on those, but I didn't want anybody to like fall over in their chair right now thinking, oh my goodness, we've got like 9 hours left, because we promised them that we would be out long before 5, and we're going to do that. So don't worry. So don't look at the slide numbers. But I do want to talk about what we're doing, because it is exciting. And Ms. Meads, you should be hopeful, because we are seeing progress, and I'm going to highlight a little bit of that. But as I go into that, what I want you to remember with NEEP, and I'm going to kind of compare it to SERP, but the comparison is a little more complicated than that, because SERP projects are actually part of NEEP, right? So the Basin Management Action Plan is the plan. It's sort of the yellow book of an impaired water body. How do we get to meeting the nutrient reduction goals required in order to get a water body back to where it needs to be and it becomes sustainable again? And our part of that is the watershed protection plans. So that's our sub-plan under that bigger framework of the BMAP. SERP projects are some of the projects that we include in our plan to get to the nutrient removal targets and to get to the water storage targets. And so, Mr. Butler, you were right with your numbers earlier today. About 1 million acre-feet is still needed of storage. So the BMAP calls for between 900,000 and 1.3 million acre-feet in the watershed, the Lake Okeechobee watershed alone. And so how much of that is the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, the SERP project I'm going to talk about in a little while, but it's about 300,000 acre-feet of that 1 million. And so there's a bunch of other stuff that's needed. And whereas SERP takes these big bites out of this elephant, right? We've well defined the problem over the last hour, right? And SERP takes these big bites out of this elephant that we have. A lot of these other projects take small bites, but we're still eating that elephant one bite at a time. And that's the part that we have to remember about these NEAT projects, is that we have to do more of those things. Some of them are regulatory things. Some of them are BMP things. Some of them are projects. Some of them are voluntary changes in behavior, right? Some of them are local entities changing their ordinances. It takes all of those things in order to get to the goals that are in the BMAP. And that's why it takes the triangle plus the base of that triangle to really get there. And so what are we doing that's so exciting? First of all, we are asking the questions. And so you all have challenged us to take a leadership role that's maybe not totally outlined in statute, but is our responsibility because we're the local agency, right? DACS and DEP have the whole state to worry about. We have the South Florida Water Management District area to worry about. And so in our areas, we know the stakeholders best. We can connect people better. And so we have to take that leadership role in order to bring those resources together and make sure that we have things happening where we've identified problems and create the solutions and really make the solutions happen. So we're doing that. We're also using our monitoring network to really collaborate on the data and to collaborate on the data with the other agencies, but also to make it public, because nobody holds government agencies accountable better than the public, right? And so that's how we all got here, right? People in Florida started to care about water, and they elected people who care about water. And they put people in place that care about water. And we all care about water. And we are going to make progress on these goals to meet the TMDLs. We just are, because we can't afford to do anything less. And so this is a massive monitoring network that takes a ton of work, but it gives us the ability to identify the problems and to create solution space. So these monitored parameters, I think it sounds like, okay, what's all these acronyms, blah, 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 right? But in that example we were talking about earlier, so you're monitoring upstream of an activity and you're monitoring downstream of an activity. Well, we're also not just monitoring the phosphorus, the total phosphorus level, but what type of phosphorus is that? Is it phosphorus that is in the water dissolved, or is it a particulate phosphorus? So is it in the soil, or is it in the solution? And the type of project that would, and the type of activities that we would target to look at in terms of what's going on are different, depending on some of those parameters. So that's why we monitor parameters is to help us identify what the problem is, and also to identify the best project, the best type of project, and the location for that project in order to solve that problem. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what do we do with that data. And you've seen some of these presentations before, but I just wanted to remind people that there's several ways that you can get information from our website so that you have the same data that our folks are looking at. And one of those ways that we've tried to create a user-friendly interface is through DB Hydro Insights. And so I'm just going to walk through kind of how do you use that site again, just real briefly, for board members and also for the public. So before I do that, many of you use the site status report already. So that's an easily accessible table of numbers, easy to go back and pull numbers for a long period of time, but it comes up just in a table. So you really have to know what you're looking for. So you already know, I want to look at site TCNS 214, whatever, or whatever the monitoring site is. You already kind of know the number of the monitoring site and you know the location. Then you can use that easily. Another tool that you may be familiar with is our Quick Maps app that I know Mr. Lolipish has talked about a number of times. You can turn on the layer on the Quick Maps app for monitoring sites, and it'll give you the number of that monitoring site. And if you click on that monitoring site from the Quick Maps app, it will also have a little link at the bottom in blue that says, I can't remember what it says, but it's intuitive. It says like the monitoring details or something like that. And if you click on that, it'll take you to the same link I'm going to show you here. And so all of the interfaces are connected. But I'm just going to go through DB Hydro Insights quickly. And so if you go to this link that's on the screen on our website, it'll take you to DB Hydro Insights. And it'll take you to a page that looks something like this. You'll notice I did not do this live because whenever I do interface live, it never works, and I always end up with something other than what the screens are supposed to look like. So we pulled snapshots, and so it's not totally interactive. But from here, you can do a couple of different things. So you can search by sites, and that's what I'm going to use here to show you how to do. So the sites is this box down here. And so when you pull up sites, you get a page that looks like this. And you'll see that I used this one, Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough 214. It's a site that's actually just north of where we are now. And you can put it in here by being on this tab that says by value. You can type in a site here and then hit search. You can also, I'm not sure if, see what I did. Okay. When you hit search, you'll get a page that looks something like this. One of the things that you can also do is you can do by shape. And if you do by shape, just like when you click on a PowerPoint slide and you open up a box and then it allows you to collect everything that's within that box, by shape works the same way. And so you can put your cursor like here, drag it across here, it'll create a box and show you all the monitoring sites within that box. And so that's the difference between by value and by shape in searching for monitoring sites. When you're on the site page, then you can look at current conditions that are at the site, and you'll see I'm using the same example, TCNS 214. So this will tell you like rainfall data, what's going on in the last 72 hours at that site. It'll show you a picture of what that water quality monitoring site looks like. This site, I've actually been out to this site. So this site's like on a bridge, and you can overlook where the monitoring site is. And then it'll give you the numbers. And it'll show you all of the parameters and let you take a look at that. You can also pull the parameters over time so that you can look at historical data, and you can pull them one at a time. So if you're not really interested in all kinds of different stuff, but you just want to look at nitrates, for example, or just total phosphorus, you can pull it by just that, and then you get a more reasonable screen that lets you look at maybe the past 20 years worth of data
for just one particular parameter. And so all of that data is available, and it also allows you to graph it. And one thing that I didn't do, but if you, when you're on this graph, if you take your mouse and you hover over the graph, it actually creates a line that I think makes it a little bit easier to see trends. And so I didn't do that as a snapshot on this slide, but that's an interactive feature of the graphs that happen in real time when you're on the page. And so it's a really useful tool, this DB Hydro Insights. It allows you to look at data and understand, or at least surmise, what might be going on and ask questions. And it's a great opportunity for the public to hold us agencies accountable and ask us the hard questions when we have public workshops and say, well, what's going on with this site? Or I've been looking at this and it seems like these numbers are going up or going down. What's going on? Tell us more about that. And so we welcome those conversations. Some of them will be hard because we won't always know the answers. So our folks are looking at these, and sometimes we have the same questions, and sometimes we think we know the answers, and we address certain things that we know are going on, or we go out and visit sites and we find things, and then the numbers still don't change. And so then we know we've solved one problem, but we have multiple problems. But we also are finding that there are places where we're finding numbers, and we're putting that rapid response and rapid assessment into place. And so, for example, one of the things that we've done is now when our labs see numbers that don't seem in line with the trend, so the trends sometimes are big numbers, right? I mean, that's the unfortunate truth right now. Sometimes the trends are big numbers. They're 500, let's say. Total phosphorus number of 500, right? We want it to be closer to like 80. But there are some sites where the trend is 500. But when we see 1,300, something's going on. Now, instead of having to wait the 3 or 4 months for that data to get QA/QC'd and our team to get it from the labs call us. When they get a 1,300 on a trend that's 500, they call us. They call our team, and the first 2 phone calls we do, DAX and DEP. Hey, here's what we've got. What do you guys have going on in this basin? What basin are you talking about? Everybody pull up a map. And the flurry of activity starts, and DAX and DEP send people out. They send people out to the activities that they have going on in that basin. And we don't wait for somebody to report, right, to Drew's point. We go out and see what's going on. Sometimes it might be nefarious activity. It might be. Often it's not. But sometimes it's somebody doing something that they didn't know was causing a problem. Sometimes it might be a sewage pipe is broken. We've had that. And so that rapid response helps us start evaluating and taking action right away. And so I think that's a really exciting and important step forward. So we're not waiting a year, right? We're not waiting a year to see what happens. We're taking action every day, and we're doing it in real time. So let me tell you a little bit about the projects. I think there's a pervasive attitude, sort of, that like there's nothing going on in the Northern Everglades. Water quality is just terrible. All these nutrients are flowing into the lake and nobody's doing anything about it. I want you to know that's not true. That is not true. All 3 of our agencies are working really hard. And you can rest assured that you have a staff at the Water Management District that is working really, really hard to implement projects. And we have partners, some of whom are sitting in the audience today, that are helping us implement projects that are making a difference. They might be small bites of the elephant, but we're still making small bites, right? We're not just like, oh, that's a really big elephant. Don't know what I'm going to do about that. That's a tough one. No, we are taking small bites. We're also taking some big bites.
like the Kissimmee River Restoration Project that we celebrated very recently, the completion of this project, that the Corps finished up construction, and that we have implementation for the first time in a long time. Earlier, Libby showed you those pictures from 1947, and I've said this, I know, dozens of times to you, but in 2017, we had the same amount of rainfall in approximately the same places as 1947. And I can tell you, Okeechobee, right, wasn't underwater for 4 months. And Kissimmee River restoration was substantially complete, right? And so the CNSF project works for flood protection, but so does restoration. And they are compatible. And Kissimmee River restoration is the example of how you can make it work, and the both missions of our water management district can be fully compatible. We're also moving out really expeditiously on the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, even ahead of the Corps of Engineers getting this fully authorized by Congress. And so right now, the tentatively selected plan previously had that wetland attenuation feature or shallow reservoir. That has been removed. And the Corps and the Water Management District are working together to get this approved by Congress in the upcoming Water Resources Development Act in 2022. But ahead of that, the Florida legislature has been appropriating dollars to the Water Management District to move out on the ASR wells. And so we've been doing that. And I have a really exciting slide on the next one that I want you to enjoy. So I'm going to talk for just a minute, and then I'm going to let you see this next slide. Because right now, we're not just doing continuous cores. We're not just thinking about it. We're not just writing science plans. But we have activity going on 5 different sites. And so we're taking that $100 million from 2019 and 2020, and we are putting it into action. 2021, we have another $50 million. And so we have all kinds of activity. We are putting holes in the ground. We are implementing the science plan. We are working on the water quality aspect of this. So our permitting requirements in order to be able to put water into the aquifer requires us to have a permit from DEP. And we are doing a proof of concept where we have a variety of different vendors coming out and showing us different technical techniques in order to filter the water before we inject it for the ASR wells. And so that proof of concept is going on this fall. And they're going to demonstrate these different membranes to us, ceramic type membranes, that allow that water to be filtered to meet the water quality standards. Then we'll go into design of that water quality treatment. And in the meantime, we are drilling the actual test wells so that we can test the aquifer, test the locations for those wells at 5 different sites. So some of the additional projects that we have, we talk about the stormwater treatment areas south of the lake an awful lot, but we also have stormwater treatment areas north of the lake. Nubbin Slough was mentioned earlier. This site was recently under construction in order to make it better. It didn't work very well for a couple of reasons. It seeped too much. The inflow pump didn't allow us to put smaller volumes of water in a very flashy basin. So this basin gets really heavy rainfall, and then it gets like no rainfall, and then it gets a little rainfall. And the way that we had designed the stormwater treatment area didn't really allow us to capture water when it was coming. It only allowed us to capture water at those really big rain events. And so we've looked at ways to remediate that, to prevent the seepage. And what you're seeing in terms of the data is under construction, right? So where it's working, we've got an inflow load that's pretty high, right? So this is under construction. And this is the load that's been retained as we've started putting water into this stormwater treatment area already this year. And so it's, very initial indications, but it's initial indications that our stormwater treatment area does hold water again, and that we're going to see load reduction, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. Taylor Creek, similar story. We have another STA also near here. I would recommend that anybody who's up in this area, stop by and see some of these projects. They're both great. I didn't mention it on the previous slide, but at the Nubbin Slough STA, there is at least one eagle nest that I know of because I've seen it. And so it's pretty awesome. And in fact, we had to take special precautions with our contractor when the contractor was doing construction out there in order to make sure that we didn't disturb that eagle nest. But it's just an indication of the phenomenal wildlife that was talked about by some of the local residents here earlier today, which was super exciting, and I can't wait to see those pictures that are in the packet that she left. But the Taylor Creek stormwater treatment area, again, we're seeing encouraging numbers, right? So this red line, this is nutrients retained in our project. That's what we want to see, right? The STAs aren't designed to do anything about this inflow number, right? That's other projects that got to help us solve that problem. But where it's flowing in, we're retaining it, right? Lakeside Ranch. This was talked about earlier. Again, we're seeing really encouraging numbers. The delta between the inflow and the load retained, very impressive, right? The closer those lines are together means the better that STA is performing, right, compared to what's coming in. It's keeping almost all of it there. Great performance that we're seeing from the Lakeside Ranch STA. And that pump station that we celebrated, the S191A pump station, is going to allow us to recirculate water back through this STA and get even additional performance and keep it wet all year round. So then we have to move on to some additional projects. So all of those projects are projects that we're doing in conjunction with the Corps, or big projects that we're doing on district lands. But another part of the NEAT program are projects that we're doing with others, public-private partnerships. And you might recall the Lakes West Water Hole. We renewed this contract this year. The board approved us to renew this contract. And this contract, I didn't put performance numbers on here for two reasons. One, because most of these public-private partnership projects were not originally conceived to retain nutrients and be graded on their retention of nutrients. They were primarily conceived to retain water. And so to put a dent in that 1 million acre feet of storage that we needed throughout the watershed, and to be some interim projects until the bigger CERT projects come online. One of the realities is that the CERT projects don't get us all the way there. And so to Mr. Butler, your point earlier about that phase 2, that's one of the discussions that needs to be had, right? Is what role do public-private partnerships that were maybe originally conceived as just interim projects? Well, what if we don't think about them that way? What if we think about their more enduring value as part of the NEAT program? And so we have a series of well-performing projects that are not just performing well for their water storage, but many of these projects are also performing well when you look at nutrient numbers. And we have monitoring at some of them, although not at all, because monitoring is expensive. But in basins where we have public-private partnerships, we can also look at upstream and downstream monitoring, although there might be other interactions from other land uses and other activities within those basins. But we are looking at all of those types of pieces of data in order to deliver the best results that we can. And so Lakes West Water Hole is just one. We have XL Ranch. This is one of our projects that'll be expiring in 2022. as well as Buck Island Ranch, another project. And Buck Island Ranch actually has 2 projects on their property. The other one I don't have a photograph of, but I think it's this piece right here. Dixie Ranch and Dixie West. And I just wanted to give you a flavor of what these projects look like. These are landowners that are working well with the district to try and make a difference. Right? These are things that are above and beyond BMPs, above and beyond any permits that they have, and things that are making a difference and making a dent in both our storage and our nutrient reduction requirements. But what does that really mean? And how do we know we need more? Or is this enough? Or do we just need to get everybody enrolled in BMPs? Well, when we look at the numbers and we start parsing them out, and you start to pull out the tables that are published in our South Florida Environmental Report every year, and you look at numbers, let's say the entire Lake Okeechobee watershed, right? We have a goal of 140 metric tons, 35 of which is atmospheric deposition. What does that mean? It means the number really should be 105. Okay, that's what that means. And then you look at some of the sub-watersheds, okay? So Lake Okeechobee watershed, just to make it even more confusing, we have sub-watersheds and then basins as part of the sub-watersheds. And so this is the sub-watershed, Taylor Creek, Nub and Slough. It encompasses this entire area. The S191 basin, and Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch talked about it a little bit earlier, so I was excited she used the same example I did. And so the S191 basin, it's the largest of these, so that's this one here, I'm outlining it. The largest one that includes all the words that say Grassy Island, Mosquito Creek, and Nub and Slough. So that whole area is the S191 basin. If we take all the, and there's a lot of projects here, right? Like there's a bunch of stuff going on. Hey, we're doing some good stuff here. And we are. If we assume the project benefits, so everything's operating well, it's not under construction, it's performing, and it's performing to the level that we modeled. So, we think we're going to get 2 metric tons a year or whatever it is. All of the projects are operating in accordance with the project benefits we anticipate. All the projects that are under construction are done and operating. Okay? Our goal is 12. Our average right now is 68. We're going to get a 20-ton reduction from all the projects we know of right now. Dang. We still need 30 tons. So the projects we have is a 20-ton reduction, and we still need 30 more? We've got a lot of work to do. I wish I could tell you that this is an anomaly. It's not. But not all the basins have numbers that are this disturbing, right? Some of the numbers are actually quite good. Some of the numbers, the upcoming projects, the projects we have planned, meet the reduction numbers. I'm not looking for any more projects in those areas. But people are sometimes knocking on my door offering me projects in those areas, right? But I don't want to apply our limited funding to those areas. I want to apply them to areas like this. And so that's why we're targeting these targeted restoration areas that Adam talked about earlier. They're identified in the BMAP, but then we've gone even farther and we've identified areas within those targeted restoration areas at the basin or sub-basin level. And we are trying to make sure that when we have limited dollars, we're putting the funding into the projects where we need the reduction the most. Now that said, what we don't want to do is stop doing a project in an area that's getting close to reaching the numbers, and then have those numbers go up. Right? So we're not suggesting that we should stop doing projects that we have already invested in and that are performing. But rather, as we look ahead, knowing we have a lot of work to do, where do we apply the limited funding so we have the biggest impact? And that's why we're also doing things like not just soliciting for small projects, but we know we have to solicit for big projects too. And so you might recall a couple months ago, we brought the Lower Kissimmee Basin Stormwater Treatment Project to the board for your approval to enter into negotiations. We are negotiating on this project, and one of the reasons that we selected, you might recall this area, so remember this is the same sort of area where we're just talking about, but what we asked for in this solicitation was, I'm going to go back to this slide for a second, was not just the runoff from S154 and S154C, right? The solicitation targeted these basins, but part of the solicitation said, we want you to have access to the Kissimmee River. Why? Because this subwatershed, this subwatershed, this subwatershed all have really high nutrient content. So everything north, flowing down the C38 and the Kissimmee River here, we wanted a big, if we're going to invest in a big project, we need to be able to filter the water in the Kissimmee River as well, and not just target the runoff from these smaller, flashier basins, but also be able to take water from the Kissimmee River and filter that water as well. And so we look forward to bringing this project in the upcoming months back to the board for approval once we have negotiations with the contractor in order to deliver a project that meets those requirements. So on the Caloosahatchee side, we also have a lot going on in there. So remember, NEEP isn't just Lake Okeechobee, it's also the river watersheds. And so the things that we're doing in here, there's a lot of CERT projects going on. Now, one interesting thing about the Caloosahatchee River and the watershed protection plan that I want you to be aware of is in the BMAP, the Caloosahatchee is only impaired for nitrogen. And so the projects right now, we're not targeting phosphorus reduction, but in the 2020 BMAP that was just published in January of 2020, DEP identified 5 tributaries to the Caloosahatchee River that are also impaired, and some of those include phosphorus numbers. And so you'll see in the future as we work with DEP, FDACs, and stakeholders to identify projects that will help us target some of those tributary subbasins that will be addressing phosphorus. And so you will see phosphorus reductions in the Caloosahatchee as well. And so obviously the big dog is the C43 reservoir, right? We can't get there without it. And a huge part of the 400,000 acre feet of storage needed in the Caloosahatchee BMAP is the 170,000 acre feet of storage in the C43. Then you have the Lake Hickpachee hydrologic enhancement, a project that we're doing on district lands. This project, phase 1, is already in operation, and we are now working on what are we going to do about phase 2 and how do we make this project perform better. For BOMA, we have a series of things going on here at this site. Right now, as we have this facility in design, we are using this, the most northern part of this facility is providing some temporary dispersed water management like storage on this property in the interim while we are designing the future flow equalization basin on this property. And that property is and that project's under design, and we anticipate going to construction by the end of 2022. For the St. Lucie estuary, a lot of these projects, again, are SERP projects. So you, of course, are well aware of the C-44 and the C-44 stormwater treatment area. The C-23 and C-24, so this is an interim storage project that I'm showing you on property purchased for the C-23, C-24 reservoir. And so while that project is under design and before we go to construction, we're using that property to store water on an interim basis, like a dispersed water project, but on our own land. Alapata Flats, you guys have been out there. So this is an exciting project that's actually part of the natural areas as part of the Indian River Lagoon South project. And so an example of where we're taking natural lands and making sure that we are rehydrating them and making the hydrology of these natural lands mimic their historic hydrology. Calkins Water Farm. I used a different type of example just to show you guys here. So these are storage volume numbers. And in any given year, the storage volume varies, right? So we talk about an average annual storage, but you'll see that depending on rainfall, where the rain falls, and when excess water is available in the system, that's when these projects can operate. And so it varies in different years. And so if you look at just one single year, you might say, oh, that project isn't performing all that well. Maybe and I don't actually have the average annual right in front of me of what the anticipated project was. But in any one year, the actual storage volume might be less or more than the average annual. And so this project is on the C-44 basin. The Bluefield project is on the C-23. And coming soon, the Scott Water Farm, similar to the Bluefield project. Some really big water farming, dispersed water, water storage, however you want to call them, project on the St. Lucie side. We also have some other smaller dispersed projects in both the Caloosahatchee Basin, Mudge Ranch, and on the St. Lucie side as well, and like Adams Ranch that Ms. Roman was talking about. So what do we do with all of this information? As we were figuring out what are the next steps, how do we take the dispersed water management project program and make it compatible with the SERP projects that are coming online and this idea that, you know, these probably really aren't interim projects. Some of these projects probably need to be enduring. And how do we do that? And what types of projects should those look like? And maybe there are places where there are just interim projects, and maybe there are places where projects should be enduring. And how do we sort of level the playing field across these 5 or 6 different programs that got all these things put in place? And as projects are coming up for renewal, well, what if there's a neighbor project that isn't currently in the district's program, but they'd like to be part of this? How do we renew somebody without giving somebody else a chance? And what about projects that are performing okay, but they might be able to do better? How do we, and they're willing to do better, but we have this contract that we don't just want to renew what they're doing because we think we can do something better, but now it's a new contract, and now we're in a procurement dilemma of how do we do all this? So what we decided is that we needed to do a solicitation, and we needed to do a request for proposal style solicitation that would cast a wide net and allow projects that are expiring, their contracts are ending, to be able to apply to reinstate, renew, renegotiate their contract, as well as offer the opportunity for new projects to come in. And so we looked at the purposes of why we wanted to keep looking at these public-private partnerships, and we thought that these are good. This is a good part of the design, and it's something that the statute tells us to do. The statute tells us to pursue public-private partnerships in order to be included in this kind of messy thing we call NEEP. And so we're putting out a water quality improvement project solicitation. It will go out later this month, and it's to do the things we just talked about. Renew existing performing projects, improve or expand some of the existing projects. We've had indications from some of the landowners that they're interested in that. To negotiate contracts for new folks in the right places, the right project at the right time, in the right place for the right price. And to also give us a pot, so if you do an RFP, we can award one or more contracts, and Candy's team has been amazing, and me just saying, well, I kind of want to be able to do this, and they figure out how to do that within the legal procurement framework. So how do we take this whole pot of things that we get, and then if we get a grant opportunity from DEP that says, okay, we've got $10 million for a water quality project that has to benefit the western Caloosahatchee basins. Well, now I've got a pot from the RFP that says, well, do we have any projects in the western Caloosahatchee basins? What does that look like? And we can take that list, and then we can submit those projects for that grant. And if we receive that money back from DEP, we can negotiate that contract. We don't have to go out for another solicitation. We don't have to spend a bunch of time trying to figure it out. Instead, we already have projects that are just waiting for funding. And so what we've done with this project solicitation is we have tried very hard, and the team is still working on it and tweaking some of the language. We went through it just the other day to make sure that you don't have to be a sophisticated operator in order to apply. You don't have to have a small team of engineers on your staff. You can be a landowner that wants to make a difference, and you can apply for this RFP. That's great. Now, if you're a small landowner that wants to make a difference and you've got a project that's 1,500 acres, you probably need an engineer to help you out. But if you're a small landowner that wants to make a difference and you're talking about 150 acres, my intent is that you can apply for this RFP without having to hire a consultant to help you with it. And so that's the intent. And so for everybody listening, if you're a landowner that wants to do that, and when we issue this RFP, if you have questions and you have a hard time, I want you to call our procurement people, because our intent is to cast a wide net and to bring people in, right? We want you to be part of the solution. We want you on the team. And the only way we can do that is if we're all working together. And this RFP is designed to get projects in the ground quickly and to allow people who want to be part of the solution to come be a member of the team. So this is how you submit. And our next steps, in addition to our South Florida environmental report coming out soon, which I talked about earlier, public comment periods started last week on some of the chapters, and the other chapters will be released next week. We have projects coming online all the time, and I know that you guys are all part of those ribbon cutting events. We are also scheduling a land management public meeting. This has been something at the request of the board as well as at the request of landowners, so that we can have some of these conversations with people who know the land and know of opportunities that we might not be thinking of. And so we want to talk with them. That date is not set in stone yet, so look for the invite coming out on our website. And then we plan to finalize that coordinating agency agreement by the end of November. And so those are our next steps. So I'm going to go back to this slide for any questions.
That's really exciting. One of the things I'd like to just make sure everyone on the board understands, and that everyone in the public understands, and maybe Drew, you can help us with this, or Carolyn, is don't call me and tell me you've got a great project and ask me how to do it, because I can't help you. Drew, you might want to comment on that.
So procurement rules.
That's what I thought.
About communication during a solicitation period. So after, really starting now, we're talking about what we're going to do. We're talking about solicitations. If you're interested in submitting and so forth, if you call people besides the procurement office, you do risk making yourself ineligible to receive, an outcome of that solicitation. And so as board members or as members of the staff and everything, don't take the calls if it's about the solicitation, right? We still want to engage on all the other things we want to do, but certainly we want projects, we want to be able to consider every single one of them, so let's do it the right way.
Thanks, I just wanted to clear that up.
I'm glad you asked that question.
Anyone else have questions? That was an incredibly good presentation, thank you.
Just have a quick comment.
Mr. Lipich?
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was great. And I did just want to ask real quickly, because sometimes it starts to get, I think this is part of why for the public, of which I am part really, it sometimes gets confusing. So like when we went through that whole list towards the end, which is great, of all the projects, those encompass projects that are within the NEEP. Is that correct? So some of them, you were saying some of them were not put together because of BMAPs or TMDLs or something like that. But like those first ones that you were talking about, Taylor Creek and Nubbin Slough, and I keep wanting to say
Lakeside Ranch.
Lakeside Ranch. Those three, did they come into being because the 191 basin is a hot basin, so to speak? How many of all those that we looked at today were answering the call for projects from the Department of Agriculture, perhaps, when they say, we have done everything we possibly can. We have proved that we have done everything we possibly can. Now we need a project.
So those three projects actually came about, they were conceived even prior to the restudy, so prior to the SERP Yellow Book.
Oh, no kidding.
And so they are referenced in there. And so I would say they sort of predate the water quality analysis that has to do with BMAPs, with BMPs. But there's always been the idea that, and by always, I'm like, you can like shoot all kinds of holes through this statement, right? There's been for a long time, there has been the concept that some things need to be done by personal actions, some things by BMPs, some things by regulation, and then some things you're not going to get there doing all that stuff. There's still a need for regional projects that handle the amount of nutrients that are on our landscape.
That's great. I guess it is my hope that with the triangle, over time, it becomes kind of clear where the Department of Agriculture and BMP, and that doesn't just have to be agriculture people, it can also be people, towns and cities and their BMPs, to know where people have worked the hardest they possibly can. They've done the most they can do, and they're wringing their hands because they're still getting these high numbers. Just because I think if I'm on the board at that time, those are places that I would like to reward, basically. Those are, I don't think the public ever, and I know we're not, but we never want to just think we're throwing projects around, we're throwing money around. You can't, a system that shows where it's working the BMPs, where it's not working, what we're doing to help bridge that gap, where we're trying to bridge that gap, where we've already bridged that gap, and then maybe where those other 30 projects or whatever are helping out within all of it. But I think, the public, everybody feels better if there's a system. You know what I'm saying? And I know there is a system, but maybe simplifying so that as we invest in more projects, we know we're putting them right where they should be. And it was great today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to thank Colonel Reynolds for this presentation. I've heard of a lot of presentations, but you're really, to present it the way you've presented it for all of our stakeholders to try to connect to everything we're doing. And I want to thank the staff that helped you put all this together. But the way you've explained it, it's very understandable.
Makes sense.
Thank you dramatically, and all the staff that put this together.
Thank you. It was incredibly well done. I'd like to hear from the public. I think we do have some public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
We're coming back to board.
Oh, we're coming back to board comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just had to.
The public's been sitting there very patiently.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Mark Perry, followed by Paul Gray, and then Jean Lawless.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. Appreciate this in-depth presentation about the NEAP. And, we go back to July 2020 when Jennifer Reynolds gave a similar presentation and overview of NEAP, which is a lot more detailed too. And the Federal Clean Water Act in 1972 did start to try to implement impaired water bodies and the rules making, and that went to the Florida Watershed Restoration Act, which was established by the Florida legislature in 1999. And that act actually was defining the methods that Florida DEP would use to develop and implement the TMDLs. And it also directed the FDACs to develop interim measures known as best management practices to address the non-point source pollution coming in. So then basically in year 2000, the legislature passed the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act. And that year 2000, they said within the 15-year implements, we're going to meet the TMDL established for Lake Okeechobee, which is that 140 metric tons and 40 parts per billion. And, we said the phase 2 technical plan was going to go in place, things were going to happen. Well, we didn't establish a BMAP for the Lake O until 2014. But in 2016, of course, we hadn't met the TMDL in the lake, so we did the NEAP, the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Plan. So in 2016, we kind of defined this triad of agencies that we really need to work together to try to implement not only TMDLs and BMAPs, but also best management practice in a combination to do all of these things to try to reach our goal. And we've really have done some good things in some areas, but we're not reaching the goal. And we're using a lot of calculated data. In the St. Lucie Estuary DEP in BMAP, for instance, we calculated the data for the runoffs coming from different properties, and we said you get credits for 90% enrollment in BMPs, which didn't happen, and only 84% so far, but that's fine. It was based on calculated data. So when we look at DEP's achievements of the BMAPs and how they're doing, we got to refer back to you all, the Water District, who monitors and actually has the data. And I refer you back to Stuart Van Horn's presentation you all saw in July and June of 2019. He gave you the detailed monitoring that the district does of all the subbasins in the 3.4 million acres of Lake O watershed and in the St. Lucie watershed of 525,000 acres and the Caloosahatchee is 700,000 acres. He gave you, we have the data. And to look back and say, how are we doing? I'm excited about that too. After 5 years, 10 years, 15 years implementation, how are we doing on this? And I'm hoping these numbers are going to change, and they should change. And if they're not, we should go up in the basins and find out what's going on and help those areas to try to meet their targets, so that we should all meet the TMDLs in this whole region, in all of this watershed. That should be our goal, and I appreciate the BHAG or whatever, that's a great BHAG to get that 1,000,000 acre feet and that storage north, because 500 to 1,000 metric tons coming into the lake every year is not acceptable. Not acceptable. And it's
Can
not
you wrap
gonna
up?
be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Gray, followed by Jean Lawless, and then Woody Larson.
Hi, Paul Gray from Audubon. What a conversation. Thanks for letting me take my mask off, too. I first met Mike a couple decades ago when he got on the governing board, and I've happily argued with him for 2 decades straight. And I never really felt like we had a difference in what our goals were, but just we had different ideas about how to get there. And the ability to talk to him again and again, and he'd still talk to you, was really constructive. And it's good to have people question your ideas and present you. So I'm going to miss him too, even though he can be aggravating. But anyway, hopefully I got him back. But history, I am the 6th person to work for Audubon in Okeechobee since the year 1936. Our very first employee, you'll recognize the name, was Marvin Chandler. He was succeeded by his nephew, Glenn Chandler. Glenn was succeeded by his brother, Roderick Chandler. Roderick was succeeded by his son, Noel Chandler. And that was up until about 1992. So I've been here for a while, but it's weird not to have a Chandler working for Audubon. So, and I was talking about that one time, and Noel's in the audience. He goes, "But you ain't a Chandler." And everybody went, "Ah." Anyway. So we're working on Losum, and it's this process of we got problem water in the lake, and if we leave it in the lake, it hurts the lake. If we dump it, it hurts. And the question really isn't where do we stick it and who gets the problem, is why do we have problem water in the lake? And the reason is because of this watershed. It's overdrained, it's nutrient enriched. And if you look at the BMAP, and Adam had to step out, so I'll talk bad about him, but when they did the update last year, they said our goal is to meet the TMDL in the year 2034, and they said we're not going to make it. And so, we have this big phosphorus problem. We've been dealing with it since 1989, the swim plan. We really haven't made much progress, and so it's a really big problem. And part of the limitation of the BMAP was they don't have much of a storage component in it. And when Irma came in, the lake went up 3 feet. That's 1.5 million acre feet of water. We got 1,000 tons of phosphorus in the lake that water year. And so the BMAP, and for what's 1.5 million acre feet, that's what you guys run through. It's a comparable amount to what we run through the southern STAs every year. And so even if they were sitting north of the lake, they couldn't handle that much water in 1 month. It takes them a year to process that much water. So the problem up here is really, really big. And as Ms. Reynolds said, we're going to take bites out of the elephant, and she showed you a lot of bites, but we need 100 more, large and small. And what exactly they're going to be, I don't know. The BMAP doesn't have the storage, but your Phase 2 plan has storage. It has 900,000 to 1.3 million acre feet. If we had that installed, the 1.5 million from Irma would be much more able to deal with. And once we caught it, we could clean it. And so how we put those things together is really hard because it's just complicated. And so if we're reconstituting our triangle, and actually it's a tetrahedron now, that's 3-dimensional. This tetrahedron is pyramid, I looked it up. But we also have the core, the SERP project, which is considerably smaller than what the Yellow Book envisioned. And so
Mr.
we
Gray,
need
if
to
you could
invite
wrap
them.
up.
Yeah,
please.
okay, yeah. We need to invite the Corps, we need to invite municipalities, and as Mr. Butler was saying, we don't really have a plan on how we're going to get this whole elephant eaten, and we need to figure out how to get everybody in the room and make a better plan. I know you guys are maxed out on really good projects. The good news is it's going to take a while to figure out how much stuff do we need, where do we need it, how are we going to do it, and that's what we need, the big plan, and I hope this committee will be part of a bigger effort to figure out what are we doing north of Lake Okeechobee. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Jean Lawless, followed by Woody Larson, and then Nyla Pipes.
I got 6 minutes.
All three.
Chairman, just a little history lesson on dispersed water. It started back about 16 years ago. Started as a project of all places. World Wildlife Fund come down to Archibald Expeditions and said, what can we do to help ranchers stay in business or stay on the landscape? Now that's an odd pairing. World Wildlife Fund coming to talk to ranchers in South Florida. We got together, and what we got together is we got the Water Management District together. We got FDEP together. We got all the different agencies, Fish and Wildlife, NRCS. We all got in a room together and we all discussed what was our big issue in Florida. Water. Water, water, water. Too much or too less. Too dirty, too clean. All those things. So that came out and we started dispersed water management. Buck Island and 3 or 4 other ranchers were the guinea pigs or the Mikeys that opened the cereal box and tried it. And I had ranchers saying, Gene, you're going to make Buck Island a lake. It ain't going to be an island no more. But what we did is we instilled and we put those culverts in and we backed water up and we saw what it would do to us. And that was the purpose of it. Florida Ranchlands Environmental Service Program. To look at what we could do as ranchers to enhance, slow the water down, provide environmental service, and hopefully be paid for a little bit of that service as well. So that's where all that come from. But what it came through is working together. I tell you, I'm happy to see Water Management District, DEP, and Chris with FDACS seems to be rowing in the same boat. Because I've been to a lot of meetings where they didn't row in the same boat, and that's through. I'm glad to see that. So I think we got to keep moving forward. I can mention BMPs too. I got 56 seconds. As an association, best management practices. The Cattlemen's Association stood up 22 years ago and said, "What can we do? What should we do?" So there's a lot of highway and a lot of time that's happened from BMPs. You got time where they don't work, they don't do this, but there were still people enrolling and applying them. We've even shown in the dispersed water management where we can hold water up at a BMP level there and above. So all these things are coming together and they all work together. So there is hope. There's always hope as long as you keep your faith and your trust and love. And if we can work together, and it's like I tell a lot of interns that come through my gates, is you got to get up, you got to show up, you got to participate, and never give up. And I think if we can all keep working together, if we roll our sleeves up, agree to disagree, but find solutions, and quit the finger pointing that it's this, it's that. It's all of us, because there's one thing I'm going to leave a note with. What equals sustainable life? Clean water and agriculture. Because if we do not have agriculture, we cannot feed ourselves. That is when we're going to be really in trouble. Thank you very much. I went way over my time.
Then followed by Nyla Pipes and then Betsy Boughton.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Okeechobee. I'm a cattleman from Okeechobee, and my name is Woody Larson. I just want to speak in support of the Northern Everglades projects. You saw a couple pictures of Dixie Ranch and Dixie West. That's me. And I was not in the first round that Gene talked about 15 years ago. I was kind of the second round. And so our project's about 8 or 9 years old. I think I know it's been pretty helpful to the environment, and yeah, we give up a few things. We have times of the year where we have a lot of pasture that's inundated, but we've learned to adapt to that and work around it. And so it's been working pretty good. I agree with something that Gene said about I've been to a lot of these meetings over the last 35 years. This is probably the best one I've ever been to, Mr. Chairman. Because 35 years ago it was pretty adversarial, very adversarial. A lot of finger pointing went on and all that kind of stuff. And so one of the things out of Jennifer's presentations, she talked about the collaboration of the agencies. It's probably better than it's ever been. I won't tell you that it's perfect, but it's very good. But don't forget the landowner. The landowner needs to kind of be brought along so that we know who's on first base too. You can only do what you know to do. And I'll tell you, 35 years ago, we really didn't know what to do. A lot of science has been done, but there's a lot of trial and error too. A lot of trial and error by conservation-minded landowners that have been willing to do things that might make sense. And when Jean talked about World Wildlife Fund, I can remember when she came down here from Washington, D.C., and I'm thinking, what in the world? But, you know, there were some pretty good ideas. And we adapted some of that, and I'm all for it. Now, you folks are the water managers, so you probably know this, but I'm just going to introduce you to the 5 C's of water management, okay? 5 C's. If you got a pen, you might want to write them down. First one is collect. We want to collect the water, right? We want to conserve the water. We want to clean the water. We can probably agree on those first 3. That's pretty easy, okay? The next thing is cost, and we don't really know exactly how we're going to pay for it sometimes or what's the most cost effective. And that's where we get, okay. The 5th one I'm going to say is compensation. When you have private landowners that really want to help solve the problem, don't be afraid to compensate us a little bit for that, because we are giving something up to do it, and we're doing it in the right spirit.
Mr. Larson, if you could wrap up your comments.
If I'm at the end of my time, I'll stop.
Thank you.
One last comment. Jean mentioned it. Jennifer mentioned it. You're getting ready to open up to a new solicitation of RFP. That's fine. I think that's great. That's what we call open gate. We're going to let them all in. That's fine. I would hope that you would give some priority to the existing projects, just like Jennifer said. You know, the infrastructure's already in place, the control structure's already there, they're already working, and so. But she also said some of us, me included, might think of ways to enhance what we're already doing. So we'll have some new ideas for you. I think that pretty much wraps it up. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, sir.
Larson. Nyla Pipes, followed by Betsy Boughton.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Boy, it's pretty hard to follow those gentlemen. Just jotted down a few things as I was listening to the very in-depth presentations. First of all, I want to echo everybody's sentiments. We're named One Florida Foundation for a reason, and that is we are going to need all Floridians working together. And I think it's imperative that we have all of our agencies working together cooperatively and making sure that we're sharing this very big conversation in a way that makes sense to get us to the finish line. I appreciate what is being done as far as enhanced monitoring, because I think that's going to become very important as to identifying the real root of our problems. I really like seeing that we're getting at this in a deeper way than just nitrogen and phosphorus, because there are different forms. For example, I know that the nitrates really feed our algal blooms, and those nitrates, a lot of that comes from urea. And I wouldn't be Nyla Pipes here with DEP listening if I didn't talk about our septic and sewage issues. I greatly appreciate that Jennifer admitted that sometimes they go out and they discover that there's been a sewage leak somewhere. I want to remind you that in the Lake O BMAP, we do have over 100,000 septic tanks north of the lake and in that BMAP. Over 60,000 of those are in the upper Kissimmee, along that upper chain of lakes. Our flood control system is great for helping us manage flood control, right? When we're underwater, it gets that water off our land quickly, makes it so that we can live here. But it's also a conduit for pollution, and it's a conduit for both your groundwater pollution and your surface water pollution. So I'll wrap by saying that one of the things that always strikes me when we talk about north of the lake and the issues that we are facing is that this basin up here is a lot different in soil. It's very transmissive. Some people refer to it as leaky. It's like when you went to the beach as a kid and some parts of the soil on the beach would hold water better for your moat, and other parts you just couldn't get it to stay there at all. It's like a sieve. So your pollution can come from quite a ways away, and you don't know where that comes from. So I think that's something really important to keep in mind as we look for these further solutions. The other thing is our canal system. Within the canal system itself, you're going to find a lot of your legacy nutrients. I'm firmly convinced that's where a lot of our problems with the Kissimmee River have come from. I know a lot of people dance around that question, but I would like to see us looking within the actual canals a lot more. Because just like Lake O has a muck problem, and that's part of where our legacy pollution is in the lake itself, I think we're facing the same issue within our canal system, statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Betsy Boughton?
Hi, everybody. Enjoyed the meeting today. My name is Betsy Boughton. I'm a research scientist at Archbold Biological Station, and we're a nonprofit research, education, and conservation center located near Lake Placid, Florida. I work at Buck Island Ranch. Archbold manages Buck Island Ranch as a working cattle ranch, and we're in the top 10 cow-calf producers in the state. And we manage it as a working ranch to make our research relevant. And we've been working on understanding the environmental values of ranching for about 30 years now. So we are interested in the roles of ranches in water, water quality, timing, distribution, quantity issues, the role of ranches in carbon sequestration, biodiversity conservation. And we found that ranches are critically important for conservation in Florida, and they're really important for landscape connectivity. And so the NEPES projects, the dispersed water management projects that you're doing on ranches is an important conservation priority for us because they preserve ranches, they help keeping ranchers ranching, and we're really happy that you're looking at both small and large projects because even the smallest project is important, especially for wetlands, which make up about 15 to 25% of our landscape. And our data has shown that when you hold water back and you're slowing the flow, that's increasing wetland hydroperiods, that's benefiting wetland plants, it's benefiting birds and all the animals that live in wetlands too. So we're very hopeful, and also wanted to invite anyone to come and do a tour of Buck Island Ranch with us. We're happy to share our data and show you what we learned. We've learned a lot on soil legacy P, for example. So thank you so much, and I look forward to talking to anyone that wants to talk about ranches and conservation on ranches and water and wetland restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boughton. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more public comments for this item.
Great. Thanks, Rosie. Is there, Mr. Butler? You good?
Newton has, did you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook? Come on up.
I have it for 33.
Yes.
It's general public comment?
Cook, that's me, yes.
Do you want to speak now or general public
Right
comment?
now.
Right now? Okay.
Sorry about that. Jennifer, you just do incredible work. I don't think I've ever seen it all at one time in one place. And I'm going to tell you, you write a good war plan. It's kind of like 1995. It's really a little deja vu here. I wasn't around in 1995, but there were people, and there was a meeting, and there was a presentation about a tremendous project. And you know what it was? Cleaning up the water south of the lake and putting clean water in Everglades National Park. That happened about 1995. And we're sitting here today, finally, addressing putting clean water in Lake Okeechobee. And I mentioned this morning how important it is to clean the lake up. Not in this respect, but in Lonesome, which is another whole subject. This is not Lonesome. This is another discussion. Lonesome can mess up a lot of what we're talking about right now. So I want to be sure that we keep those two things separated. What we're talking about today is incredibly important. And if we can get the ranchers and the farmers to cooperate like they did south of the lake, we can put 13, 20 parts per billion phosphorus going into the lake. Then we get our second problem, which is, you know what it is. The lake is full of 140, 200 parts per million muck. But we can address that separately. Today I heard one of my favorite subjects, SDAs. SDAs were designed and built for one purpose. One, to clean the water coming off the EAA. They don't call them stormwater for nothing. They're not made for lake water. They never were made for lake water. They never were intended to be made for lake water. They're never constructed to the number of acres to handle lake water. The acres are calculated for the EAA. We have destroyed $1 billion worth of SDAs. And we did it about 6 years ago. And if you see that little graph, if you look at it right there in the middle, there's about 3 of those bars that have a lot of lake water. It destroyed the SDAs. And if we do not use the SDAs for what they're supposed to do, we're just wasting money out there every day. We're building cattail monocultures. I can put a ditch out here, a levee around a ditch and put water in it, you're going to grow cattails. We do that all the time. And that's okay. But if you're going to clean the water to 13 parts per billion, as the QL calls for, by 2025, we're 50. We were at 18 and headed in the right direction. Then we put the lake water in and it blew them out to 28 the next year. Get the lake water out of the SDAs. Thank you.
Thanks. If there's no one on the board who has any further comment on that discussion, we'll move on to Ms. Heater's presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll keep my presentation short. The monthly financial report is in your packages and it's through the month of August. It's also been posted on the web for the public. There's really no concerns to bring to your attention. We've collected 98% of our operating revenues. So that's one of the indicators we look at. State funds, as you know, is based on expenditures, not on the amount that you budget. So that's all I have to really report. It looks very positive. Next month you'll get the final, unaudited.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Heater?
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Anseh.
I have nothing to report today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anseh. Is there any general public comment, Rosie?
We have two. First, Mr. Brandon Tucker, followed by Will Holcomb.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the governing board, district staff. What a joy it is to be here with all of you today. Thank you of all the 16 counties in the water management district that you chose Okeechobee County to be here. We feel so privileged that you're here and to show your concern for everything that's going on up here in the Northern Everglades. Obviously a robust discussion that you just had on that. On behalf of the 53 business members of the Economic Council of Okeechobee County, I'm the chairman of the board for 2021 and 22. We had such a great time for those of you that were able to be there last night. What a great event, having the opportunity to talk with all of you, get to know you, and we really appreciated that time together. Quick message about LOSUM. Our concern about LOSUM as we're going through this schedule is primarily two things. One, we want to make sure that the Okeechobee Utility Authority that has a water plant that needs a certain amount of water for drinking water that's used for this community as this community grows, that once this schedule is completed, that we have the water that we need at the OUA to be able to allow this community to continue to grow. The second thing is that when we're talking about the schedule, you all know that there's a federal part of the schedule and there's a state regulated part of the LOSUM schedule. We would ask that you please not give any more control to the federal government than they already have. Please maintain as much control within the body of the South Florida Water Management District and the legislature, the governor's office here in the state of Florida, that in those parts of the schedule, we maintain that control because we know what we're doing. No offense to the good folks at the Army Corps of Engineers. I have great respect for them, but we know as decisions leave Jacksonville and get up to Atlanta and then up to Washington, things can get a little tricky and a little difficult. But we know that all of us here, we know our lake, we know our Everglades, we know how to manage things best. So those portions of the schedule that are controlled by the state, we would ask that you do everything in your power to maintain said control. So I appreciate all that all of you do. I know firsthand what it is to be sitting there. It's a privilege to be able for the first time come before this board since my time there. But I really do. I sincerely appreciate each and every one of you, the time that you spend, the passion that you have, the love that you have. And there's no important issue, I believe, in our lifetimes than water quality and water quantity in South Florida. So I look forward, the Economic Council does, working with all of you to achieve those goals. And once again, thank you for all that you do for our state. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Will Holcomb?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all today. Willoway Cattle has one of the dispersed water projects on the north end of Okeechobee County, and this project has definitely exceeded our expectations. Ours is a little bit different animal. We did do an above-ground impoundment where we take runoff from the cattle pasture and from the sod, and we stack that water in there. And then we reuse this water for irrigation on the sod field. So we are completely recycling the water, and I would implore everyone to look at more projects like this in this area. We definitely can see the benefit in filtering the water and cleaning the water and using less groundwater, which we're going to find is more and more important as more people move into this state and as we hit a drought, which we know is inevitable in the future. Then I think another thing we can look at are the reservoirs that are already existing on many of the farms. Many of these reservoirs have a V-notch structure, and they're designed to recapture 50% of the storage in a 24-hour period. So that water is leaving that farm rather quickly. I asked the Water Management District to put your trust in us, landowners and managers, to be managers of these reservoirs and to make these reservoirs more operable to where we can place boards in. This time of year, we need to have those reservoirs full. We need to be storing water on there. Now, granted, if we see a hurricane on the horizon, I will get a call from Water Management that says, well, you need to probably look at maybe staging your reservoir down, and we will do so accordingly. So I think we need to think outside the box because we all know we need to create more storage. So I think there's opportunity with minimal cost to possibly go in and ensure and to put more faith in these managers on these lands to do the job necessary to store more water on their land. I think we also need to give them a little bit more flexibility on these structures going forward. Many times there are possibly wetlands, low areas where these reservoirs may get placed, and there may be years that it's wet. We may have more water on these wetlands than we would like, but then we also know we're going to have dry periods where we're going to have less water on these wetlands. Years ago, we had an ag team at the Okeechobee office, and I can tell you it was a little bit of a different vibe. We would go into them, and they wanted to work with us. And it was a lot what I'm feeling here is this vibe that we have right now. So I do ask that not only to carry this vibe down to the local people, the people that we may come in contact first when we want to do a project, and to please work with us, and we're all looking to complete and get to the same goal.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. I have no more public comment.
Great. Thanks. We've got board comment now as our last agenda item, and I'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Great meeting, and I want to thank all our staff. You're the best. thank all our stakeholders. It's a great for us to be here in Okeechobee. I feel like I'm back at home. And thank all of you for working with us to make Florida the best state and to make sure that we have a quality of life for future generations. I want to thank all of our staff and my fellow board members, and long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Lipich?
Thank you. Once again, I just want to thank the city and county of Okeechobee for a wonderful experience here. Thank you so much. And I'm so inspired that the triangle is becoming more. And you know, there's triangles all over this room. There's triangles over each door. There's a triangle. I think there are triangles on dollar bills. They're a sacred symbol. And I think that today holds some of that. And I'm very appreciative to be part of it today. And I thank staff, especially Jennifer Reynolds, for everything today. I also wanted to thank Sean Cooley, because up here we don't talk too much about the EAA reservoir, but that's something that's particularly important to me and all of us. And Mr. Cooley puts together a monthly flyer that is just great, that says everything that's been done, an update. And I didn't get to call you, but it would be nice if this was on Facebook or something so we could share. And then maybe one day we can put all sorts of other things too on there. So I'm sorry, I'm tired. I know you are too. And if you've seen me coughing, I am so sorry. And I had my husband give me a COVID test before I came here. I do not have COVID. I just have a sore throat. And I'm sorry if I've been hacking. Usually I wouldn't come to a meeting in this day and age, but I could not miss this meeting. I could not miss this meeting to be with the board, who's also great. And I had to say thank you to Colonel Roman and for being at the Indian River Lagoon. And anyway, thank you for a great meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's been a great day today. And I mean, the lunch was fabulous. The people were fabulous. The setting is fabulous. This is a better day as to have a meeting than I think we have in West Palm Beach. I mean, it's just really great. And so I want to thank Okeechobee for such a great setting for today's meeting. I really do. Also, I want to follow up on something that Jennifer Reynolds presented in her presentation, and also what the last public speaker had to say. And that is about the partnership that really can come together for all of these projects with our landowners and the district to advance water quality and water supply. And I'm finding that as I'm out in the field, you're talking to me about your ideas. And I think Jennifer has got that idea in spades, and your presentation was absolutely outstanding today to put all those pieces together. And it's important because you've been here much longer than I have, and I certainly don't live in Okeechobee County, but you're educating me. But you have years and generations of experience, and you've watched the water. And so I can't wait to see what we can do together. So thank you for being generous in that support. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you to staff for what you had to do to make this happen. I know there's a lot of work that Sean and everybody has to do. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for everybody in Okeechobee for making us feel so welcome. That was a great ribeye sandwich I had for lunch. I'd be remiss if I don't give a shout out to Mr. Tucker, who came out here. Thank you for your years of service up here, Mr. Tucker. Greatly appreciated. And to Mr. Larson and to Gene Lawless, we hear you loud and clear. I know I hear you loud and clear. And I've always told you, I've always made a vow, you will always be considered, you will always have a seat on the table. So thank you for the words that you provided us at the end of the meeting. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Butler. I'm sorry, Ms. Means.
It's okay.
You're wearing
so
black.
Drew, yeah.
You blended in.
I'm not passing the mic. Have a good vacation, Drew. You've deserved it. Everybody's going to leave him alone. Have a good time. And Okeechobee, I hope God has a plan in my life to live here someday. So I love it here. Thank you for letting us come.
Mr. Butler.
Cheryl got my comment, Charlie got my comment, everybody else got my comments. I'm glad we could have this meeting in Okeechobee today. I look forward to another meeting one day down the road. Been a great day. I'll just say it again, Drew, have a good vacation. It ought to be restful, hopefully.
Thanks, Mr. Butler, and thanks to all the public and stakeholders who gave their input today. We always appreciate your input. It's critical for us to be able to have that engagement so that we're not working in a vacuum. I'd like to thank our staff who does listen to everything we say, everything you say, and it works really hard to put all this together. I know it's not easy, so I really appreciate it. And Drew, you'll have a good vacation. I hope everyone else gets some rest this weekend as well. And I want to thank Okeechobee County for hosting us, and I want to thank Okeechobee staff for their time and assistance, the Economic Council of Okeechobee for the reception they hosted last night. And Brendan, thanks very much for that. The Okeechobee County Farm Bureau for feeding us today. It was delicious. Specifically, I'd like to thank Tracy Rowland from the County Administrator's Office, Kenny Murphy from the Okeechobee County Facilities Maintenance Manager, Tom Hudick, IT support for the Clerk's Office, thanks very much. For the District's Okeechobee Field Station, John Moody, Robbie Grimes, Jesse Conrad, David Rowe, and Bruce Chesser. And Sean's staff, obviously, who worked hard to make this all work. We're back in West Palm for our meeting. It's November 10th. We have the governing board meeting and an audit and finance meeting. Please note that November 10th is a Wednesday. It's not a Thursday. Thursday is Veterans Day, and we will be closed in honor of Veterans Day. And that's all I've got to say, so we're adjourned. Thank you all.
And before 5.